Well, a very good morning to you, live here from Canterbury. There's the 5-minute bell just gone, and what a day yesterday. We had 400 runs, we had 16 wickets, and you still can't split these two sides, both sides going at each other hammer and tongs. And I'd say Kent might just have a slender advantage, but Middlesex fans will probably care to differ. So my name's Dan Whiting. I'll be joined by Kevin Hand over the day, and I'm sure we'll have some special guests in as well. So the story of yesterday was Middlesex lost the toss. They elected to bowl, and they were stuck in with Stevie Eskenazi and Nathan Fernandez opening the batting. They were both bowled, clean bowled. Eskenazi by Stewart, Fernandez by Gilchrist in spectacular fashion. He went for 4, Eskenazi went for 14. Max Holden, he was caught behind off the bowling of Gilchrist down the leg side, strangled for 26. Liz Deploy played an extravagant shot. He was caught behind 2 for 25. Ryan Higgins was out for 14, caught at point. He was pulling, got a leading edge, and the ball ballooned up in the air with... sorry, that was Ben Geddes. He was caught by Everson. Higgins was out for 14, Geddes was out for 13. Jack Davis batted well, he ended up 47 not out. He deserved a 50. Zafar Gohar was bowled by Kashif Ali, who was excellent on Davey. Tony Roland Jones got a good one from Ali. He was out for 13. Blake Cullen kept Davis company. He got 33. And then Brooks was out for 5, closing the innings on 222. Interviewed Adam Hollyoake last night. He was very pleased with his bowlers. He ordered this type of wicket, he said, to BBC Radio Kent, and he started talking, seems to like the word a shootout, and that is exactly what he's got here. It's a low scoring shootout, as we saw at Northamptonshire last week as well, and I think that the only problem with that is if you lose, you come out with 3 points. So Kent might get 4 points if they lose this, because they might get 250. But I would be surprised if Kent got up to 300. But hey, strange things happen in the game of cricket. So umpires Shanmugam and Jack Shantry make their way out to the middle, closely followed by the Middlesex side and these two batters of Finch and Stewart. When Kent batted, Crawley was out for a duck. Daniel Bell-Drummond went for 6. Mayeye played some lovely shots, but he departed for 29. Jack Leaning was out for a duck. Joey Everson was out second ball for 4. And Kent were in they were, as we say in the trade, they were Mark Knopfler. They were in dire straits at 79 for 6. But Finch and Stewart have put on 93, and they're going to resume this morning on 172 for 6. And Middlesex will be hoping that they can bowl a little better than they did in the last hour last night, where I think the feeling amongst their team was that they gave Finch and Stewart a little bit too much room to get their levers going, get their arms going, and I think they're looking to bowl a lot fuller and a lot straighter this morning. And here's one of the protagonists, Blake Cullen. Ryan Higgins is going to start us away. I'm delighted to be joined by the fantastic Kevin Hand. Good morning, Kevin.
Morning, Dan. How are you?
I'm wonderful, mate. I'm fantastic. It's the sun shining here in Canterbury. Here's Higgins. Davis standing up. Oh, and nearly chops on first ball there. Stewart. Yep, I've had a little bit of sleep. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Why? What have you been up to?
Well, you know, just being a cultural attaché down here in the southeast of England.
You brought culture to Canterbury from Barnet. Is it Barnet?
Yeah, it's Barnet, yeah, East Barnet, Southgate. Southgate's my home ground. You must have commentated from there a few times.
Who is it now? It's going to be us one of these times, and I think, like I say, these windows that we're behind, we're right over the bowler's arm, aren't we? Somebody's laying it down below.
Higgins into the crease. That's pushed into the offside. Holden doing the fielding.
Yeah, I remember some of my first games at the Walker Grounds. Jason Gillespie running in to bowl from the Adelaide end.
Yeah, that's my club, South
which
Adelaide.
is just. I mean, you sat right on the boundary edge there, commentating, and you're a young lad starting commentary, and I mean this is 2005, 2006, I guess.
Higgins comes in, and I'm going to do an update in the middle in a minute. That's pushed out into the covers. Hopefully we don't have the technical gremlins that we did yesterday.
Not sure whether Dizzy would have been playing for Glamorgan or Yorkshire in that game. I can't quite remember. I'm going to say it's Glamorgan because I don't remember Dave Callaghan being there, and I think he was pretty much regular at all those games. But yeah, watching Dizzy running in, bowling to A. Shah was a highlight in the early years at the Walker Ground.
Dear old Callie. That's just pushed to mid-wicket. We do apologise if there's a barking spaniel over to our left-hand side that you can hear.
That's no way to describe the Kent coach. A shootout, he called it, did he, Mr. Hollyoak?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it is. It is. I mean, I said cheekily to Jack Davis 4 day in the interview last night. He said no chance.
Higgins in past umpire Shanmugam, and there's the first run of the morning, pushed into the offside, and that's 50 for Grant Stewart. Off exactly 50 balls, 3 4s, 1 6, 73 minutes, well batted. Got his side out of a hole.
Yeah, excellent. From Stewart. Middlesex, they'll feel they didn't get it quite right.
Higgins just polishing the ball. In he comes. He's pushed into the offside. And Roland Jones is going to start us away from the Nackington Road end. As we look at the ground here, the furthest end away from where we are. So Roland Jones will be running in towards us. Kevin Hand will do his 80 millionth over of his career on Toby Roland Jones.
Three slips in place. Behind Finch on 46, and Roland Jones from the Nackington Road end. Sun cast out in front of him as he runs in. Bowls now, and this is edged! Oh, did that carry to Higgins? My instinct was that it did, but if it did, only just. Higgins has turned away and discussed it himself as if to say it did. Double teapot from Higgins, nothing from Roland Jones. Tough though, isn't it?
Well, yes, it's the second day of Kent's game with Middlesex in the County Championship in the cricket, and Dan Whiting is at Canterbury for us. Dan, how's it all going?
Well, after an action-packed day here yesterday, which saw 400 runs and 16 wickets, already we've had a little bit of drama this morning. It looks like Grant Stewart's just been dropped by Ryan Higgins this morning. He got to 50 with a 2 through the covers. So that was a runner ball 50. And alongside Finch, these two have got their side out trouble. Kent was 79 for 6 yesterday and in big trouble as Stewart hits the first boundary of the morning through the covers. But Finch and Stewart have repaired this innings, and Kent are only 47 behind. They're 177 for 6 now, chasing Middlesex's 222. Meanwhile, down at Hove, Sussex have got Somerset bang in trouble. They had them 62 for 5 overnight, and they'll be looking to make inroads into that Somerset innings. Thank you. Right, we're back on this game now.
Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this is turned away just in front of mid-wicket. They'll look for a couple. And on to 55, Stewart. He wants to bowl straight to him today, I know that. There's the century stand for the 7th wicket. 109 deliveries and 78 minutes. So the strike rate there tells its own tale, doesn't it, about how this has gone. And yeah, but batters can knock bowlers off their lines, and I think that's played a big part of it. But yeah, Middlesex disappointed that they've let this partnership get away from them overnight, and they'll be looking to work hard and fast this morning on it. Third slip goes to mid-wicket now as Roland Jones is in, bowls, continues that straight line to Stewart, who drives to mid-on, and there's no run.
Still having nightmares about Stewart, aren't you, Kev? Yes. BBC Kent just, I'm glad the feed's gone out of my ears there. They were playing I'm Your Man by Wham. Who's your man, Kev?
Toby Roland Jones every day.
Do you call him good, call him bad?
I would never call him bad. Have you seen how tall he is? Here's Roland Jones, bowls, and Stewart eases away down to deep backward point for a single. 180 on the board and 6 wickets down. This in reply to Middlesex's 2-2-2. Which is led by Jack Davies. 47.
Yeah, deserved a 50, I thought. Davies thought he showed a little bit of gumption, a little bit of ticker. He didn't look in any trouble at all. I mean, yes, he got beaten outside the off stump, but you know, so did a million other people. Hollyoak yesterday told me that in the first session, Kent beat the bat 33 times. He's great to interview, Adam. Smoky, and it's given the place a new lease of life, I think. Here's Higgins. Just straying onto the stumps, and that's the first wicket of the morning. That's a tame end for Grant Stewart, chipping it to square leg, and he'll be disappointed. And that's exactly what Middlesex need. The partnership just over 100, and yeah, he'll be disappointed. That's a tame end to a really good innings there from Grant Stewart.
Yeah, I mean, look, the plan to Stewart was stop bowling into his arc this morning. Don't put it in the slot for him. Wicket to wicket, hit the stumps, let Stewart make the mistake, and that's pretty much what he's done there, isn't it? 180 for 6, for 7 now. So they've eked to the century stand, and well done them for that. You know, they've changed the nature of this game in that the pressure does now shift to the third innings to not. You know, it's strange to say, isn't it? As Stewart gets a really good applause, heading off after another fine knock, another 50, and a century stand. But it's strange to say if you're there or thereabouts around parity at the close of the first innings, the side who's closest to losing the match is the side batting third, because 10 wickets can go quicker than you score 300 runs and declare. So, you know, a Colollops in the third innings of the match is a real danger. A Colollops. Then, yeah. So there's 42 runs between them at the moment. 7 wickets standing in the first innings. Middlesex will be very, very keen to wrap this up quickly, because there's no doubt they'd have had their eye on a much, much bigger first innings advantage when that partnership came together at what, 79 for 6. Now 180 for 7.
Jazz Singh, the new batter, to the crease. Zafar Gahar, the man with the catch there. Bumped into Jazz in the lift this morning at a certain Canterbury City Centre hotel. He's also staying down here. I believe he's got family over, staying at his place he lives in Dartford. Big Chelsea fan, he tells me. John Maxted in Tiawamutu in New Zealand. Oh, that's a good delivery there from Higgins. Beats Singh outside off stump. John says, morning guys, what an exciting day's cricket we have in store. You are coming through loud and clear on the live stream. Well, certain people have said that they can't hear us down the road in Canterbury, but if you can hear us in New Zealand, then we should be doing okay.
Which one can't they hear us on, the live stream or the BBC website?
Oh, it's the live stream, I think. Singh pushes that forward. Yeah, lovely day. Good crowd in yesterday. There were some good crowds around the country. Surrey had 6,000 there at the Oval. Yorkshire had, I think, about 5,000 at Headingley. Here at Kent we had 1,200, which is good, really good. That's just pushed out to mid-off there by Jazz Singh.
Well, it is good because I think, you know, Canterbury's such a wonderful city, isn't it? But people forget that, you know, it's a vast county, isn't it, Kent? And Canterbury's a little bit isolated where it is in terms of, we've talked about this in terms of T20s on Friday night.
Yeah.
You know, you've got a massive populace of Kent fans. You know, the density of Kent fans in what the northwest of the county, yeah, southeast London.
Yeah. Higgins. Singh plays that back. That's good over there from Ryan Higgins. Wicket maiden. And Kent are 180 for 7.
And yeah, it's scheduling. We could talk about it for weeks, and we usually do. It's a difficult one. You know, there's those who say, well, if you schedule it Monday to Thursday, people have plans at the weekend. We can't really come along at the weekend, but then you schedule it Monday to Thursday, and people say, we've got to work. You know, put it on at the weekend so we can come and watch. It's always been a tricky one, the scheduling, and unfortunately, we really are reaching a stage where it is what it is.
You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I think Kent, you know, were looking to utilise Beckenham, weren't they, to tap into that sort of area?
Yeah, it is a wonderful place to go and watch cricket, Ken. Beckenham. So Roland Jones is in outside of the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper, 180 for 6.
7.
7, my apologies, 7 indeed.
Yeah, so Beckenham, although is probably about 6 miles from the Oval, it's big Kent following down there. If you go sort of slightly around the corner down to Crystal Palace, it starts becoming Surrey.
Steady. Roland Jones, he's in, bowls, he's driven away, wide of mid off for 4. It's a lovely shot and it brings up the 50 for Finch. That's a cracking way to move to your half century. 68 deliveries, a strike rate of 75, 101 minutes, and that's his 10th 4 as he raises his bat. That's warmly applauded here at Canterbury, and rightly so. I wouldn't quite say it's been a game changer, but it's kept Kent in the game, at very least at this stage, you'd suggest.
Yeah, definitely. Showed an innings of great courage here, Harry Finch. He's played and missed, as you have to, but both keepers showing their class with the bat on each side. Davis with his 47 yesterday. Finch has gone one step further with 51, and he's still there for Kent.
There's Roland Jones just working on the ball before he heads into bowl, which he does now. And forward goes Finch, tentatively dabbing back to the bowler.
John, thank you for your email, by the way. If you want to get in touch with us, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. And all your nasty questions go to Kevin Hand, and I'll take the nice ones.
Oh, how could you have a nasty question on a Saturday morning like this? Day 2 of a championship game. It's been a wonderful start to the season. Roland Jones into bowl now, and on the back foot, Finch dabs this one through mid-wicket. Scampered single, they're thinking 2 as mid-on comes around and deep square comes up. Should just be the one, and it is. I was reading we were talking about the weather yesterday. What a start to the season it's been. There's a potential bite back from the weather over the next week or so.
Yeah.
But the usual stream of weather that we'd have coming in from the Atlantic is blocked at the moment for some reason, but it is starting to shift. Apparently rain coming in from the west, but will head north from southwest to northeast, so we'll be untouched here in Canterbury today, but chance of showers across the country. Roland Jones past the umpire, he bowls, and this ball's driven beautifully, just leaning into that one, singing he might well get full reward through the covers. There's a tumble and a roll and a dive, but not a stop, and 4 runs it is. Mid-off and point giving chase.
Jazz Singh, he didn't tell me he had that one in his locker when I met him this morning.
He's just lent into it, hasn't he?
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, he was quite shifty when he told me he was a Chelsea fan. I said, what team do you support? I sort of went, Chelsea.
Roland Jones hits the crease and Singh defends into the offside. It's fielded at cover.
It's the only time, though, that he could be shifty, because he's one of the most open, honest, friendly guys in the game of cricket. And I've got a lot of time for him. And what an improvement we've seen from Jazz Singh, or Kent fans have seen from Jazz Singh. A difficult year last year, he admits that himself, but he's gone away out to Australia, he's been out to Adelaide, he's worked hard on his game, put the effort in, and he's picking up the rewards as well. 2 for 47 yesterday, to add to 4 for 35 at Northampton in the first innings last week as well. So he's already had an excellent start to the season. He's probably gone for maybe just over 100 runs. And he's picked up 6 wickets already. Deserves it. Higgins from the pavilion end, bowling to Harry Finch. Oh, that's got to be close. He's gone. Yeah. Higgins just bowling wicket to wicket. The only thing that was going to save Finch there would be an inside edge. And I thought I heard something in my ear, but maybe it was the bat brushing the pad, but it looked fairly adjacent from up here.
Yeah, he paused for a moment, didn't he? It was an away swinger, and he went back and across. So, yeah, as you say, bat probably the only thing that could have saved him, or was he hanging it in there thinking that it was actually, having gone back and across as far as he did, and it being an away swinger, that it was going to swing away from the off stump there, but in the scorebook it says out. Having a look at the replay now. Applause from the home support as he reaches the pavilion. Oh no, that's pretty plumb.
Yeah, it looked plumb from here.
There was, I thought it was an away swinger, it was, and it held its line. I thought there was more shape on it. The way he got squared up by it, I think he's just played around a full straight one, hasn't he? And I think part of his question was, did he indeed get outside the line of off? But not because it was shaping that way, just because he fell that way. That's what fooled me. He ended up so far across. I thought he was following a bit of swing and trying to get right in behind it, but he's just fallen over a little, and he's played all around a straight one.
Now, this could be quite good fun here. Kashi Fally, he got a 50 in the second 11 in the week in a rather agricultural style. If you bowl on middle stump, you might find the ball going through the leg side somewhere. Mr. Higgins might get rather frustrated. So he's going to take us away. We've got a special guest coming in this afternoon. I'll keep it mysterious. But yeah, we've got a guest coming in this afternoon. We had Liam Knight from the club yesterday. Here's Higgins to Kashi Fally, who pokes, just hangs his bat out there, outside the off stump. A few scores from around the country. Durham 358 for 8, Notts 337 for 9 against Essex. Hampshire 66 for 1 against Surrey, who got 253, 100 there for Dominic Sibley. Somerset 75 for 6 against Sussex is 294. They're a spot bothered down there, aren't they? Higgins to Ali, who again, respectful, pushes that into the covers. Somerset don't travel particularly well, I don't think. They like the home comforts of Taunton.
Why wouldn't they?
And the pitchfork. Yorkshire 451 for 9 in their game against Worcestershire. Going along rather nicely. Northants 372 for 6 at Lancashire, making a far better fist of their batting they did against Kent last week. Here's Higgins into Ali, who again has a little prod. Leicestershire 454 for 9 in the local derby versus Derbyshire. Gloucestershire 383 for 4. Big hundreds there for Cameron Bancroft and Ollie Price. And we'll keep you updated with all the scores over the day. Oh, we got a little delay. Don't know what this is about. Change of field. Point is going out to the boundary. Higgins ambles in. Oh, that's gone. Has it? No. The cordon liked it. Higgins wasn't too interested. And Kashif Ali was not walking anywhere. A bit like me in the day, Kev, you know. Didn't walk. Only when my car ran out of petrol.
Say, what do you mean in the day?
Well, I drove here this morning. Here's Higgins to Kashif Ali. Pushes it back to him. And that completes the over. 189 for 8. You're listening to Dan Whiting, Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, live on the Kent stream and on the BBC app. And you can listen to us by saying to your smart speaker, hey, smart speaker, please play. And remember please, because it likes the word please, day 2 of Kent versus Middlesex.
Remember please, because AI is on the rise. Don't upset them.
No.
The machines.
The machines are taking over.
3 slips go down as Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and that beats the edge. Through to the keeper. Singh just playing defensively on the front foot. Davis collects, and Middlesex were scrambling.
There was talk about AI commentary, wasn't there? But I mean, you know, could AI do musical cricketers like yesterday? No, it couldn't. Would you like to have your commentary without that sort of rubbish, perhaps? No, you wouldn't.
Roland Jones hits the crease, he bowls, and Singh over the top of it, pushing back, no run. Lovely, lovely sunshine here.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. I want you to email us today as well. We did it last week in Northamptonshire, but I'm intrigued. Come on to it after this ball.
Clipped away, wide of mid-on. Lovely shot, just full of a length. And we'll turn for the third.
Good on. That's the deepest point of the ground down there, isn't it? And winged in straight into the gloves of Jack Davis. Yeah, having seen Jazz sing in the lift this morning, I want to know, where is the most unusual place you bumped into a professional cricketer? We put this out last year when we were at Hampshire, and a guy was hitchhiking on the A34 once, and a Porsche pulled up, and driving the Porsche was Robin Smith.
It's just full of length. Clipped again through mid-wicket, but square leg comes around this time to hold them to a single.
Nigel Cowley was regularly spotted in various DIY stores around the South Coast area. And obviously I bumped into Jazz Singh in the lift. of a hotel, which, well, you don't expect players from the home side to be staying in a hotel. So where is the most unusual place you've bumped into a professional cricketer?
Roland Jones bowls full straight, driven to mid-off by Singh. Dot ball.
Did anyone see Alan Elam in various watering holes around Canterbury? Did anybody see John Shepherd in unusual places? Did you see Graham Johnson around the place? Drop us a line, bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We look forward to hearing where you bumped into professional cricketers.
Roland Jones bowls, stabbed away into the onside for a single. Back foot Singh.
We don't want to hear about bumping into them on the pitch or bumping into them, you know, in their work life. We want to know the ins and outs of their personal life. So bbckentcricket@gmail.com, and we'll read out the best ones. Got a few emails in already, actually. Ian Brown. He wants to be adored. Stone Roses lead singer, perhaps? Maybe not. He's in sunny Norwich, but he's here, loud and clear here in sunny Norwich. Come on, Super Kent. And Simon Whiteside's been back in touch as well. Higgins, that's impressive from Higgins. 2 wicket maidens in a row. Roland Jones, quite expensive by his standards. Well, here is Higgins, fresh from those 2 wickets, hoping to add to his 3 for 33. Oh, and he almost does straight away as that drops tantalisingly short of Lear's deploy at second slip. But Higgins is just making it nibble around this morning. John Maxted. I watched the game off the live stream on YouTube. Lovely stuff. All the way down in New Zealand. Hope you've had a lovely summer, John. Come to England for our summer. Higgins. Oh, that goes past the outside edge of Kashif Ali's bat. Gorgeous morning. There's a stillness about Canterbury, a sort of a serenity to the ground, isn't there? It's not like a visit to some of the test arenas that we go to on the circuit. It's a throwback to a bygone and possibly a nicer age, actually. It's just pushed into the covers. And, you know, I know sort of that a few people like to put the boot into Canterbury, but I love it here. It's one of my favourites on the circuit. Good friendly punters. Crowd been very good to me since I've arrived here. Oh, that's a good delivery from Higgins. Samson lost all his power by cutting his hair off. Ryan Higgins hasn't lost any of his by shaving all his off. Yep, those who aren't aware, I'm the interim. I'm the Amarim. One for the Man United fans there.
What are you saying? Poor fella.
What, Reuven interim? Oh, that's a Surrey cut there, I think. I don't think he's played that deliberately. I can't quite see, but inside edge there, goes down for a single. Ramin Hassan. Hello, Ramin. Very good morning to you. Reckon we give Lears the ball for a bit.
Zafar. Tough a go, I reckon. You've got to get... Oh, I mean, Cullen's got 3 for, so he'll want to get into this attack soon. Get this finished off.
Yeah.
But tail ender's in. Zafa Gohar tossing the ball up in the air.
Yeah, I think so. I think Kashif Ali's eyes might light up as well. Here's Singh about to face Higgins. I think it, yeah, I think it might be Kashif Ali. You know, like Tom and Jerry when the dollar signs would start to go in the eye.
Well, that's the theory, isn't it? I mean, you know, there was a way of thinking that, you know, the tail enders are in, get the quicks on and blast them out. But actually, it's more a case of that. It's, you know, they almost understand what's happening better with the quicks, but their technique doesn't stand up quite as well to the spinner. And then if they're getting bogged down by it and that ball's tossed up in the air, the eyes light up and the ball goes up.
Yeah, certainly does. Ramin has he plays for Enfield, 4th 11. I think they play over at Lincoln Road. There's only 1 ground there though.
Is Roland Jones, bowls short down the leg side, attempted hook by Kashif Ali, through it goes to the keeper.
Always a nice place to bat, Lincoln Road. Mike Gatting used to live over the road from there as well back in the day. I believe he's moved. But yeah, always a nice batting surface. I think Enfield 4th 11 might play at Enfield Grammar School though. I've got a feeling, but thank you very much for your email, Ramin.
Jones again bowls and Kashif Ali defends into the offside, just a gentle stroke.
Chris Channon from Gillingham, he's been in touch. He bumped into Alan Elam at the outlet centre in Ashford. Alan, buying cast-offs. What's going on? We had a nice chat about the good old days and he came across as a very nice man. Regards, Chris Channon. Thanks for your email, Chris. Keep them coming, bbckentcricket@gmail.com.
Roland Jones, 3 slips, bowls. Oh, that's hit Kashif Ali, who attempts a hook. And it wasn't really there for it, I don't think. And he struck somewhere around his ribs. Chest guard on there. Well, actually, he's rubbing his right wrist. Bowling wrist as well. Doesn't seem in too much pain. He's having a good look at it, and he's flexing it now. But he doesn't seem in a great deal of pain. The flex is quite comfortable, so no great problems.
Yeah, I've heard Alan Elam was a very nice chap.
Roland Jones bowls and not forward to that at all. He's pushed back Kashif Ali and he plays a front foot defensive from within the crease without going forward at all. He nearly chips it back to Roland Jones. It lands safely in the onside.
That was the ball before that did that, wasn't it? He was just poking. He's asking for the physio on now. He wants spray. Remember the days of the magic sponge, Kev? I mean, how did a sponge cure so many ills over the years? What was in it?
This one's through to the keeper. Sorry, I thought the physio was walking out. Distracted. Maybe the end of the over he's going to come out then. Did he say he saw him call for him?
Yeah, he's ringing his wrist, but I think he's also ringing his wrist and waving to the phys. So again, last ball, last ball of the over. Geddes has come out a slip and he's gone into short mid wicket.
Roland Jones in, bowls and forward goes Kashif Ali defending this one.
That's the end of the over from Jack Shantry. Had a good chat with him this morning. Lovely guy. You've worked with him over the years, haven't you, Jack Shantry? Came on as third voice back in the day. And there's a lovely story, Jack Shantry, where I covered a game on Thursday. I did Gloucestershire versus Essex on a Thursday. On the Friday I did Glamorgan versus Surrey. And on the Sunday at the Oval, so one game at Bristol, one game at Cardiff, one game at the Oval. I did Surrey versus, I think it was Surrey versus Kent last year, or Surrey versus Somerset. and Jack Shantry was at all three. And he sort of gave me a look at one point and sort of thought, I know you. I said, listen, you don't have to get a restraining order out on me. I'm not following you around, I promise, Jack. So, yeah, there we go. Chris Hobra. There's a little delay here as Kashif Ali is just getting some treatment from the physio. Chris Hobra has been in touch. I heard about you bumping into Jazz Singh this morning in the lift this morning. Well, many years ago he had a similar experience. He was on a training course staying at a hotel in Worcester. In a rush to get down to breakfast, I put on the first tie I could find, which was my Kent County Cricket Club tie. I then got in the lift, which promptly stopped at the next floor down. And one person who jumped in was Graham Dilley, who'd just recently left Kent for Worcester. And the other was Ian Botham. I smiled at both of them, and then Dilley's eyes alighted on my tie, and I felt he backed away slightly. It wasn't popular with Kent supporters at that time that he jumped counties, and my guess that he was thinking we were still haunting him. No words were exchanged, and we all got out on the ground floor, but I was smiling over breakfast. That's from Chris Hober in Swanley. Lovely story there, Chris. As Higgins comes in, and a little bit of movement, tailing into Singh there, but he covers it and pushes it out into the covers. 196 for 8. Singh's got 9. Kashif Ali's got 2. And a sore wrist, having been whacked on the wrist. And if you want to keep the emails coming in, it's bbckentcricket@gmail.com. I think going back to the Dilley thing, I mean players move counties all the time now. As that's hit the pads there. It's close. They appeal, and they don't run a leg by. There's probably one there, but
Farming the strike.
Oh, well, I think there's a little bit of a maybe a I don't know. There was one there, definitely. Yeah, players don't move county. I mean, Mark Stoneman, he's just moved down to Hampshire from Middlesex. He's on his 4th county. He's been at Durham, he's been at Surrey, he's been at Middlesex, and now Hampshire. And long gone are the days. As Higgins ambles in. That's a pleasant shot, but no runs for Singh. Long gone are the days of Tom Graveney when he moved from Gloucestershire to Worcestershire? Or was it Worcestershire to Gloucestershire? I can't remember. But he was stopped from playing for a season. Couldn't play, I think 1963, I think that was. And it was unheard of then. But players tend to move around far more these days. But even in the days of Graham Dilley, I think he left Kent in probably about 85 or something like that. Maybe 86, 87. When Worcestershire, Duncan Fernley pumped a few quid in, and that's just played out to mid-off, no run. Duncan Fernley put a few quid in and they signed some marquee signings, didn't they? Dilley being one, Ian Botham. Got a certain Graham Hickin from Zimbabwe around that time as well. David Graveney might have gone there. Marcus Coffle-Shell. We'd love to see Lears deploy it or Nathan Fernandez have a bowl, as both are capable. Both have coached him and are both very nice, charming people. He's on his way to Nottingham for a national hockey final. Higgins in, as that's smashed back at the bowler, and Higgins does well. He saves a certain boundary there by sticking out a mitt, and that goes for 4 runs. Marcus also says, please help the environment, print only if necessary. Oh, sorry, that's a disclaimer at the bottom of the email. Yeah, well, good luck in your national hockey final. Callum Williams went to go and watch Kent play Middlesex at Lords in a T20 match. As that's worked into the onside there. And throw comes in and hits Singh this time on the foot, but he's all right. They make him hard down in Dartford, I tell you. Callum went down to watch Kent play at Middlesex at Lords. We won't mention the result, but on the drive home, me and the family stopped off at a certain fast food restaurant, with the Golden Arches. We won't mention who they are.
Little Chef.
No, not Little Thief, no. No. We saw Rob Key and David Griffiths tucking into their food after a second ever match. I'm afraid I did not want to speak to them both, as I didn't want to interrupt Rob Key enjoying his burger. Well, there you go, Callum. Yeah, I've had a chat with you. He's a nice guy.
Does Little Chef still exist?
I think it does.
I think there are 1 or 2 left.
Yeah, not many.
You used to get a free lolly if you were a kid, if you cleared your plate. I remember having a rotter meal there once.
Did you?
And I just couldn't finish it, but I was so upset that I wasn't going to get my lolly. About 3 weeks ago, that was.
Yeah, Kevin. Kevin's one of the younger commentators around the circuit.
It's very kind of you, Dan. I'm not feeling it today. Here's a long walk to the ground. Here's Roland Jones. Here's Blake Cullen running in from the Nackington Road end. And there's that little bit of pace on the ball that we see. This will be interesting to see how it goes. Now, Cullen's got 3 for, but he did offer up a 4-ball 2-manny yesterday evening, didn't he? So whether they go Brooks and Cullen and Zaffa has to wait his turn, or whether it'll be Zaffa next up at the pavilion end. Cullen has to be the quickest at the Middlesex attack at the moment, doesn't he? Brooks has the potential to get back to that kind of pace, or to exceed his current pace indeed, as Cullen's in, bowls, and over the top of this one, Singh defending into the offside, just fine of cover. Point is now set back, so it's a comfortable single.
I'm wondering though if you can be too quick for the surface. You know, like the guys who are just more sort of medium pace. You know, the Grant Stewarts, the Ryan Higgins. Do they get more out of a surface like this than the guys with a little bit of extra pace?
Cullen turns again, top of his mark. His 3 slips crouch down. Davies with the gloves. It's a bouncer, and he hooks it blindly. Kashif down to long leg it goes, and the aforementioned Brooks. Didn't know too much about that at all, did he? It's runs, it's off the bat, but rather swatting at it. The number 10 for Kent.
Yeah, he didn't play that very well at all. He read it about, as well as why I read Dostoevsky, Kev.
Cullen hits the crease now, he bowls, and he beats the edge. A little dabble on the back foot from Singh at that one. His 23rd delivery, has 11 to his name.
Paul Harrison's met Nasser Hussain in a post office. There you go. He said, loving the commentary as usual. I met Nasser Hussain in Danbury post office. He was sending a signed bat. Really nice person, happy to chat, even if he is the enemy, being an Essex player. And I'm a staunch Kent fan. Paul from Chelmsford. Well, I think you're behind enemy lines there, Paul.
Defending this into the offside. Seeing no run.
But we're loving the emails. Keep them coming. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Martin Stiles, yesterday lunchtime, the opinion in the box was that we were into a new era of Kent cricket, but the afternoon. There's a huge butterfly just interrupted me, just flew into the box and out again. And the afternoon seemed like 2024 all over again.
Cullen bowls and that sits up outside the off stump. Well, it really did. That hung in the air almost, that delivery, and it's punched for 4. And that is the 200 up for Kent. 200 for 8. 22 behind. But the way that that sat up outside the off stump, it was there to be hit. Just seems as though the pace came off it slightly. Roland Jones coming to have a chat with the umpires, or have the umpires called Roland Jones for a chat? What's going on there?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe they're just discussing where's best to go out and have a nice spot of Saturday evening dinner in Canterbury.
Well, good lunches here apparently. Apparently the players are very impressed with the food.
Oh, really? Ah, very nice. Yeah, so Martin, going back to your email, let's hope it all goes better today. Well, it's going all right. These two sides, I think, is pretty even. Kent are only 19 behind. And remember at Northampton last week, there was a little bit of a wobble there with Kent. They were bowled, they lost 10 wickets in one session.
Higgins bowls. Oh, that swings away past the edge. Dies on the way through to Davies. Sorry, this is your over.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I should have actually taken the mic there. But Martin, you know, there will be wobbles on the way, and there will be bad times. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day, but Adam Hollyoake is building something here, and you know, keep backing him, keep backing the boys. But there will be some bad days as well. Higgins to Kashif Ali, who squirts that one out into the offside. Kashif Ali, he's playing rather unlike the Kashif Ali I saw on Kent's social media. There was a second team game in the week at Polo Farm up the road, and he looks very correct here, whereas the Kashif Ali that I saw was filthing balls from middle stump over the leg side. Higgins short. Kashif Ali rides the bounce. I'm wondering if Kashif might be getting some short stuff from Brooks and Cullen. Wonder if Middlesex want to go down that route. Gorgeous morning here. Higgins. That's just hit the splice there by the look of it. Ellie just riding now. Riding the bounce a little. The members here in the Cheeseman Pavilion in quite a decent number. Few are looking over and waving. Hello, members. Higgins from the pavilion end, as that's wristily worked back to the square on the leg side. 2-0-4 for 8 now. 18 the difference. Every run could be vital here. I think this is bubbling up into a really good game of cricket, Kevin Hand.
Well, yeah, again, shootout comes to mind, doesn't it? You know, let's say it's 18 more runs, parity in the first innings. It's a one innings match, a one innings shootout, and the way the wickets have gone, how old's this ball now? It's into its 46th over, so it's still reasonably fresh, but Middlesex not getting out of it as much as they were before.
That's just pushed into the offside. Mr. Hollyoake was a fan of that phrase last night. I think he mentioned it 2 or 3 times. But he's great to interview, Adam Hollyoake. I loved interviewing him. You never know what he's quite going to say, and he's media gold. And we've got Luke Holman on the pitch, and he's going off whilst Brooks might have just gone back on. Holman's in and out. He's got a second team game, I believe, at Taunton.
Got a long old drive, hasn't he?
Canterbury to Taunton.
Here comes Cullen, goes past the edge of the forward defence of Kashif Ali. Right arm over to the right-hander.
Yeah, there's a Kashif Ali at Worcestershire as well, who's played a lovely innings last year for Worcestershire against Warwickshire, I think, at Edgbaston. I think he's out the SACA programme, isn't he? South Asian Cricket Academy, doing so much good work, producing some fine players. Zaman Akhtar at Gloucestershire being one.
Cullen bowls for defence from Kashif Ali, fielded at extra cover.
Like the Haringey Cricket College back in the day, that produced some wonderful players. Mark Elaine at Gloucestershire, Keith Piper at Warwickshire, a guy called Stephen Bastian at Glamorgan it produced, and a guy called DJ Foster, or Darren Foster he was, at Somerset. And what it did teach you as well, if you didn't make it as a cricketer, it taught you skills such as being a groundsman or something like that.
Cullen bowls up on his toes to this one. He's up off the floor, off his toes, Kashif Ali, as he defends into the onside. It would have been a dolly for short leg, but there wasn't one there.
Do you get the feeling Kashif doesn't play the short ball particularly well, Kev?
The horse may well have bolted, but I'd be surprised if we don't see a short leg soon.
I think so as well. Here we go. Next ball. Geddes is coming out the slip, calling for the helmet, and yeah, I think it was only a matter of time. Yeah, the Haringey Cricket College was in the 80s. It sort of came out of the ashes of, you know, the Broadwater Farm riots, which were in 1985, where, you know, people sadly lost their lives in that, and it was a very different North London to what is possibly more of a gentrified area now. And good cricket came out, but sadly Haringey ran out of money, the funding ran out, and the college stopped. But Saka is also doing some similar work there, and doing some great work in the game, and it's great to see.
He's checking the field. It's deploy at second slip, just orchestrating.
And the ACE programme as well, they need a good mention. They're doing some great work too.
Cullen's in, bowls, and that's worked off his hip. Fine by Kashif Ali. Short leg in place, but it was well fine of him on that occasion. Every run applauded by the home support here at the moment.
Ramin Hassan again, he's been in touch. He thinks smaller players get more swing to compensate for speed.
This is full and goes past the edge from Cullen. Forward push from Singh, nothing more than that.
Would you say he's got a fair point? And he said, Ramin said he's about 5'7", and he gets the ball to swing around wildly sometimes. Remind me not to play against you, Ramin. But would you say that's a fair comment, Kev?
Yes, I think so. I think traditionally, look back over the generations, cricket, tall, fast bowlers banging it in from great height. So here's Cullen, bowls pushed away into the offside. There's no run. If you think of archetypal swing bowlers over the year, Mark Elam springs to mind, not one of the tallest.
Yeah.
Craig White. In this game, Higgins.
I remember
Darren Stevens.
Madassa Nazar for Pakistan went through England like a dose of salts at Lord's back in about 1982, where I think England feel that ball might have been slightly worked on, shall we say. But Madassa came on and they started hooping around corners, and what was an innings going rather swimmingly for England. Here's your man, here's Zafar Gohar. Yeah, an innings going rather swimmingly for England. Suddenly it was like 0-4, 0-0-0-1.
We have our wish.
Yeah, Zafar Gohar. The man from Lahore. I think he's played 2 tests for Pakistan, hasn't he, Zafar? Signed from Gloucestershire over the winter. And had a chat with him yesterday and really enjoying life in North London. Lovely guy. Here he is, going to come around the wicket to Kashif Ali. Oh, good turn, first ball. A little bit of purchase, a little bit of rip. And Zafar is back in the groove. Here he is, that little dance in, and that goes past slip. I'll give Kashif Ali a little bit of credit there. I think he's played that deliberately. And if he has, that's a very, very good shot. Just runs it off the face, past slip. Probably got a little bit finer than he liked to, because that wasn't a million miles away from Stevie Eskenazi. But Kent are now 209 for 8, 13 behind. We've had just under an hour this morning. This game continues to intrigue us. Here is Zafar. Oh, that's gone to second slip this time. 2 slips now. Who's that gone in there? Is that Higgins gone in there? Second slip. Looks like him.
Yeah, Eskenazi and Higgins.
Yeah. Again, Kashif Ali. Circumspect. Been quite conservative. Haven't seen any long handle from him yet. Wonder if he's waiting just to get the score to parity and then get the levers going. Short and smashed. Well, that's what you wanted. Wait for the bad ball. A little bit short there from Zafar. Sat up and said, hit me. And one of those where Kashif Ali could have put it through the offside, could have put it through the leg side, but he picks the gap between point and cover point, and it races away down towards the Freeman flats here on the ground. And 213 for 8. The deficit now into single figures. Zafar. Oh, that's run off. Well, I think that's an edge, but he's played it late. He's watched the turn and ridden the turn and played it late. It's not going to go all the way. It's going to be hauled up just inside the boundary, but 3 more to Kashif Ali. 216 for 8. That's the end of the over. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London on the Kent live stream and on the BBC Sport app. And remember, we want to know where you bumped into professional cricketers in unusual places. What about you Middlesex fans? Did you see Keith Tomlins down in your local Indian restaurant at any point? What about Norman Featherstone? What about Matthew Keach? Remember him, Kevin? No. I played with him. Played with him for London Borough of Haringey. Played for Middlesex for a bit. Played for Hampshire for a bit. I think he's the head coach now at Camford School down in Dorset.
2 slips go down, short leg as well. Here's Cullen, right arm over the wicket, Nackington Road end. He bowls and he goes past the edge with a beautiful ball, just full of a length. Draws Kashif Ali forward and it nips away through to the gloves of Davies. 216 for 8. That's where he wants to leave it. If he can, Blake Cullen. Slowly wanders back to the top of his mark, ready to go again. Short leg crouches down. Will he be brought into play by Cullen and Kashif Ali? This one's on a length. It's defended into the offside at extra cover. A grunt again from Cullen on delivery that time.
Yep, emails to bbckentcricket@gmail.com.
Let's turn by his mark, Cullen. Sun cast almost fully out in front of Roland Jones when he first ran in this morning. It's just to the right slightly now of Cullen, who bowls short. It's hooked in the air and it's just short of long leg. Coming in, Brooks coming around with Zafar Gohar from deep square.
Again, not in control of that Kashif Ali. Doesn't play the hook shot particularly well. Doesn't play the short ball particularly well.
Cullen bowls. That's chipped in the air, but fine of cover. He's got a decent chunk of it. So once it was past the fielder, it raced away deep. Oh, square is set back and he's run him out. Oh, it's a great throw from the ropes. That's a magnificent piece of fielding from Zafar Gohar out there, who sends in a flat projectile to Cullen, who whips off the bails and a run out. Well, what a way to go. Kent lose their 9th wicket. 218 for 9, and it looked like a relatively comfortable 2, but I suppose it's not the biggest boundary. Away to the grassy knoll on our right.
It's not a big boundary over there at all, and Kashi Valley has to go. There's 1 to the total, so Kent are now 4 behind, but with just 1 wicket left. So this is the shootout that Adam Hollyoake wanted. But what a throw from Zafar Gahar. You know, players practice this. I remember down at Glamorgan, Duncan Fletcher was always really... Oh, it's Singh run out. No, it's not. It's Kashi Valley's run out. Scoreboard have got that wrong.
Kashi Valley pushed the 2, didn't he?
No,
so it was...
Singh was facing. Singh was facing. So it's... they've got Singh being run out. It's Kashi Valley who's on his way back. It's definitely... The scoreboard have got that wrong. Singh was facing, so they were going for 2, and the throw came in at the non-striker's end. So Kashi Valley should be the man out, and the scoreboard have got that wrong. Jazz Singh is definitely facing.
Yes, indeed. We'll update that in a moment, you would assume. No, wait a moment, because if it was run out, the batters, when they cross now, they don't go back to the end they were at. So
no,
it was
but they were going
Kashi
for
Valley.
a 2. They were going for a 2, so it's at the non-striker's end.
So Singh would be back at the non-striker's end now, because the second run doesn't count even if they crossed.
No. No, they only cross when the ball's in the air. That's the only law that's changed. I think that law changed about 2 years ago, didn't it, the crossing law?
Indeed. Here's Cullen in bowls. This is pushed away into the offside by Singh. No run.
I'm, you know, not really.
Do you know what we could do? We could have a look at the stream, couldn't we?
We could do. Yeah, we could do. Yeah, look, the scoreboard's been updated now. Scoreboard's been updated. We're back to normal, Kev. All is well with the world.
I wouldn't go that far. Here comes Cullen to Singh. Bowls and bowls him! Middle stumps out of the ground. Nips it back in. That is the end of the Kent first innings. They are all out for 218. They trail by Middlesex by 4 runs.
Wow. Blake Cullen, Castles, Jazz Singh for 16. And Gilchrist doesn't end up facing a ball. Kent finish up, what, 4 runs short, 218 all out. And we have got a innings shootout, a 1 innings shootout here at Canterbury, and we've got a game on. This will be intriguing cricket. This hour up to lunch here, 12:02, and we've got some intriguing cricket lined up for you. So the Kent batting line, I'll go through the bowlers actually. Toby Rowland Jones, 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 57. Ryan Higgins bowled superbly this morning, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 37. Blake Cullen, 10.5 overs, no maidens, 3 for 60. Slightly expensive, but he makes things happen, Blake Cullen. Brooks, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51. And Zafar go hard, just 2 overs, no maidens, none for 12. So the umpire's going off. I'm just going to do an update back into BBC Radio Kent in a second. But the story here is that it's been a all-action first hour. Well, it's been an action-packed first hour. Kent have just been bowled out for 218. So they're 4 runs behind Middlesex on first innings deficit. So we've got that 1 innings shootout that Adam Hollyoake spoke to BBC Radio Kent about last night, which is what he wanted, a low-scoring shootout. So Middlesex 222, Kent 218. And we've got an intriguing hour's play up to lunch. And I'll be back at 1 o'clock to update you to see how Kent are getting on in that bowling attack. So lovely hours play this morning. I'll get through a couple of emails that have come through. Kevin's just taking a well-earned break. Paul Seeloff, thanks for your email, Paul. He was the manager of Laura Ashley inside Dover home base. I love this. I absolutely love this. Chris Penn came in with his wife looking for wallpaper. He went over and said to him, "Are you spending your benefit money?" And he replied, "No, the tax man's got that." Brilliant. Love it. And Trevor Ward. Oh, what a fielder he was. Didn't actually meet him. Driving from my flat in Folkestone to a match, got on the A2. There was a car doing well over the speed limit. He was doing 70 miles an hour. And a lorry in front of me pulled out to overtake. Went in front of the speeding car, slowed down to 65 to get past the lorry. As he pulled in front of the lorry, the car overtook me. And I saw painted on the side, Trevor Ward, sponsored by. And we were both going to Canterbury for the match. So, naughty Trevor, speeding on the A2. Remember when players had their names down the side of the car? Back in the day. Yeah, allegedly. This is all, you know, all stuff. I'm sure Trevor drove within the speed limit regularly. Paul Seenoff, well done for pronouncing my name right yesterday. Many people get it wrong. Well, lovely. Thanks for your email. Good to hear it. And keep the emails coming in. And one's come in from a chap called Tresbon. And Horak and I were watching Kent v Middlesex in a T20 at Lord's and popped into a local hostelry for a pint before the game. Horak brought my attention to the rotund barman with the words, "Here Tres, look at that rotund barman." Turned out to be Mike Gatting doing a photo shoot for a well-known bettor, along with the ever-delightful Rachel Hey-Ho Flint. Anyway, that's the 5-minute bell. I think we're going to take a little break just before the innings, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Ding ding, seconds out, round 3, as the umpires walk out to the pitch. You're listening to Dan Whiting here for BBC Radio Kent, Kevin Hand for BBC Radio London. And if you've just joined us, then put the shopping away, finish cutting the lawn, and stay with us, because we've got an intriguing hour to play here as the Kent fielders, led by Daniel Beldrum, make their way out to the middle on a wicket that's still doing a little bit, as Fernandez and Eskenazi make their way out to the crease. Lovely message I've got from Bob Ludlam here, actually, and said he's listening to us as he cuts his lawn, and heard Kevin and I talking about the Haringey Cricket College, which was brilliantly run by the late great Reg Scarlett. It was. I think Reg played for the West Indies, actually, didn't he? And a few good few listeners will recall Reg Scarlett, and the unsung Peter Nixon, who's a lovely man from Winchmore Hill Cricket Club, I believe, up in North London. Kind regards to you both, and keep up the great commentary, from Bob Ludlam. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for your message. Really good to hear it. And yeah, really fantastic. Reg Scarlett. People like that put so much work into grassroots cricket. They're the unsung heroes. But meanwhile, in the professional game, we've got an absolute humdinger here at Canterbury. We've got a game which, well, it might be a quick game, but a quick game's a good game, Kev. And what a game of cricket we've got lined up.
I mean, this is... yeah, this is going to be some day now, isn't it? We've got, what, 48 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, what have we had? 50 odd runs. It's more 46 runs, 4 wickets. Yesterday we had 400 runs, 16 wickets. And I tell you what, it's not boring. The County Championship, a lot of people run it down. Don't, because it's a fantastic tournament. It's my favourite in sport. Closely followed by the Six Nations Rugby, but the County Championship is up there for me. It's the most pure form of cricket. Anyway, Gilchrist is going to take us away from the Nackington Road end and almost sneaks one through Fernandez. First ball. And squirts away through square leg, and Middlesex's attempt to try and put a gap between them and Kent is underway.
Yeah, I mean, this passage of play should be very uncomfortable for Middlesex.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky hour. If Kent can winkle out 2 or 3 before lunch, they'll feel they've had the better of the morning. Middlesex can get through without any collateral damage. Oh, Eskenazi gets a good one first up, and it crashes into the gloves of Harry Finch behind. But unfortunately for Kent, it doesn't take the edge of Stevie Eskenazi's bat. Yeah, I think if Kent can get 2 or 3 quick wickets before lunch, they'll feel they've had the better of the morning. I think if Middlesex can end up 30 without loss at lunch, they'll feel they've had the better of the morning. Eskenazi pushes that into point, where Joey Everson's lurking. But what a game of cricket. I think this brand of cricket under Adam Hollyoak is really good to watch. It's entertaining, it's exciting. We saw a decent crowd here yesterday who are lapping it up, and it's a new chapter in Kent cricket, and the locals are getting behind their team, and it's great to see. Fantastic to see. Gilchrist. Eskenazi gets on the front foot, pushes it out to mid-off where Zach Crawley does the fielding. Middlesex won without loss in the first over. Those just joined us in this game. Middlesex 2-2-2. Kent responded 2-1-8.
From the Middlesex right-hander.
That is world class, that shot. Away swinging half volley, but Eskenazi quickly latches onto it and plays it all along the carpet for 4 runs. Really pleasant looking shot.
buzzer slightly before the over resumes. They're going to bring in the mid-off now. So 2 slips, covering the mid-off. It was a wide mid-off previously. The field was now mid-off and a cover. Stewart is in, bowls top of off stump, right in behind this one. Eskenazi defending to cover.
Good luck to all the Kent football sides and anyone starting their season today in club cricket as well. Go well, enjoy it, and it's like playing in mid-June, isn't it?
Make the most of it. I'm sure that the summer will be or the spring indeed will be biting back at us soon before the full arrival of summer. Although it feels like summer's here now after the last 10 days or so.
You have to go and ruin it, don't you? You have to go and ruin it.
Stewart's in bowls, and that's left alone. Swinging away outside the off-stump. No ball called by the umpire. 2 more to the total, so 8 without loss. Middlesex lead by 12. What do you reckon? Again, I mean, it's 2-2-2 plays 2-18. Middlesex, they will want 250.
Oh, without doubt. And you do wonder if it's one of those wickets that just gets better and better as the game goes on as well.
Stewart hits the crease, bowls full straight. Eskenazi defends. Hang on in there. It's bad time for Middlesex. There's so much time left in this match. We're only in the 4th session, and we're in the 3rd innings already.
Time is the operative word, isn't it?
At what point in this match will we enter in the 4th innings? Middlesex will hope it's not before stumps today. Stewart bowls. That's a good lead by Eskenazi. Through it goes. They'll certainly be hoping it's not before tea. But it's that kind of game.
Right, let's go around the country, get a few scores in. We've had an hour's play this morning in every game. I don't think there's any rain around. I don't think we've had any weather-related loss of play in both rounds of fixtures so far.
Is that right? Not even a bad light.
Oh no, there's a bad light somewhere, wasn't there, at Southampton? But
Stewart bowls. This is defended by Eskenazi on the front foot. Eases into the offside. You could imagine, because at Lords there was long shadows, early season sun, long shadows cast from the Warner stand, and the floodlights came on.
That was just on your chin by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, wasn't it, Kev?
Stewart turns again. Wanders away from us. Balls and dabbed into the offside by Eskenazi. Should be the best day to bat. Day 2.
Yeah.
Sun out all day yesterday, sun again today. It is a different colour to the pitch, isn't it? It's not as green as yesterday.
No, it's more straw-like.
So over to Middlesex to dig in. Right, the over. 8 without loss.
Scores up at Chester Street. Durham 387. Warwickshire 25 without loss in response. They're 362 behind. Nottinghamshire, they got 347. Essex are 20 without loss in response there. Surrey 253. Hants 86 for 3. Game on at the Oval. Sussex 294. Somerset 145 for 7. Trailing by 149 runs as Gilchrist comes in to Fernandez down the leg side. Fernandez has a little flick at it. Yorkshire, that's a decent score there, 456. Worcestershire 39 without loss. So going well there. At at Manchester. At Old Trafford, Northamptonshire got 416 for 7. They're still going. Lancashire, they've got through some bowling already this year, didn't they? Big one at Lords last week. Oh, that's got to be close, and Fernandez has gone. LBW to Gilchrist. Big inducker, and Gilchrist strikes for the hosts, and Fernandez has to trudge back to the pavilion. And we had a comment from somebody yesterday about Fernandez and his average with the Duke's ball batting compared to the Kookaburra ball is quite interesting. I can't remember what it was offhand, so I'm not going to go into it, but there's quite a big discrepancy between the two. I'll just go through a couple of those scores quickly. Leicestershire 484. They've got Derbyshire in a spot of over the Severn Bridge for Glamorgan. But here at Canterbury, Kent have got themselves off to the best possible start. And their bowling coach, Robbie Joseph, walking around in front of us, the Antiguan, and he will be happy with what he's seen so far. He'll be very happy with what he's seen all season from this Kent attack, actually. There's said to Adam Hollyoake about hunting in packs and bowling well as a unit. He said, what's the point? He said, no one's bowling badly. No one's giving away and releasing that pressure. No one's giving away the full balls. And it's true what he says. Max Holden coming in, number 3. I think he's in good touch. He looked in good touch. Gilchrist did him in the first innings. And he's off a big score last week. A lot of Middlesex fans say it's the best innings he's ever played for the county. Well, he's number 3's the one you want, isn't it? It's always the kingpin of any side. Here's Gilchrist bowling to him. Oh, and here's a little fish at that one. Doesn't really sort of go full at it, but he thought about it.
Stewart often had. I go number 4. Number 4 is the kingpin. Leah's deploying this side. You obviously have Ponting and Lara over the years at 3. But I always think you have Gatting up at the top as well. It's obviously the best batter in that side. But I think you protect your number, the lead for Middlesex. I want a minimum 236 more here, minimum. They want desperately to try and still be batting by stumps tonight. But it's a tall order by the way the game has panned so far. 20 wickets falling, 21 wickets now in the first 4 sessions of the game. Scanati tying his bootlace as there's a slight pause here. 30 minutes to the interval.
We're at home to MK Dons.
Not too far to go. Yes. Stewart bowls. It's eased defensively by Eskenazi into the offside. Point does the fielding.
In cricketing terms, that would be Kent County Cricket Club playing against the Oval Invincibles. Real side against the franchise. Now.
Stewart bowls, full straight, defended by Eskenazi, back up the track. Bowler fields off his own bowling, and that is the end of the over. 10-4-1. Eskenazi on 6, Holden on 1. 30 minutes to lunch on day 2 here at Canterbury.
Yeah, gripping stuff here. Gripping stuff in the Garden of England. Who's going to be in the rhododendrons? And who's going to be on the compost heap at the end of the 2 days?
Daffodils are dying off already.
Time for tulips now, I think, isn't it?
Is it because the heat we've had this last fortnight?
Yeah,
Have they gone early, the daffodils?
Yeah, they started early and they've gone early. Here's Gilchrist. Yeah, I think it's a March thing, daffodils, isn't it? And by the time we come into April...
Is that right?
Yeah, and because we've had such good weather, nature's... It's a trick on the trees, isn't it?
Oh, sad. Lovely daffodils in my front garden.
Yeah, but we've got
the day came home.
We've got the blossom now, Kev. We're moving on.
Where are we, Dan? You and I. Blossoming?
Oh, we're in the... That's just defended by Holden. We're in the September of life, Kev. We're sort of towards the end of the year. We're
doing that well.
The leaves of our trees are turning brown, and soon they'll be falling off. Meanwhile, here, there's plenty of life left in this game. As Middlesex to 10-1. Can Kent Winkle another one out? As Holden just tucks that one off his rib cage out to Jazz Singh at the square leg. Can Kent Winkle another one out in the half hour that remains to lunch? If they can, they'll fancy this. For Middlesex, it's all about self-preservation. or full, driven handsomely by Holden. That's 4 penneth. 14 for 1, Holden's on to 5, Eskenazi on to 6. That's a lovely shot from Holden. A little bit over pitched, but you've still got to put them away. And Holden just watching the swing. See what Gilchrist is trying to do, he's trying to get it up there, give it a chance to swing, but a little bit too full there. Holden just leans on it and plays a off drive of the highest quality. What's Gilchrist got back in response? That's out! Holden goes, Daniel Bell-Drummond safe as houses with the catch, and that's a huge wicket in the context of this game. Gilchrist strikes for his second wicket of the morning. He's 2 for 6 off 2.5.
Yeah, it's a massive wicket. A 50 in the first innings at Lord's. Daddy ton in the second innings for Max Holden. He was hanging in there in the first dig of this match, but he's just had a dabble at that one, just pushed a little too much at it, and thick edge flies to third slip. He batted in the first innings for 26. He was the top scorer until Davies came in, hit that 47 from 56. From 77 deliveries, but Holden faced more deliveries than anybody in that first innings. 85 balls faced, he batted for 2 hours. Davies did bat for 2 hours in the end, but not as many deliveries, 77. So it's a big, big wicket, because again, he'd have looked to have batted time. 2 hours of Max Holden here would have really helped.
If there's a passage of play that epitomises this game, it's the last 2 balls. Holden places Gilchrist down the ground with a beautiful off drive. Gilchrist comes back, and we've seen both these sides coming back at each other, and it's who's going to blink first, isn't it? And Gilchrist came back. I said, what sort of response are you going to have? And he had the ideal one, and so he caught the outside of Holden's bat, and a good catch by Daniel Bell-Drummond as well. It flew, but those Kent fielders, slip fielders, have got very good hands. Leaning, Bell-Drummond, Mayeye, don't drop many. 14 for 2. Deploy. What will be Kent's ploy to deploy? Can they winkle him out? Can they come up with something? Gilchrist. Oh my word! Gower-esque. First ball, let's deploy. Goes down. That's a cover drive of, for certain beer manufacturer did cover drives, that would be it.
Guinness.
Other stouts are available. 25 minutes to lunch.
Mentioning Guinness. 25 minutes to lunch. 18 for 2. A lead of 22. 2-2-2 was their first innings score, and I tell you what, they'd probably take that right now as a lead in this innings. Kent finished off with 218 this morning, 4 shy of Middlesex's first innings total. Here's Stewart to begin the new over. He has 2 slips in place, a deep third, point cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and he's in. Right arm over bowls. Eskenazi right in behind, defending, fielded at cover.
Thomas Cartledge has been in touch on X. So Middlesex need inspiring to get a massive runs, but shouldn't alter their orthodox approach to batting. Interesting. I mean,
Well, if you look at the 2 that have gone, they've been bowled out. Eskenazi came down the track, as he said, Deploy came down the track first innings, didn't he?
yeah.
Stewart midway through his run up, not a long one. He's in, bowls outside the off stump, that's left alone. 18 for 2. I mean, how long have we got? We said the first morning could have been a 5-wicket morning, it was 3. Who would be happier on that morning? Well, I felt at the time came because 2 after the innings, we just thought 5 down, this could go quickly, and it nearly did. 150 for 8, Middlesex recovered to 2-2-2. And similarly here now, we've still got 24 minutes until lunch. Stewart's in, bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. What have we had? 4 wickets this morning, 2 more for Middlesex, 6 so far in this 24 minutes. Kent will be greedy here. They'll be thinking 2 more before the interval, lads. Before that, they'll be thinking a 4-wicket session. Part of this morning session.
Where's your pocket money, Kev? Gamble responsibly, kids, if you're listening at home. But where's your pocket money? Where's your 8p bet going?
Yeah. On the next 24 minutes or the match
as
a whole?
Match.
Stewart in bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off by Eskenazi in the no run. Well, the reason why the third innings is so perilous is because you're trying to set this total and all of a sudden it goes wrong. The pressure's heaped onto you. Middlesex at 150 for 8, got to 222. They then had Kent in trouble. They recovered to 218. Middlesex would have been thinking, what was it, 76, 79 for 6, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They'd have been thinking 150 all out for Kent.
Yeah.
Stewart's in bowls outside of the off stump. It's left to 8. They let it get away from them at that point, and they did because there were too many 4 balls. Everybody, and the bowlers accept that themselves. There were too many 4 balls, and Kent got away from them in that partnership for the 7th wicket, Stewart and Finch. So momentum-wise at the moment, 4 short of the Middlesex first innings total, having been 79 for 6. Now they've picked up 2 early ones. Stewart's in bowls. That's a good lead by Eskenazi. He was out shouldering arms in the first innings, wasn't he? That one wobbles past the off stump. End of the over, 18 for 2, a good one for Stewart. Point being, Kent are in a position here to rattle through, and Middlesex needs to be very, very careful at this point.
Yeah, vigilance is the word for Middlesex. I think my money is on. I think it's on Kent, but it's just. You just don't know, do you? You just do not know. It's the beauty of this game that both sides here are pretty evenly matched as well. And you just don't really know. But yeah, I think Kent are going to have a good afternoon with the ball. And as we saw last week at Northamptonshire, I just think they've got that ability to turn the screw. Day 3, this is like a day 3 of a county championship game. The game's moved on so much as Gilchrist comes in. And in golf, they call it day 3 as a moving day. But I think this afternoon's going to be the moving afternoon. It's moving day.
We might not see a day 3 at this rate.
Yeah, it's moving day at Augusta. I think this afternoon is moving day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
If we don't see a third day, it's pretty likely it's Kent that have won the game. It's hard to see it being a 2-day or Middlesex winning this, so that's why they've got to bat hard here.
Gilchrist, that's a good lead from Deploy. Not missing his off stump by much, and Finch goes tumbling away to his right hand side. 18 for 2. 20 minutes to lunch. Can Kent knock over Deployer Eskenazi as Gilchrist just aborts his run up? Zach Crawley is asking him, does he want a field change actually? He's got a strange field here. Actually, Daniel Bell-Drummond's just calling up Compton. Compton was down at 3rd. He's got a deep cover and no one else on the offside apart from Zach Crawley at mid-off. So Compton just comes in behind the wicket now. As that's chipped into the leg side and goes away for 4. Good shot in the end, but it's one of those heart-stopping moments where you think, ooh, 22 for 2 on top of Middlesex's 2-2-2. What a lovely symmetry, Kev.
Look, the answer to it all is this could go anywhere from here. It really is absolutely in the balance. It's a 1 innings match. Kent will have to bat last. Chase comes with pressure, doesn't it?
Gilchrist. Oh, that's just an adjustment there from Deploy. Changes his mind.
Holden had a brilliant first round. He had a good first innings here, batting for 2 hours in that first innings. No Sam Robson. 2 openers scrapping for a spot in this game. And what I would say, Dan, is that Lias Deploy probably is the man who holds the key now for Middlesex. You've got Deploy at 4, Higgins at 5.
Bouncer, ducked by Deploy.
So right now, Middlesex, Ben Geddes has made an impressive start. Davies top scored in the first innings there to come after Higgins, and then there's solid batting as well thereafter, including Roland Jones, but Zafar Gohar and Blake Cullen both looking good either side of him. But I think career averages, Middlesex will be really harbouring hopes that this is going to be a big one from Deploy to set them up in this game.
Gilchrist in as that's just nurdled into the onside. Well, I think Middlesex bat all the way down, don't they? They've got the tail of a Manx cat. So, yeah, I think they bat deep. Brooks can bat at 11. Zafar Gohar and Roland Jones can beast a few at 8 and 9. Cullen, we saw he got 33. Number 10, Davis batted really well. So, this game has got plenty of life left in it.
Grant Stewart. 22 for 2. Right arm over the wicket. 2 slips crouched down. Stewart's in. Bowls to Eskenazi, who waits on that one. Eases it to point, and there's no run.
Few patrons watching from the balcony of the Titch Freeman, or the Freeman House, named after Titch Freeman. But yeah, lovely. I'm one of those myself, actually.
Stewart in bowls on the back foot. This is defending back up the track.
A few people dotted around in front of them, in the seats between the pavilions and the Freeman House. And further around the ground, a few patrons have brought their own deck chair just past the score box in front of the cars in the car park.
Full straight defended by Eskenazi. That's solid, isn't it? High front elbow defends that one up to mid-off.
Yeah, then a larger number between the Cowdrey Pavilion and the side screen, just lapping out the sun. And then on the grassy knoll, there's a few. I can't see further round to our right, but there seem to be plenty in the Underwood and Knott and in the Cheeseman here.
So he's back up the track by Stewart. Right arm over still to the right-handed Eskenazi. Beltramond coming out from second slip, but I think, it's Leaning coming out. He's come to have a word with, is that Crawley at cover? No. Tall, whoever he is, it might be Crawley. It is. Crawley. A little natter between those two. Beltramond's at mid-off. Stewart turns again as the 2 slips settle down. Ball's just outside off that, nips away. 2-2 for 2, Middlesex. It's a deep third, point covering a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg complete in the field. Stewart shines the ball away and turns again. Pristine white short sleeves on for him today. The long sleeves out again soon as this ball's full. An attempted drive from Eskenazi. Through it goes to the keeper. That nips away from the right hander with bounce as well. Taken nearly in front of slip by Finch. Warm applause from the home support. Bowlers on top here at the moment, and they shall hope to stay that way. 22 for 2. The lead is 26.
Yeah, it's an interesting morning, an intriguing morning. This game, people just absorbed in this game of cricket here. Kashi Valley is coming into the attack, replacing Gilchrist at the Nackington Road end. bowled very well in the first innings. He could have easily got 6 or 7, Kashif Ali. This will be a good battle between him and Deploy. Here he comes off that long run. Pushes it wide. Deploy's off stump. Deploy just leaves alone. Deploy just wanting to get into lunch with his wicket intact. Kent players, you can hear them probably in the outside effects mic, encouraging their bowlers. Oh, and he's going to come around the wicket. And he comes. Just tickled around the corner from Deploy. A little bit of wind interference coming through on the outside effects mic. I do apologise if just turn that down a tad.
Apparently a crackle on the stream at the moment, not the BBC link, but on the stream from the club. So I'm sure Liam and co, they're all on the job at the moment.
Okay, wonderful.
I hope. You might have a hotline to them, Dan.
I have actually. Let me just concentrate on Mr. Ali, because this game's gripping me as well as everyone in this ground. I can't take my eyes off it. Ali. Oh, that's well bowled. Eskenazi pushes out into the covers. Thinks about a single. Deploys on his toes. But Jazz stings in quickly. Doesn't allow Middlesex any freebies. Ah yes, the Void's just told me via email. Thanks, the Void. Yeah, I'll get on to I'm sure the club stream listening in. So I could just pop over and maybe do a little bit of repairs as Ali nearly sneaks one through Eskenazi's defence.
All looks well at our end, Dan. So hopefully if you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, you hear us loud and clear on there.
All's well that ends well, Kev. All's well that ends well.
We're back to the theatre again.
Few field changes going on here. What's going on? Jack Chantry's. Oh, he's moving over to point. Umpires change ends in the second innings, so Shanmugam's gone up to the Nackington Road end while Jack Chantry, the ex-Worcestershire left armour, who could bat a little bit as well. He's gone over to point now at the pavilion end. Eskenazi playing around that front pad a little. Five for 2. Listening to Dan Whiting, Kevin Ham, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London on the BBC Sport app, and on the Kent YouTube stream. As Eskenazi gets up onto his toes, pushes that off the back foot into the covers, but again, that's gone Stewart there this time. Jazz Singh's come down in front of us actually. He's down at the long leg. I wonder if he's going to little bowl before lunch from the pavilion end. Wouldn't surprise me. Give it a go, see what happens. very good at rotating his cards. Eskenazi pushes that into the vacant gap through extra cover and picks up a single. So first over from Kashi Valley, he's gone for 4. Grant Stewart, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. And we'll probably get, I think we might get 3 in before lunch, possibly 2.
Wickets.
You never know. You never know the way this game's gone.
Stewart.
All it needs now is a hat-trick.
From the pavilion end, he has 2 slips crouching down. His right arm over the wicket and he bowls to Eskenazi, full straight driven. And as far as Bell Drummond at mid-off, skipper rips the throw back into the gloves of Finch. Wisps of cloud above Canterbury. Today it was a cloudless sky for the most part yesterday, virtually all of it. Trails were playing fly overhead. Goes Stewart again. Bowls and just full of a length. Eskenazi tentatively forward, watchfully defends that one back up the track. He's wary of the swing that's out there and the seam movement, but he gets plenty of bass on that as he plays late and defends.
The dead fly has just dropped out of the light onto my
pleasant.
book. Yeah, that's what I just threw out the window.
Here's Stewart. Bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Eskenazi. Just thrusts that pad forward, trying to get Middlesex through until lunch. We have this is the 10th over of the innings. So yeah, a couple more to go after this before the interval. You'd imagine Middlesex will try to ensure that after this one it's only 2 more at best.
Yeah.
Here's Stewart. Right arm over. Bowls and Eskenazi drives that one inside edge onto his boot. Falls away to cover. Trickles away, but that may have hurt.
5's out there batting now. Here we go. Yeah, a little chat between the batters. You know, it'd be like watching Monty Dolan and Titchmarsh out there gardening. Shoelaces coming undone. Yeah, here we go. Eskenazi is just calling for the physio. Good cricket, good experienced player Eskenazi, and Liz the ploy, and just ensuring that Kent don't get any extras in before lunch.
Umpire's coming to have a chat. I mean, to be fair, that did really thump into the side of his boot there. Eskenazi. Yeah. It was a hard new ball. It was a thick inside edge on the drive.
Yeah, I've done it before where you actually get late on a drive and you drive it back in behind the pad into the ankle, into the exposed bit, and I think my words were, ouch, that's hurt me rather a lot.
Equally, they're not daft. It's hard for the umpire to say, get on with it when you've just driven one into the... I'm not suggesting for a moment that this is all gamesmanship from Stephen Eskenazi. However, anybody, you, I, any Kent batter, would you have the opportunity now to stretch out this injury delay at this particular point, because it's going to be very difficult for the umpires to hurry you along when the physio's out there, your boot's coming off. Pete Waxman's tending Stephen Eskenazi at the moment. Now let's hope he's okay, because quite possibly you could end up walking off with Pete Waxman here. But the point being, if you have the opportunity at this point to extend this delay, you would absolutely take it.
Who was the old physio at Middlesex? Who was
Greg Rosenbauer?
Who was blind?
Oh, I don't know.
Simon Hughes wrote about him in a lot of hard yakka in the 80s, and his eyesight was terrible. He would regularly bring out the wrong thing, and again had a magic sponge which just worked magic. Maybe some of the Middlesex players or Middlesex fans can tell us, listening at home. Not sure if he was blind or whether he was just had really poor eyesight. But
I was just about to say,
yeah,
you've thrown me there.
Simon Hughes wrote about him in a lot of hard yakka.
Physio's done. Eskenazi is not. He limbers to his feet and he prepares to take guard again. We must be very close to 1 o'clock now, does it?
Who's 12th?
No, corner.
Oh, no, cool.
And yeah, it's not 3 and a bit minutes to lunch, so only 1 over now after this until lunch. Stewart's in, and Eskenazi defends. 1 to come of this over. Eskenazi walks away and stretches out that leg again. And he is in pain from it, to be fair, and it would have hurt, absolutely. But they have taken an over out of the session with that delay.
Yeah, but, you know, it's not worth getting heated over that sort of stuff, is it? It's not, you know, I don't think it's going to be a game changer.
Stewart bowls, and this is nudged away down to long leg for a single. 27 for 2. There is plenty of time in this game. No, I won't change anything there, but Kent would dearly have loved, Stewart just has a quick word of Eskenazi there. Kent would dearly have loved to have had 2 more overs at Middlesex before lunch. They've got 1. As that over does come to an end with deploy on 9, Eskenazi on 80, space 39 deliveries for his 8th Middlesex opener. Deploy 9 from 9 of Middlesex, 27 for 2. They lead by 31.
Yeah, Grant Stewart, you know, just asking, inquiring after Stevie Eskenazi's health. Both from an Australian background, although both from Western Australia actually as well. Stewart from Kalgoorlie. I think Eske's from Perth, isn't he? Eskenazi. Both on European passport.
Born in South Africa though, wasn't he?
Yeah. Kashi Valley, last over before lunch. Oh, Eskenazi plays one again into that injured leg. Picks it up. And he'll Bill Drummond in quickly. Yeah, they're just, you know, inquiring after each other's health there, Stewart and Eskenazi. Stewart on an Italian passport. Eskenazi on a Hungarian? No, deploys on a Hungarian passport.
Eskenazi's British, isn't he?
Kashi Valley. Oh, nearly gets Eskenazi playing around that front pad.
Yeah, it's been a while for Eskenazi in first class cricket. It'd be great to see him back to his best. Got some brilliant centuries early in his career. His first 2 first-class experiences against Jason Gillespie's treble hunting Yorkshire.
Just on the pads and played out to middle. Yeah, I seem to recall, I think I came to watch, I think it might have been his debut actually, about 2014, 2015, and I think Yorkshire won the county championship, the game against Middlesex at the end of the season. And by twist of fate, they played them the following year, didn't they? When Middlesex won the county championship against Yorkshire at Lords, that famous Tony Roland-Jones hat-trick. But I think
which none of us knew about till the next day. The blur of it all.
I was told, but Ali, oh, that's gone through. Daniel Bell Drummond in the covers. Goes away for 4. Nice shot from Eskenazi.
Roland Jones wasn't aware of it himself at the time, and I don't think he was aware of it until the next day either. Because it was just a moment. It was, you know, it was over and over. He'd taken 2 at the end of the previous over.
Yeah. We were told in the tavern after. We went to the tavern and, you know, just a quick celebratory libation. You know me, Kev. I like to be tucked up in bed with a good book and a Horlicks by 9 o'clock. But
Dostoevsky, yeah.
Yeah, of course, War and Peace. It's Kashi Valley. Just a little light reading, you know. As Eskenazi props onto the front foot and goes down into the covers. But yeah, we were told in the tavern that evening, but yeah, it's pretty amazing way to wrap up a county championship. I think Somerset were overly enthralled.
Chris Rogers was good about it though, the Somerset skipper, so we'd have done exactly the same and no hard feelings about it.
Well, Somerset never won a county championship title. And even Prince Harry had a title once, didn't he?
Still in in place now as well for Eskenazi.
Ali in. Oh, sticking outside edge. That's gone through the vacant point region. Daniel Beltrummond in pursuit. He's quick and keeps him down to 2. And that is lunch. An enthralling session here where Middlesex have ended up on 33 for 2. On top of their 2-2-2, so their lead now is 37. Kent started the day on 172 for 6, and they were bowled all out about an hour later for 218. Good contributions from Grant Stewart and Harry Finch in there, but this game is a real humdinger. We'll be back this afternoon about to do an update to BBC Radio Kent Sport, and what an afternoon session we've got in store for you. Go and get yourself some lunch, do a few chores, but come back in 38 minutes because you won't want to miss a ball at this game. Well, it's certainly not boring, this new chapter of Kent cricket under Adam Hollyoake, as we've had 100 runs for 6 wickets here as this game continues to move on at a very fast pace. Middlesex batted first in this one. They got 222. Overnight, Kent were 172 for 6 in response. But Middlesex managed to bowl the hosts out for 218. However, in response, Middlesex lost 2 early wickets as Nathan Gilchrist removed Nathan Fernandez and Max Holden for 1 and 5 respectively. At the moment at lunch, Middlesex are 33 for 2. They're 37 in front, and this game could go either way. Meanwhile, down at home, Sussex look to be in a very strong position as they just bowled Somerset out for 204. Welcome back to Canterbury for the afternoon session as the Middlesex batters Liz Deploy and Stevie Eskenazi make their way out to the middle with their side on 33 for 2. Almost parity between these two sides at first innings. Kent ending up just 4 runs behind. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Kevin Hand, BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, and on the Kent stream, and on the BBC apps. And I'm sure there's a multitude of other ways that you can listen to us. So it was an intriguing morning session. It really was. We saw 100 odd runs, 6 wickets, and it's never boring, is it? It's never boring under Adam Hollyoak. Jazz Singh, the man I saw in the lift this morning, is going to take us away after lunch from the pavilion end. As he comes in, first ball to Deploy, who drives to mid-off, out to Daniel Bell-Drummond, no run. We've got a couple of guests coming in this afternoon from the Kent women's side. We've got Molly Davis, and we've got Izzy Kirby as well, and I'm looking forward to having a chat with them over the afternoon. Kev's probably bored of me by now, so he's looking forward to it as well. Here's Jazz Singh, as that's just turned Deploy a little and dribbles out into the offside. Thanks to everyone for your input this morning. Keep the emails coming in to bbckentcricket@gmail.com. We're looking for the strangest places you bumped into professional cricketers. I bumped into Nesta Sane once at Porthmadog Beach in North Wales. Random. Singh coming in. Just onto the pads there of Deploy, who works it into the onside. I think about 2, but Kashif Allison quickly off that line and doesn't allow the second run. Sam Billings has been in touch over lunch. Hope you're well, Sam. Hope life is good. And I'm sure Kent fans can't wait to see him in T20 action this summer.
Yeah, afternoon, Sam. Saw him at Lord's the other week. Wanted to say hello, but it was from afar. He was there for the ECB launch, the 3 trophy-winning captains of last year. Middlesex had their press day as well, so I was rushing the other way.
Singh, Eskenazi works one down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, he said, great work, chaps. Good to listen to. Entertaining game so far. So thanks for your message, Sam. Good to hear from you.
Not entertaining to listen to in a good game.
No.
Cheers, Sam. See you soon.
Yeah. Dan White and Kevin Hand, the best cure for insomnia you'll find. Singh, past the umpire. That's played pleasantly by Deploy. They think about, they do come back for 2. Eskenazi did stutter a little bit. 37 for 2 now. Middlesex extend their lead to 41.
I'll tell you what, though, this is set up to be an entertaining game, isn't it, from here? It really is. Whatever happens, it should be a close contest. It should be fun. Let's say Middlesex do get 200 here. That's not going to be easy for Kent. Even if Middlesex go for 150, they'll say, well, we've got to bowl them for the same.
Saying, oh, that's hit Deploy. Where's that hit him? In the mouth?
I mean, it's quite a thud, wasn't it? I think it was the helmet. We'll soon know, because if it was the helmet, then we have to have a break in the... But maybe it was the gloves. It was quite a thud. It was a very, very strange sound. So my instinct was that's hit him on the helmet. The helmet comes off now. Umpires haven't gone to...
here we go.
Yeah, Pete Waxman's coming on. I mean, it really was a dull thud, that.
I thought from here it looked like the mouth, but...
Yeah, I was going to go the badge at the helmet, but it was such a dull thud, wasn't it? The sound, it was a horrible one. So hopefully all is well out there for Leas. The check is of the helmet first, just to see where it struck. Well, there you go. Let's see if we can judge from where Pete Waxman is looking at. He was face onto it, wasn't he? That's why, as you say, whether it was hitting the grill or whether it was hitting the badge of the helmet. And concussion check for Leicester Ploy, which Pete Waxman will be the one to do that. Luke Holman's out there as 12th man as well, running something out, and Pete Waxman just pointed off for Holman to go and get it. But yeah, interesting. The captains, the umpires never went anywhere near Deploy. That was what I was thinking. Maybe there wouldn't be a concussion check. Maybe it wasn't the helmet. Then thinking, was it the gloves that he got up in front? He got himself into an awkward position nonetheless.
Yeah, so we're having a little break.
Holman may have been told to go and get another helmet for Deploy.
Yeah, once they're hit, they have to change the helmet, don't they, as well? That's part of it. Lovely afternoon here at Canterbury. Here comes Holman, skipping and jumping. Some lovely messages from Kent fans this morning and Middlesex fans as well. Middlesex fans have travelled down here in decent numbers, actually. Quite a few around the ground.
Describe them like sand people. They travel in great numbers. Tuscan Raiders, that's what they were called.
Yeah, no, they've come down the A2.
Maybe one white in sat next to me here.
Yeah. I came down on yesterday morning from my abode in Barnet. Good luck to Barnet. They're 1-0 up at half-time in the North London derby against Wealdstone. Right, we've got a guest here. I don't know who's going to come on first. We're going to get them on. We're going to stagger them, so we're going to have them on in probably 20 minutes, 20 minutes each, something like that. So, but first, it is my absolute delight to welcome to BBC Radio Kent and the Kent Cricket Stream, Molly Davis. Hello, Molly. How are you?
Hello. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. Here's Kashif Ali from the Nackington Road end as Eskenazi works through that front pad. Nice lunch, Molly. Nice.
Yeah, can't complain.
No.
Bit of food and watching the cricket in the sun. What more could you want?
And what a game of cricket it's been as well.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. And you're a Kent girl as well. Your club's back child, is that right?
That was early days. I moved over to Canterbury. That's where I play my cricket these days.
Okay.
But yeah, Kent through me.
Nice. Here's Kashif Ali in, and Eskenazi just works that through square leg. They think about a single, but they turn it down. And I understand that you're a Bournemouth Football Club fan. What the devil's all that about? Surely you should be Gillingham, shouldn't you?
No, I do enjoy my football, but was always a massive fan of Eddie Howe. And then when he left, I stuck it out and carried on being a Cherry supporter. So
Okay.
can't complain these days. They're doing all right.
They're doing very well. I mean, who'd have thought little old Bournemouth would be, sort of holding their own mid-table in the Premier Division as Ali just comes in and that's defended by Eskenazi back down the pitch. And there's a scurrilous rumour, Molly, right? There's a scurrilous rumour that your party trick is a very good elephant impression. Where's this come from?
It's a very good question. It's probably something I've mentioned in passing and didn't think it would come back and find me again, but here I am. And it's something I can assure you all that I'm not going to be doing on air. So
oh, Molly, I mean, you disappoint me. Here's Kashif Ali. Off that long run, Eskenazi pushing that one out to mid-on. A little bit around that front pad, but nice and secure.
I'll definitely stay visual.
Right, I'm down here for the Gloucestershire game next week, right? We're going out in Canterbury, and what we're going to do is ply you with alcohol and make you do this visual elephant impression, okay?
Oh.
Cashley Valley in. Eskenazi again defends. Cashley Valley bowling good lines, good lengths. Middlesex 37 for 2. Eskenazi's on 15, deploys on 12. Cashley Valley none for 10 with one ball left of his third over.
I am. I feel like I've been stitched up a little bit. No, but it's... no, I am. I do.
You wait till we get Izzy on there, don't worry.
Oh,
don't
okay.
worry.
I'll give you some things to say, so that's all good.
Cashley Valley in. And so that's just worked again into the onside. That completes the over, 37 for 2. So, how's pre-season been?
It's been really good, actually.
Yeah.
It's sort of felt like a bit of a long winter, just in the sense of we're so excited to get going. Everyone's sort of just chomping at the bit now to get into the season.
Yeah.
So we've had such a good sort of time in training, and now we're just ready to hit the ground running.
Not many people say that. They don't say I've had a good time in pre-season training. It's normally like burpees, squats, sprints, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah. And has your season started yet or not?
So we had an inter-squad game last Sunday.
Okay.
We've got a friendly this Sunday coming up against Exeter Uni.
Yeah.
And then next week we hit the ground running with Middlesex away, actually.
Okay, where's that?
That'll be at Radlett.
Oh,
in our
nice.
50 over competition.
Nice. You played at Radlett before?
I had many years ago in a club game, actually.
Yeah. It's a nice pitch.
Hopefully the sun is shining. That's the hope.
Yeah. Radlett's one of those grounds where the square is actually sort of on a plateau, and then you're downhill everywhere else in the ground.
Yeah.
Not by much, but when you get out in the middle, you do notice it there. So, yeah. You're a Cincinnati Bengals fan. I mean, I'm going through your profile here. You sound like a bit of a sport Billy.
I really enjoy my sport. I can't. Yeah.
Great stuff. Here's Jazz Singh. Where's that gone? It's just poked back. I think that's come off his hip. So what does pre-season involve? When did you break up at the end of the 24 season?
I feel like this year in women's cricket there's been a bit of a change. Obviously with the tiered systems, you've got League 1 and League 2.
Yeah.
League 2 obviously Kent are in, so we sort of a whole new squad was formed in about sort of October, November time.
Okay.
So I think why we've enjoyed pre-season so much is because we've all got together as a group for the first time. We've had women come from all around other counties like Essex, Surrey, etc. So you've been together then, but it just looks like a lot of netting, a lot of fitness, but a lot of team bonding this year due to the fact it's a completely new squad.
I've noticed there's been a lot of movement as well. Players sort of moving sides. You know, I've worked with people on BBC Sport. You know, people like Eva Gray, who's now gone over to Essex over there as well.
Yeah.
And people like that. And I've worked with Nicole Harvey as well.
Okay. But it's been lovely though, I think, from my perspective, to have so many new players into the squad. Like, just to name a few, having like Amy Gordon come over from Surrey.
Yeah.
That was one of the sort of big signs we had this year. Tilly as well, over from Essex.
Yeah.
So yeah, and like Grace Paul. So just name a few there. So the movement has been exciting, I can say that.
And a lady from Kent Cricket has just got the England gig.
I know, that's really exciting.
I mean, it was probably the most obvious appointment in sport, wasn't
Yeah.
it? But, you know, it's great, I think, for the game, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think that's really given a big sort of excitement around the game now with all the changes. A new coach generally obviously brings a lot of life back into a team again. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the England men didn't cover themselves in glory like the women in the winter. Singh comes in from the pavilion end, left alone by deploy, crashes into the gloves of Harry Finch. And so when did you come back, into pre-season?
I think around sort of October, November time when the squads were selected, we sort of hit the ground running, because obviously the winter can fly by. So we've been training hard over sort of the last several months now. And then, it's sort of all go now.
Yeah. As Singh comes in with that smooth approach into the crease. Ooh, deploy. That one's kept a little low, perhaps. 37 for 2. And are you going straight into sort of, working with sort of, bat and ball work, or is it fitness work, or how does it operate?
Yeah, so we split our time quite nicely this year between the fitness element and the the technical element as well. I'm a keeper myself, so a lot of my time is keeping based and sort of fitness based.
Okay. Singh comes in. That's just worked into the offside by Leas Deploy, and they amble through for most languid of singles. I haven't been doing much work on my fitness over the winter, Molly. No, I'm afraid not. I've spent it. I've actually been in warm weather training. I found a pub with an open fire. So there you go.
Is that what a pre-season looks like for a commentator?
Indeed.
I like it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm in the wrong gig.
I've been working on my vocal cords, been working on my range, and yeah, there you go. As Singh comes in to bowl to Eskenazi, and Eskenazi plays that one out to Grant Stewart mid-off. It's been a cracking game, this, hasn't it?
It has
been. It's been a wonderful game of cricket.
Yeah, no, I'm lucky enough to be down here today, and I will admit I was watching the stream while at work yesterday. So it has been a very sort of good couple of days of cricket, and hopefully Kent can continue their good form.
So have you got a day job, or are you a full-time cricketer? Or?
Yeah, so like Tier 2, League 2 counties, it's not professional as of yet, so we all either in education or working.
Singh comes in. That's just pushed out into the offside. So without wanting to get you into too much trouble with your boss, did you watch like the stream, like sort of be pretending to work there? Is that right?
I have the phone up, I won't lie. Phone and laptop up, and yeah, I get away with it quite luckily. But again, like I said, with Kent at the moment in good form, you're definitely going to tune in.
Yeah, but I think you've got to be so careful because sort of Gilchrist or Stewart or Jazz Singh takes a wicket. You can't exactly go yes to your boss. I mean, no one gets that excited over an Excel spreadsheet, do they?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
But I get it. When you're a cricket badger, you get more obsessed about V Kohli, V Richards, V Marks than V lookups. So there you go. So yeah. Kashi Fally, what have you thought about him?
He's been great, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
He's been a great addition to the team.
Yep.
I think as well. I think the pitch is obviously a little bit green, so it definitely fares more towards the bowlers. So I'm sure he's delightful to be playing.
Yeah, certainly is. He's about to take us away from the Nackington Road end. Quite a long run up. Just pushed into the offside. Deploy thinks about a single, but Bell Drummond's quickly onto it and is sent back by Eskenazi. Yeah, Kashi Fally's got a long run up though.
He has.
Yeah.
I think that's why I'm a keeper. The run-up's never interested me. I think I'll stay behind the stumps the other end.
He's almost in Margate where he starts.
Could be in France this way.
He
down
could
in
be.
Kent.
He could
be that far out.
Formidable. 38 for 2 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. You listen to me, Dan Whiting. Molly Davis, wicket keeper for Kent Women. And where can people go and come and watch? They can, is it free entry? Is that right?
No. So
Kashi Fally comes in around the wicket and just nurdled into the onside. Eskenazi scampers through for a single. 39 for 2.
No, so we've got our first home game here on the 26th of April.
Okay.
It's the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah.
And we're playing Derbyshire, which is really exciting, and the whole team are just so excited to be down here with the Spitfire.
Yeah.
Like tickets, I think are only £6 for adults.
Wow,
£1
that's good
for
value.
under 14s.
That's wonderful value.
Yeah.
Come down, support Molly and the girls, get behind them, and get behind Kent Cricket.
Yeah, it's be brilliant. So yeah, really excited.
Yeah, and they can get a. Can they walk up to the gate or can they get tickets on the website? I can't remember. Here's Ali. Eskenazi just works that one through point, but no run.
So I believe, and if I got this wrong, I'm sure the office will definitely come and tell me I've got it wrong. Tickets on the website are available, and also on the gate on the day. So if you find yourself, your plans have changed and it's a nice day, then definitely come down to the Spitfire on the 26th of April to support the women in their first home game of the year. Yeah,
no, it'll be fantastic. It'll be. Don't go to a garden centre. Come and watch Molly and the girls. Far better entertainment. Ali. In slightly slower ball, but Eskenazi picks it and drives it handsomely through point. and he moves on to 19. Middlesex move into the 40s. This lead is now 47. Every run crucial.
Lovely shot, wasn't it?
Gorgeous. One of yours there, Molly.
Yeah. Well, I can't give myself that much credit.
So, your favourite colour's pink. Your favourite food's Mexican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the player profile is being used. I appreciate that. I love it.
You wait till we get Izzy on. We'll pick on her as well.
Oh.
She's claiming innocence from the back of the box here, but you know,
I can give you some information.
Can you? All right, write it down in case it's libelous. Just worked through square leg.
No, that was a lovely shot. It's lovely today. I'm just looking out towards the crowd, and it's busy. The sun is shining. Everyone's enjoying themselves. And I'm sure as well, looking at the weather today, some people will be getting sunburnt without knowing it.
Just played into the onside. Well, it's been serenity amongst the chaos of this game so far. Yesterday we saw 400 runs and 16 wickets. This morning we saw 100 runs and 6 wickets. But since lunch, Middlesex went into lunch at 33 for 2. And they've accumulated 11 runs since then in quite a calm fashion. So it's been a little bit of serenity here amongst the madness of this game. But Middlesex 44 for 2. They've extended their lead to 48, and with every run counting, these runs could be vital.
Dan, thanks very much for that. A copy produced by the BBC Sport website and app. So, smart speed.
We're back, and Molly and I did her elephant impression while I was just doing that update to the scorers, as that's a good leave there from Eskenazi to the bowling of Jazz Singh. It's very good, I tell you. So you got Derbyshire, and then who have you got following that?
I believe, and you're putting me on the spot here with my fixture card, my admin is terrible, which everyone can vouch for.
Is it?
Yeah. I believe after Derby, we go Middlesex, I want to say away again.
At Radlett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the cup competition.
Okay. Okay. Well, I might pop down to Radlett. It's my neck of the woods up in... That's just played into the onside. I'll come and see you at Radlett. If I'm not working, I'm not working on this, obviously, but yeah, it's in my neck of the woods up in North London. So yeah. So I'm just sort of looking at the Kent profiles here, and your shirt number 12.
Yes.
Any reason you went for 12?
I feel like it's probably not a great story. It's just my birthday. It's 12th of March. Sounds like it has to be that.
Oh. Happy birthday, belatedly. I'm only a month late, as that's pushed back to the bowler.
No, I feel like shirt numbers in the squad, especially this year, we always got to choose our numbers, so there was a bit of a sort of lovable fighting to get the number they want. So there was definitely some fun conversations around the squad towards the beginning part of the year.
And are people superstitious? I mean, you don't see many people with 13 on their back, do
No,
you?
absolutely not. A few of the players actually, they were quite adamant they want a certain number.
Okay.
I'm very much just go with the flow, so I came off okay.
Okay. As Singh comes in, and if you had a walk-on song, what would it be?
That's a great question. I feel
Maiden for Singh now.
I feel like I wouldn't be that adventurous. It's probably a classic song that's probably on the T20 playlist. Probably, I'm sure Izzy, when she comes on later, will have a great walkout song. I'm sure. Yeah, this is up Izzy's street. This one.
We put it out there yesterday. If cricketers were musicals, what musical would you be?
It's another great question.
Because I know what Izzy's is because I've been looking at her profile. You see.
Okay.
She's a big Mamma Mia fan.
That is such a great shout. Honestly, yeah, I could steal that off her actually. That's a great shout actually.
Does she play ABBA all the way to away games?
Well, I feel like it's in the headphone. I don't think she'd be a karaoke bus spectator at all.
I'll come on to my next question after this. As Kashi Valley comes round the wicket to deploy. These two making calm progress for Middlesex, for the visitors here. Yeah, I mean, who's the worst karaoke singer in the side?
I think I'm up there. I
Are
cannot
you?
sing, but I can probably give you the best.
Go on.
Tilly. Tilly's amazing. She will quite happily take the camera and have a good old sing song without being asked.
Tilly Callahan.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tilly Callahan is she's your go-to.
Right, we want to hear Tilly Callahan. Oh, deploys late on that and just squeezes it out to square leg. But he's still there. Picks up a single.
There's some great footage, I think, that will be circulated of Tilly at Media Day happily singing a Dow into the camera. I'm not sure what she was singing. I think it was Hello. She fancied a bit of a karaoke between pitches. And she's brilliant. And she can sing really well, actually. So if she ever is on here, she'd definitely give you a rendition.
But her favourite musical artist is JLS. I mean, she's not exactly highbrow, is it?
I think that's brilliant. It doesn't surprise me that it's JLS, but I rate that very highly.
45 for 2 here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. A little bit of cloud cover as Eskenazi leaves that alone. What is this slight stuff coming across? It's just blue skies for the last 2 weeks.
I know, it's been lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's deceiving today. When that sun's out, it's a lovely temperature. But when it goes away a little bit, a few of the guys have their jumpers on, long sleeves.
Yeah.
So I think it's colder than it looks.
Yeah, I even put mine on after lunch. It's trick of the light. I came down here last year though. I was working for BBC London, and I covered Surrey down here. Apologies for swearing there, Middlesex fans, but as Ali comes in. Oh, that's a thick outside edge. That's going to go away. It's a no ball as well. And that's an expensive delivery. 6 runs coming off that ball. 4 for the thick outside edge that has run away down to 3rd. And that brings up the Middlesex 50 as well in the 17th over in an hour and 18 minutes. But yeah, expensive one.
Absolutely. I think just Kent have got to keep sort of plodding away here, keep working hard for that wicket. I think is what we need right now from a Kent supporter's point of view. But if you're a Middlesex fan, I'm sure at the moment you'd be happy how these two are going.
Yeah, and yet at lunch, the thought was if Kent can grab in sort of 2 or 3 quick wickets, it's fine margins, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's definitely cricket in one statement, fine margins.
Yeah, without a doubt. Kashi Valley in. Eskenazi plays it to Zach Crawley out at mid-on. Do you have much interaction with the men's side here?
I think this year actually Kent have been brilliant in the sense of with the whole restructure, the two teams coming together has been a really big focus, and the fact we are one club has been something that Kent have really driven really well. So I know Media Day was the first time that both squads were here together, and it worked really well. I know a lot of content's gone out with the women and the men together, so it's been great to see. Yeah,
no, it's brilliant. Well, it is one club. It's one club. As Ali comes in, and that's just defended into the onside. Yeah, you all wear, the horse on your badge, and that's what it's about, isn't it? It's about pulling in the same direction.
Absolutely. I think from both teams, the fact to put on a Kent shirt, it just has so much pride to it, and I think we all really buy into that. So that really sort of brings us together as one, which is great to see. And I know this year a lot of the women have come down to support the guys, and I'm sure we'll see the guys at a lot of our home games, which will be lovely.
Yeah, no, I'm sure we will. Sure the guys will come in. Sam Billings listening at home as well. I'm sure he'll pop in at some point. Oh, that's just turned Eskenazi. I'm sure he'll pop in at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great to see anyone down here from the men's side of things as well. And I know that there's been a lot of chat as well about sort of everyone coming down to support each other. So that'll be really good to see this year.
Yeah, well, you have been fantastic. It's been great hearing you, and sort of what the Kent women are doing and what's lined up as well over the next few months. And I wish you the best of luck for the season, Molly. And I'm sure we'll catch up again soon.
No, amazing. Thanks so much for having me.
No problem at all. Thank you. Molly Davis there, Kent women's wicket keeper, who's fantastic company, and I can't wait to see her elephant impression. Really can't. We've got someone else. We haven't just got one person from the women's side. We've got two, as Singh comes into the crease. That's crunch through the offside. Good bit of work out on the covers there, and keeps deploy down to 2. Yeah, I said we haven't just got one person from the Kent women's side. We've actually got a second person. Izzy Kirby, welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
No problem at all. Thank you. It's you don't do any elephant impressions, do you?
I'll leave that one to Molly, I think.
Okay.
I'll stay well away from the impressions.
Wonderful stuff. Singh, nice smooth approach into the crease as deploy gets up on his toes and just crunches that into the offside. Now, Mamma Mia.
Yes, what a classic that is, I have to say.
Yeah. Are you? What's your favourite ABBA song then?
Got to choose Dancing Queen. Everyone knows it. Everyone gets involved.
Yeah. So are you one of these people who sort of, it comes on and you're there giving it you can dance, you can jive?
In my headphones, sat on the bus, maybe not in front of everyone. I'll
Worked into the leg side there by deploy. No run. Good stop there by Compton, sprawling away. So you've come down to Canterbury. You're a student here, is that right?
I certainly am.
Yeah. What are you studying?
Came down to the University of Kent last year as a sports science student, and just never left. Love it here. Can't complain.
Yeah. Sports science, one of those things. I mean, I should have done that because, it's like, are you any good at science? No. Are you any good at sport? Yes. 50%. You passed. There you go. Happy days. Sing in, and it's a bouncer. It's a wide, actually. It's gone way over the head of deploy. And the law changed. That used to be a no ball back in the day, but it's now a wide. But you're from Oxford originally, is that correct?
I certainly am, yeah. Born and bred Oxford. Came down to Kent for uni and stayed down here. Love it.
And some good cricket down there as well. Some good cricketers have come out of Oxford in recent years.
Yeah, small county. Not many people play cricket there, but has some good breeding there.
Sing. That's the bowler. I'm not asking you to, get anything out of Mamma Mia here.
Oh, don't worry, that will not be happening. I won't hurt your ears with that rendition.
Just one there to deploy. Middlesex move on to 55 for 2. Eskenazi's on 24. Deploys on 18. And this is serene progress here. Kent could do with winkling out one of these Middlesex batters. Have you been, were you watching the stream yesterday?
I certainly was. Easter break, meant to be doing revision for exams, but it definitely was on in the background, I have to say.
That's taken off. That has taken off. Finch has taken that over head height. It was a good take, actually. One of Molly Davis's takes, that. It's made it look easy.
Absolutely.
Long line of very good Kent wicket keepers. Molly being one of them. goes back to the days of Godfrey Evans, Leslie Ames, Alan Knott, Paul Downton. Some wonderful wicket keepers here. So you've, as I said, come from Oxford down here to study. There's Singh. Just strays onto the hip there of Eskenazi, and he picks up one. Is this your first year at Kent, is it?
Second year.
Second year.
So I did the first year last year playing under 19s, and then for the women's as well, and then moved into the League 2 women's squad this year.
Okay. And you bowl a bit of right arm medium and bat a bit as well?
Yeah, give it a bit of a whack with the bat.
Are you a whacker or a,
Big whacker, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
None of this little nudging around stuff.
Don't chew up the balls or anything like that. It's just probably giving it a slap. And where's your arc? Is it sort of back over the bowler's head?
Yeah, massive straight. There's no point putting fielders at square for me. Everything straight.
Kashif Ali. Eskenazi tickles one off the pads. Down to Singh, down at fine leg. 57 for 2 now. Yeah, it's you don't want to chew up the balls. You want to be entertaining, don't you? You want to, be one of those players that gives it some.
Yeah, massively. I mean, you can just see the crowd we've got out today, hoping to get that at our first game against Derbyshire on the 26th.
Yeah.
And hopefully give them something to watch.
Yeah. Reminder: if you go onto the Kent Cricket website, you can get your tickets to see Izzy and Molly in action against Derbyshire. Get behind the ladies as that's played out to deep cover for 1. It's been a fantastic game, this game, though, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Ups and downs, bat and ball. Can't complain. A bit of entertainment.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. It's just sort of gone on quite quickly. It's moved on really quickly, but this has been probably the calmest period of the game.
Yeah, it's Kent's fours. Another wicket to boost some momentum our way.
And you bowl as well? You bowl a little bit of medium pace?
A little bit of medium pace, yeah, right arm medium pace.
Yeah.
Used to be an opening bowler when I was in Oxford, but injuries got in the way slightly.
And who was your club back in Oxford?
Oxford Cricket Club.
Oxford Cricket Club, yeah. Ah, yes, we've spoken. There's a lovely Sri Lankan chap there called Shami, I think.
Absolutely.
Who is well known around the circuit, as that's just defended back to Kashif Ali. And yeah, there's been some good cricketers come out of Oxford in recent years, or Oxfordshire. Gloucestershire have got a number of them. Miles Hammond, the Charlesworth brothers, Jack and Matt Taylor, Tom and Ollie Price. I think they came from Cumnor Cricket Club originally and then played for Great and Little Chew.
Yeah, not too far away from where I grew up, in a little village playing men's club with my brother.
So that's just pushed into your side. And what was that cricket club called?
Coombe Cricket Club.
Coombe, okay.
Tiny little village just on the west of Oxford, where I still play with my brother occasionally.
Okay. Kevin and I do a lot of, we do a lot of miles. Yeah, being a commentator, I mean, I did 14,000 miles last year. If anyone from my insurance company is listening in, I did 3,000. But yeah, 14,000 miles. And Oxford seems to be one of those places which is always horrendous for traffic jams. As Ali comes in, and that's just worked. Square the wicket there by Eskenazi. It's always got roadworks around that ring road.
Don't. It's a pain to get anywhere. You're travelling back home, you think you're almost there, then you hit Oxford and you've still got another hour, even though it's not that far.
And are you an Oxford United fan?
I would have to say yes, because that's where I'm from, but I can't say football is a highlight of something that I support.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And with the cricket as well, how's I'll come on to it after this ball from Kashif, as that's punched pleasantly off the back foot by Deploy. How's your pre-season been, and how's it differed, say, to Molly's? You know, with regards to sort of, you know, the training sessions.
I think it's quite similar. Obviously, Molly as a keeper has it slightly differently, but a lot of fitness. Definitely have a bit of fitness in each session. So, seam bowling, just getting in the miles in the legs to be able to, especially with 50 over games coming up, to being able to do that. And then batting wise, lots of strength work, getting that power into the batting, but just doing a lot of team stuff. Like, there's not, we are one team, and especially with new people coming in, definitely working together a lot.
Izzy, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very, very well. I have to say all the better for this Middlesex recovery with my Middlesex hat on, as here comes Singh. He's around the wicket, right arm around. He bowls outside the off stump. That's a glorious drive by Deploy. There's a sweeper set back, but it's fine of him for 4. Leans into it, and that's the 50 partnership. Deploy moves to 24. Eskenazi's on 21. A nudge of the gloves. And these two have moved seamlessly through the afternoon so far. 2 slips behind Deploy. Backward point, deep cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, and deep square. I've sat right down in the middle of a conversation between yourself and Dan, which we've been rudely interrupted by that glorious cover drive. But here is Singh once more in his 5th over, around the wicket. He's wide on the crease, Deploy on the back foot, bumps it back to the bowler, and he fingertips it back to mid-off. Yeah, apologies, I've jumped straight in the middle of your conversation there.
That is all okay.
Dan's off for a coffee, I assume. He's raced off. Hard work, but good to have you guys with us. So yeah, you're up against our lot soon. Middlesex versus Kent at Radlett. We
certainly are at Radlett, yeah. First game of the season is the new setup. Very excited.
Middlesex are going today against Essex Women, who were Sunrisers,
yes,
and are now Essex Women. And yeah, it's been an odd shift, that, because you know that Essex squad is basically the Sunrisers squad, which are kind of basically Middlesex. As his full ball driven back to mid-off by Deploy, and there is no run, but they've racked up 350 plus today. Essex Women against Middlesex Women in their 50 over warm-up game.
Yeah, the new setup has definitely added in some changes to squads. I mean, as a Kent player, we can't complain. Getting the likes of Amy Gordon, Tilly Callaghan in, can't complain on our side. It'll be interesting seeing how squads are laid out this year. Coming up against new oppositions, can't complain about that.
Singh, he's around the wicket. 20th over of this Middlesex second innings. Deploy nudges off the hip down to deep backward square. It's a single, and it's 65 for 2 now, so the lead is 69 for Middlesex here. Is this your first day of this game, or were you in yesterday?
I wasn't in yesterday. I was had it set up while doing uni revision.
TV turned on?
Absolutely.
Sound turned down?
Wouldn't even say sound turned down, to be honest. I tried, and then the cricket took over.
No, I'm all meant in terms of the commentary, but
Nah.
give your ears a break. Here's Singh. He's right arm over. 2 slips behind Eskenazi, who dabs this one down to deep third, and a single taken, 66 for 2. It was all go here yesterday, 16 wickets.
Absolutely. Got to throw in some entertainment. It's been so good. I mean, you can just see by the crowd today that everyone's loving it.
Yeah, amazing attendances around the country yesterday. Middlesex had 4,200 plus in for the first day of their game against Lancashire last week. Yorkshire, first day of this game, and first day of this round, and Surrey likewise. They were both over 5,000 in their first home games of the season. So impressive figures up and down, as you say. A good number in yesterday, over 1,200 here. As here's a bumper from Singh, ducking underneath it. Deploy leaves well alone at 66 for 2. Deploy has 25, and Eskenazi will have strike on 28. But yeah, amazing figures all around. And Canterbury here, 1,200 yesterday. It was a good buzz around the grounds. It's the funny thing about Canterbury, I was saying it earlier, it is a long way away from pretty much everywhere else.
Yes, it is. But I mean, once you get here, the ground is definitely one of the best that I've played at. Can't complain. Yeah, what a place to play, what a place to watch.
Eskenazi to have strike, then he's on 28. Gilchrist's back from the Nackington Road end. 2 for 14 is 4 overs so far, 1 maiden. So he picked up Fernandez and Holden in this innings. Had a good start to the first innings as well. It was when that lacquer came off, then it started to hoop around yesterday, that things really got fun. Still 2 slips behind Eskenazi, as Gilchrist will set off to bowl now. Right arm over the wicket, a smooth approach. He's in, bowls, and that's eased away into the offside by Eskenazi on the front foot, just leaning into that one. And no runs. I mean, pre-season, it's always a difficult question in this country, but not this year.
No, pre-season for us actually hasn't felt as long as normal. Started in October, November, and then just work, netted, fitness. Loved it. Can't complain.
Gilchrist in outside the off stump. Nips away. Tumbling stop behind the stumps by Finch, away in front of Bell Drummond at slip. Collecting the ball. Yeah, it's usually bobble hats, isn't it? And
yeah, there has been a few when our head coach went outdoor fielding today and we all went, maybe not, a little bit too cold. But the bobble hats were on, the gloves were on, and we got out there.
Today was too cold.
No, a few weeks ago.
Oh, a few weeks. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I
a
was
few
about to
weeks
say,
ago.
I knew the temperature dropped out there. It's funny in here though, because this is like a sauna, this room, because it gets so hot when the sun comes around in this. As this ball's just full of a length and eased by Eskenazi into the offside, and there's no run. But we have been looking at the weather reports and or forecasts indeed, saying that we're about to get the payback from spring, having had a lovely start to it. It's going to bite back at us with a vengeance.
It always does. It looks so nice with the hot weather, and then it just comes back, and the rain comes in, and rain days are on the cards.
We were all waiting for first day of the season. After a glorious week leading up to the first day, we thought that's it. It's going to be heavy rain first day of the season. Is it next Saturday's your first?
Yeah, so we've got a pre-season game against Exeter tomorrow, which we're all very excited for, and then down to Middlesex. Gilchrist
in bowl short, and this ball's hooked away out to deep square for a single by Eskenazi. He moves to 29, 67 for 2, and that was at Radlett, wasn't it?
It certainly is, yes.
Yeah. Have you played there much before, Radlett?
I haven't, no.
It's a lovely ground.
One of the pitches I haven't played at.
It's a lovely ground. When Middlesex first played there, I remember it was commented by a long-time Middlesex watcher, Norman de Mesquita, that Middlesex obviously homes away from home at Lords. There are plenty of outgrounds they play, but that actually felt like a cricket ground, whereas some of the others were perhaps sport facilities like Uxbridge.
Yeah, absolutely looking forward to it this season, playing at some big grounds. I know the doubleheader at Glamorgan's at Sphere Gardens, so that'll be exciting.
Gilchrist in, bowls, and beats the edge of deploy. Lovely line and length, just angled across the left-hander. Through it goes to the glove. 67 for 2 it is. His 35th delivery deploying. First one in a while that's really challenged him.
Absolutely very good ball there from Gilchrist. Just hoping for a little tickle down to Harry Finch at the back.
Look out for the tiramisu at Radlett.
Is it good, is it?
It's very good.
We'll be on lookout.
Hoping they're tuned in now and they don't let you down when it comes to next Saturday. This ball's just full of length, bumped back by deploy. And no run, 67 for 2. I'm just thinking of Radlett up and running today in terms of their club season. Is this the first day of the club season, or is it next weekend? They may be away their first.
I believe it's next weekend, but don't hold me to that.
Yeah, they might be away the first next week
sure.
then. There is a second 11 ground at the facility as deploy takes on a drink from Holden. He got that blow to the helmet, I think just before you walked in. There's deploy, but had the concussion check and all was well. On they went. The sun just disappeared for a moment behind some hazy clouds, didn't it? You can just see the shadows stretching again now. First time this season I noticed the sun going in behind a cloud. But
I know, it's been glorious. Hopefully we won't have to get used to the clouds too much.
Feels good though, doesn't it, to have an early burst of sunshine in the summer like this, which is very unusual reading into it all last night. I had a very sad Friday night in Canterbury. sitting there reading about weather reports and forecasts.
I mean, cricketer, you've got to. All you do is watch the weather forecast and see rain, rain, rain.
Well, I think we'd looked at it, and you know, they said that it was yesterday was set to be the highest temperature of the year so far, 24 degrees, I think. And then there was a forecast of rain today in the southwest, sweeping up to the northeast, so leaving us well alone here in the southeast. But yeah, it was a rarity, this start to the summer, was the point on the BBC Sport website. As here is a full ball from Grant Stewart back into the attack, bowling to Stephen Eskenazi. Drives, toe into the bat, back to the bowler, missed time, just bobbles back. Lester Ploy walks down and prods away at the surface, which not quite as green as it was yesterday. You can still see those lines of green down the middle though, where it's been mowed back and forth. But it certainly hasn't done as much as it did yesterday, seaming around as it did. And the swing that came into play. Stewart's in, bowls down the leg side. Waiting out of the hand for that one to start to swing back. Straightened from Stewart, but not on this occasion. Through it goes to the gloves of Finch. Slow walk back to the top of his mark for Stewart. Double teapot on at mid-off for Singh. Far from having to worry about anything, but they'll know. Stewart's in, bowls outside of the off stump through to the keeper that Holden batted beautifully last week, 50 in a century. Batted 2 hours in the first innings. They'll be pleased to get past him, but they'll know they need to get past Deploy. Higgins in next, two big danger men for Middlesex. And Eskenazi clearly with a point to prove, back in the side, taking Sam Robson's place for this one. Midway through the 22nd over of the innings. Stewart sixth, he's in, bowls. Length ball, Eskenazi waits on that off the splice, he plays it into the offside. I think it's Zach Crawley running in to collect. But yeah, going back to the change up for the women's game, how have you found it? I mean, I know for Middlesex and Essex dividing it all up once the announcement was made. As here is Stewart running into bowl. You have to forgive me, Izzy. There's an update for Dan to do on BBC Radio Kent in a moment as this one goes down the leg side through to the gloves of the keeper. 67 for 2 it is. Just got a burst of the travel from Kent in my ears there, which means there's an update imminent. Izzy, so I'll have to hold that question for a moment for you. It looks as though tonight, Matthew, I'm going to be Dan Whiting in a few moments because I think he's forgotten his update. As here's Stewart turning to bowl once more. Slipping a mid-wicket in place. Stewart in, bowls, and this is onto the pads of Eskenazi. It's turned down to long leg for a single. 30 now for Eskenazi, 68 for 2 as he sits tight for a moment. The update could be imminent in my ears. I don't know exactly when they'll come and how much time they'll give us, so I'll keep waffling on for a few moments until they do come across. For the latest here from Canterbury, so 68 for 2 it is. Deploy on 25, Eskenazi on 30, and Gilchrist 5 overs, 2 for 15, the man to make the breakthrough, and that's who Bell Drummond has gone back to here. Zafar Gohar didn't quite have the impact this morning. Middlesex hoping he'd wrap up the innings. It was Higgins who was here and there getting in amongst the end of the Kent innings, but that has been something that has been pondered as that ball seamed around on this surface, where the spin would come more into the game, particularly in the chase, but also in this innings. Not too many spin options as Gilchrist begins the new over to Eskenazi. It's ushered back to mid-on off the front foot by Eskenazi, and there's no run. So 68 for 2 it is. And the lead, therefore, is 72 after Kent was skittled this morning of 218 in reply to Middlesex's 2-2-2. Having been put in yesterday morning by the hosts. Gilchrist once more. Midway through his run-up, he bowls and short. This one's hooked away down to long leg where Singh does the fielding. Just steered, really, by Eskenazi. Watchfully done. Field changing for the left-handed deploy. Leaning the one slip in place next to Finch, the keeper. They're preparing to crouch down, but they're just waiting on, I think it's deep squares being orchestrated still. Just out of our sight, the stand obscured. In fact, they bring across one more from the onside to the off, so they'll go with a 6-3 fields. But just the one slip. There's a sweeper at cover and a deep third. Deep square as well as long leg on the onside. Raining right arm over. Gilchrist to the left-handed deploy. Bowls now on a length and it goes past the edge. 69 for 2. We'll bring Izzy Kirby back in a moment once we've done this update for BBC Radio Kent. But for the moment, you'll have to bear with us, listeners at home. At least you've been given a long run up to that question. As here's deploy awaiting as Gilchrist moves in, bowls. That ball's full of a length, pushing back up the track. It's fielded at mid-off by deploy. And you're listening to just myself, Kevin Hand, here at Canterbury at the moment for BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. And we'll be updating listeners on medium wave around Kent in a few moments' time. As Gilchrist sets off once more. He's midway through his run-up. Bowls and deploy. Has a dabble. Does he edge it? No. Gilchrist gives it away, I think. The keeper went up. Slip went up. Gilchrist was delayed in his appeal. Maybe just the bat hit in the ground as deploy looked to drive at that one. Heart skipped a beat, I'm sure, in the Middlesex dressing room to see if the finger would go up. It did not. As I say, Gilchrist was a little late on his appeal. It all started behind the stumps. Deploy just going after the drive a little. He'll want to settle himself down again here, no doubt. He's just fished at a couple now from Gilchrist in this last couple of overs. This is onto the legs, clipped away to deep backward square. And there is going to be a single taken. So Dan Whiting will take over the mic.
Well, a very good afternoon here from Canterbury, where Middlesex are 70 for 2. Serene progress as Kent have failed to take a wicket so far in the hour that they've been back. Middlesex have rolled it on from 33 for 2 to 70 for 2, and they seem to be going very well here. Kent struggling to get a wicket. They could do with one. Meanwhile, down at Hove, Sussex bowl Somerset out for 201, and they're making serene progress. They're 65 without loss, and it'll be interesting to see how the two clubs get on this afternoon.
Who's taking that with Stewart? Stewart? Yeah. Stewart.
Deploy trudging off the field here, just edging one through to the keeper. Stewart striking with the first ball of his 7th over. Ryan Higgins making his way out to the crease. just about to do an update to BBC Radio Kent. You've been listening to Izzy Kirby, who's enjoyed her time, I think, here on the mic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great watching a bit of cricket and having a chat with you.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. And Molly Davis before that, Kent wicket-keeper, who I understand owns her own florist, so maybe she can tell Kevin Hand why his daffodils are dying down, which he was moaning about earlier.
Yeah, she certainly is one of the great florists in Canterbury.
Yeah. Go and see Molly if you can. Stewart. That's left alone by Higgins. So your first game is next week, is that right?
Certainly is. Next week, the 26th against Middlesex at Radlett.
Yeah.
And then we have a game against Derbyshire here, which we're all very excited for. First game at the Spitfire Ground.
Okay. So I'll remind myself not to park my car in the vicinity where I parked it. Days Higgins just works one into the onside because, you know, I've heard about your batting, Izzy, and, you know, I don't want to have to take it down to the panel beaters on Monday morning after that game.
Yeah, I do like to give it a bit of a hit, so...
Have you ever put one through a car window?
I have to say I haven't.
No.
So I think you might be safe, but you never know.
Well, you never know. You never know. He's been in the nets, working on a game, working on that straight, bashing it back over the top.
Absolutely, been a long winter and a lot of straight drives being played. So.
Stewart in. Just fiddled down to third there by Eskenazi. Yeah, so what's the plan? You're going to sort of hang around here, watch the rest of this game this afternoon, is that right?
Absolutely, yeah, watch the rest of this game. Got a little bit more media to do.
Okay.
But just enjoy the weather, enjoy the cricket, as there are a lot of people doing today.
Lovely. Wonderful stuff. So I'm just waiting for BBC Radio Kent to come through to me. Sydney Gorham might be on as well. Do you know Sydney?
I do know Sydney, another Kent Uni student,
Okay.
but a part of Kent for many, many years.
Okay. What do you know about Sydney? What little snippets, what secrets can you divulge about Sydney? Or is it not worth it?
Nah, a very good.
Stewart in, left alone. Very good.
Very good right arm bowler.
Yeah.
Gets it to swing a lot. Fellow uni student, likes to give it a little bit of whack at the end.
Okay. And she took an 8 for 7 against Surrey. That's
She
pretty
certainly
decent
did.
going, isn't it? That's the end of the over, by the way. Middlesex 72 for 3. Kent breaking through there. But they needed that wicket badly, didn't they?
They did, yeah. A little bit of boost in the momentum on the Kent side. Hopefully that can lead to more wickets like it did yesterday.
Yeah. Using Dan Whiting, Izzy Kirby here, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, live on the Kent stream and on the BBC Sport apps. Nathan Gilchrist at the Nackington Road end. Oh, thick inside edge. Bit of a Surrey cut there from Eskenazi. No offence to the people of Surrey, of course. Surrey cut, Harrow cut. We might have another guest. In fact, we might have another 2 guests on this afternoon. But you guys have been fantastic company. Gilchrist into Higgins. Full of length. Higgins plays it up to Kashif Ali. He looks a good signing, doesn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. A good one in for Kent. Another seam bowler getting some pace under us. We're very good at the start of the season with the pitches looking like this.
Yeah, a few scores from around the country as well. I'll go into those after this ball from Nathan Gilchrist. That's a good shot by Higgins. He's going to get 4 runs there. That's going to go away down that hill. And goes away for 4. Lovely placement from Ryan Higgins. So, at Chester Street, Warwickshire, 108 for 3 in the game against Durham. Up at Trent Bridge, Essex, 116 for 2 on what is a decent wicket, as it always is at Trent Bridge. It can always get a bit flat there, can't it?
Yeah, absolutely love to be a bowler.
What's your favourite ground to play on?
Oh.
Gilchrist in. That's a handsome shot there by Higgins. That could well go away for 4. No, Beldrummond's in pursuit and he's quick. He keeps it down to 2. Brilliant work from the Kent captain.
That's a very hard question, but I've got to stick with the home ground. Got to stick with the Spitfire Ground.
Okay.
A place to play with especially in the evening, sun setting.
Yeah.
Can't complain, especially if we can get the crowd out like we have done before.
Yeah. Well, you know what to do, Kent people. Come down, support the ladies. That's hooked by Higgins. Goes to Jazz Singh. They think about 2, but Singh's round quickly, runs round the ball and wings it into the gloves of Harry Finch. Oh, we've got another guest. We've got another guest. So he's going to come on and join us. Thank you very much. He's been wonderful hearing from you and from Molly as well. And I've got a guest here who's a man who has played for both counties. As Gilchrist comes in. He's played for both counties. He was at Kent. He went to Middlesex. He's back at Kent. Little stint at England at the time. Welcome aboard, Joe Denley. How are you, Joe?
I'm very well, thank you. Thanks for having me. Lovely introduction.
How's the arm?
Yeah, it's going okay. Obviously frustrating. You know, second day into pre-season, nets outdoors, and get a ball to the arm whilst batting, and yeah, unfortunately fractured my arm. But yeah, we're 3 weeks post-surgery now, and it's coming along really nicely. And
I believe you've had a plate put over the break. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I had a surgery 3 weeks ago, so had a plate fitted on the brake site, and which hopefully will strengthen it up and keep things in place and make it stronger than ever. So yeah, pretty happy with how it's going.
Stewart in, and that's worked pleasantly by Higgins. And your nephew's been in good touch as well. He got a little 100, didn't he? On
yeah, he's been playing well. He's had a really good pre-season.
Yeah, against the students, wasn't it? Loughborough Uni, he got 100.
Loughborough Uni, yeah, he got 100 and got a 50-odd not out against Essex in one of the warm-up games, and yeah, he's playing nicely. He got another 50 in the week for the 2s, and yeah, he's knocking on the door, which is a good thing.
Stewart in, and that's cut vigorously there by Higgins, but can't get it past. It's Zach Crawley there at point, isn't it?
It is big Zach Crawley. You can't really miss him.
He's often lurking at mid-off or mid-on. He hasn't been at point much.
No, yeah, I do a fair stint at mid-off and mid-on as well.
Do you?
These days, and it does get a little bit boring sometimes. You want to get in the action.
Stewart comes in. That's a gorgeous shot there by Higgins. 4 runs, 84 for 3. Yeah, they certainly have. Grant Stewart struck, having Liz deploy caught behind by Harry Finch. He got 25. Stevie Eskenazi is the rock, though, the Middlesex. He's the glue holding the Middlesex innings together. He's on 33 off 90 balls. The pitch looks like it might be flattening out a little bit after the crazy session of yesterday where we scored 400 runs and had 16 wickets. But Kent could do with maybe another couple of wickets before tea. Maybe have Middlesex 5 down. Currently Middlesex are 84 for 3, and we'll be continuing to do ball-by-ball commentary here from Canterbury, which continues online via the BBC Sport app and website, or just ask your smart speaker to play Kent versus Middlesex Day 2. There we go, that's the update done. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting. I'm here with Joe Denley, and this game is, did you watch it yesterday? Did you watch this game yesterday?
I was here yesterday, trying to, as Grant comes in.
Go on, do a bit of ball bubble.
Lovely little cut shot, but straight to Zach Crawley, as we've already discussed there, backward point. Yeah, I was in yesterday, and yeah, interesting day. I mean, it was certainly a wicket we're probably not used to down at Canterbury, and but I think it actually made for great viewing. You know, both teams will be pretty happy with how they bowled. I think Kent, in an ideal world, probably let them get away at the end, and maybe 30 or 40 too much at the end there. There was a great partnership with Blake Cullen and Davies, I think it was.
Yep, Davies got 47.
But yeah, I mean, the game's finely balanced, isn't it? It's a very interesting session, as you say. I think a couple of wickets here for Kent, and we'll be very, very happy. I think the wicket is certainly improved, and yeah, but we'll be keen to keep taking these wickets.
You said it was an unusual wicket at Canterbury. I mean, the wicket's changed colour, hasn't it? I mean, yesterday it was a dark green. It was like a British racing green, wasn't it? And now it's sort of more of just a tinge of green in the pitch.
Yeah, it's certainly lightened, hasn't it?
Nathan Gilchrist in from the Nackington Road end, and Higgins just works him into the onside. No run.
I think yesterday there was quite a bit more lateral movement, and I still think there's still that zip in the wicket. As we see, most nicks are carrying, and Harry Finch has taken a few balls up around his sort of head high. So there's still plenty of life left in the wicket. Yeah.
And the reason Joe is here is I was downstairs just grabbing a cup of coffee as Gilchrist comes in, and that's just pushed back to the bowler, and he's having his first hit since his broken arm with a tennis ball indoors. Has nearly drilled one back at me, knocking a hot cup of coffee back over me.
Yeah, baby steps. But yeah, you say indoors, it was actually in the lunchroom, wasn't it? And you're just strolling past with your cup of coffee, and the physio decides to drop one in short, and I couldn't help myself.
That's pulled down to Jazz Singh down at long leg. Said I bumped into Jazz Singh in the lift this morning. We put it out there where the most unusual places you've bumped into professional cricketers. You must have bumped into a few over the years in some funny places, haven't you?
Yeah, you're testing me here. I always get asked questions like this, and my memory just goes blank. I reckon I would have bumped into a few people in a few lifts. Yeah, that is for sure.
Gilchrist in, and that's just pushed out into the covers. And you're from up the road. You're a Whitstable lad. That's your neck of the woods.
Born just over the fence here in Canterbury Hospital, and yeah, but grew up in Whitstable, coastal town, 15-20 minutes away. And yeah, parents are still there, but I'm more Canterbury based now.
Yeah, a mate of mine played with your dad actually. He played for HMRC, because I believe your dad was a customs man, wasn't he?
Correct, he was.
Yep. As Gilchrist comes in, and that's just worked off the pads. So the whole family are there. Just a single, 89 for 3.
Yeah, so yeah, my dad was a customs officer for his whole working life, and retired now, so he's either watching myself or Jaden, or on the golf course, hacking it around.
It's a nice life, isn't it? It's a nice life. So, with the arm, how bad a break was it?
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a clean break. It wasn't just a crack. It was a proper break. And
Gilchrist in, full. Higgins plays it up to mid-on and sets off for a single. Kashi Valley doing the fielding there.
yeah, it was a good one. And like I say, I was batting at the time. I've never worn an arm guard, and it got me flush on the ulnar.
Right.
And I knew straight away. Really, it wasn't the pain or anything. It wasn't too painful, to be honest. It was just that noise I can only explain as sort of dropping an egg on the floor, almost. It was just that cracking and funny feeling, and I knew pretty much straight away.
Gilchrist bustling in past umpire Shanmugam as that just turns Eskenazi a touch. Well, you've had a wonderful career. I mean, started here and then you had some time at Middlesex. You enjoyed your time up in North London?
Loved it. I loved Middlesex. Superb bunch of people and a superb club. Obviously play at one of the best grounds in the world, and really enjoyed it. It was.
Were you there in 2016?
Yeah, again.
Did you win the county championship?
I didn't know, so
No.
they won it once I'd left, so that doesn't say much. But no, I had some fantastic years at Middlesex, and it was kind of on the back of fairly, like you say, I'm a Kent boy. I signed here when I was 17, had some fantastic early years, and then got picked for England probably a little bit early on in my career, probably a little bit too early.
How old were you when you picked for England?
23, I think
Okay.
it was. So I sort of had a taste of that, and got dropped from England, and then came back to Kent. Put a lot of pressure on myself to get straight back in the England team, and when you put that kind of pressure on yourself, you take your eye off the ball a little bit and forget what got you to that point. And I thought at the time I needed to move and play Division 1 cricket, and Middlesex were keen, and made the move up to Middlesex. But again, I think I probably put a little bit too much pressure on myself to perform, and probably didn't give Middlesex the runs that I probably should have.
Yeah, and who was the best bowler you faced in your career?
Crikey. I was lucky enough in my early days I got to play against Shane Warne.
Is that lucky or unlucky?
Well, lucky for me actually.
Yeah.
It was my first county championship 100 was against Hampshire down here at Canterbury, and Shane Warne was playing.
Joey Everson's coming to the attack, just nurdled into the onside.
So incredible memory. He'd obviously be up there. I played against Murray Lithron.
Yeah.
Played against the likes of Brett Lee and.
See the quickest you faced?
Wow. I think the quickest spell of bowling I faced was probably at Tamal Mills at Sussex, coming down the slope in a T20 game.
Yeah.
That was
Rapid.
rapid, yeah. Especially when there's a slope involved.
Yeah. As there is at Hove. Oh, that's a corker there. Higgins pitching middle stump, taking the top of off, and Higgins gets his off stump removed where every quick bowler wants to be, and Joey Everson comes on and does the business with his second ball. He creates theatre, doesn't he, Joey Everson?
He's got that knack. He really does. I'd love to know the stats on Joey and on how many times he picks up a wicket in his first or second over. The game's just drifting along. Higgins got off to actually a lively start, going at a runner ball, or nearly a runner ball. Busy player, and fantastic. Joey Everson has that knack of just having that golden arm coming on, taking a wicket and breaking partnerships, and great news for Kent.
Yeah, Kent needed that. Definitely. And a couple more, maybe one more before tea. And you never know. Higgins goes for 15. And Joey Everson strikes. He got 200. Big partnership with Jaden, wasn't it, against the students? Was it 300 and something they put on?
Yeah, they did actually. We got a new thing in this year. Actually, we're getting rewarded for high partnerships. There's a scoring system. Don't ask me how it goes. I'm not sure, but so they put on over 300, and they obviously earned a few points there within the partnership point system.
Yeah, marvellous stuff. Marvellous stuff. Yeah, so your England career, you played. I'm just thinking, your last test was back in 2020 against the West Indies. Do you remember your very first ball in professional cricket?
Yes, I do. Thank you
Do
very
you?
much. Yeah,
Do you? Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that there on the screen, but my first ball was a university game
Right. No.
of first class cricket as it was back then, and I actually got a first baller.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah. So
I didn't know.
I got LBW first ball, and then the rain set in, and we didn't bowl another ball.
Here's Everson. New batter is Ben Geddes. That's kept a little low. Geddes having made the move across the Thames from Surrey. He's a good player, Ben Geddes, isn't he?
He is. He had a little stint with us as well during the sort of COVID times, and yeah, the boys spoke very highly of him. Talented boy.
I see, Joe, that you've played for the Dhaka Dynamites back in T20 and for Brothers Union as well. I know as Everson comes in, and that's just pushed out into the covers. I know John Simpson at Middlesex, he also had a stint at Brothers Union.
Did he
And
really?
I think a few of them did there who were around at the time. I think George Scott went out there. I think Paul Sterling might have gone out there as well.
David Milan, I think, went out there. That's Brothers Union was actually the one-day competition out in Bangladesh.
Yeah, it's a T20. Was it T20 or one day?
Dhaka Dynamites was T20.
Okay.
That was the Bangladesh Premier League. Brothers Union, I think, was the 50-over competition.
Everson. That's a great effort from Tawenda Mieye. One-handed away to his right. Everson finding the edge of Geddes' bat, and Tawenda Mieye just couldn't quite cling on. It's often those ones where your elbow hits the ground, the ball just pops out, doesn't it?
Just died on him a little bit there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Great effort. I think he got a hand to it in the end, but like you say, his sort of elbow made contact with the ground and it just bumped out.
Here's Everson making things happen. As that's just pushed into the offside. And that's a great first over, isn't it? Joe Denley giving him the nod of approval here in the commentary box.
Yeah, pretty happy with that. Great start by Joey, getting the breakthrough, and pressure on the new batter straight away, causing problems. So hopefully Nathan Gilchrist can back that up at the other end here, and with a bit of luck, get Eskenazi walking back as well.
So a new chapter in Kent cricket with Adam Hollyoake coming in as coach. The boys seem to be playing with a smile on their face. I mean, I covered the game at Northampton last week. I've seen it this week as well. It seems to be like a fresh culture here. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think naturally, when a new coach comes in, there's a bit of a buzz around the place.
That's one. Just worked back with a square there by Eskenazi.
Yeah, I think naturally everyone wants to try and impress the new coach, and get on board with his sort of new, fresh ideas. And yeah, he's been very clear since he's arrived, and attitude is a massive thing for him. And whether it's at training, I think there was evidence of that last week throughout our bowling innings. The energy out there was really good.
Gilchrist in, that's on the leg stump, and that's been put away by Geddes. No, it hasn't. It's been a great effort out by Grant Stewart out in the deep. Fantastic. And speak about attitude, that epitomises that attitude.
Absolutely. You got one of your tall, fast bowlers running around there and giving 100%, making a diving stop. That just exactly what you said. It breeds energy, and the boys will hopefully bounce off that. It's great to see.
I noticed it last week. Zach Crawley throwing himself about the field as that's just being pushed back to the bowler, no run. It's an accusation that a lot of people, when they come back from England duty to county duty, often, do take it easy, don't they? And it's great to see Crawley with that attitude, throwing himself out about and putting in everything for Kent.
Yeah, like you say, as Nathan comes in again. So yeah, he's hitting some nice areas here, turning Eskenazi round a few times, so maybe there is a little bit of sideways movement after all.
Is it hard as an England player to come back to your county?
No, I never. I love playing for Kent, and you know, I'm a Kent lad, and you know, Kent have got me to help me achieve all I've achieved in the game, and likewise with Zach.
Gilchrist again strays onto the pads there of Eskenazi. Works in for a single into the onside.
So yeah, you know, it's coming back is always a great feeling, and putting on the Kent shirt. And like you say, I think, you know, every time Zach comes back, you don't see many more people working as hard at his game as he has. I'm pretty sure with Zach as well, there's an absolute monster around the corner waiting for him.
Well, it might be in this game. You never know. You never know as that's pushed into the offside. I think he's also had some interesting wickets to bat on so far this season. I mean, the one at Northamptonshire last week, I thought that was a good cricket wicket actually, but probably slightly bowler friendly, as is this. I thought there have been two very similar sort of wickets.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what you're going to get, as what you expect early on in the season in April, and I guess you have to, you know, come up with a way of trying to combat that. I think actually Zach was a little bit unlucky in the first innings. I was of the opinion that struck him a little bit high, but these things happen when you know, you find yourself searching for a bit of a score.
I don't know. Actually, I won't ask you to comment because you're a professional, but the one Mr. D'Oliveira got last week in the Somerset v Worcestershire game, as Everson comes in, and that's... was that a drop? Maybe not. Yeah, Mr. D'Oliveira can count himself a little bit unlucky with that one he got last week.
Yeah, he certainly can. I did see it, and yeah, unlucky is one way of putting it.
Yes. Everson coming in past umpire Jack Shantry, as that's been worked out to backward point where Daniel Bell Drummond's lurking. Jack Shantry, you played against him a few times over the years, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. Very
yeah.
funny man as well, wasn't he?
Very funny man, good man, and quite awkward to play against actually. Not sure if everyone listening would have seen Jack Shantry bowl, but it's worth a view online if you get the chance. As Joey comes in again, pitched up, and Eskenazi quite comfortably pushing out to Kashi Valley at mid-off.
Well, he bowled off the wrong foot for starters. He also had his head down in a sort of Paul Adams type way, didn't he? But obviously he was a quick, well, seam bowler. But yeah, I remember he had one marvellous game for Worcestershire, I think against Surrey at the Oval, where I think he got about 16 wickets in the game and got an 80 from about number 9. So Everson comes in, defended, bowling wicket to wicket here.
Yeah, he was a good cricketer. He was a very good cricketer back in the day, and probably, I'm not sure why his career ended. I don't know if it was through injury, but I always thought his career ended a little bit early, but maybe it was injury. I mean, the way he bowled, he would have done well to stay injury-free. But yeah, incredibly had the knack to swing the ball back and away from the right-hander.
Everson again keeping Eskenazi honest here, bowling wicket to wicket. Yeah, he was one of those good county pros who've sort of been around, hasn't he, Jack Shantry? And I never thought he'd go into umpiring actually.
No, I didn't know him too well. I think it's but I think, you know, from what I've heard, he's got quite a good rep around the circuit.
Yeah. Defended again. Yeah, he's from good cricketing stock as well. His brother Adam played at Northants and Glamorgan for a little bit, I think. And the dad played, Brian Shantry, played for Gloucestershire back in the early 70s. So he's from good cricketing stock. Yeah. That's a maiden over there for Joey Everson. 2 overs, 2 maidens. No runs conceded. And the wicket of Ryan Higgins. You listen to me, Dan Whiting. I'm here with Joe Denley. I won't keep you too long, Joe, 'cause I know you've got things to do and people to see. But just before you go, how long do you reckon we're looking at before we're back? I suppose it's too early to tell, is it, at the moment? The plate's got to be removed, is that right?
No, the plate's staying in.
Oh, is it?
The plate's staying in, yeah. So I'm hoping, initially we thought sort of an 8-week period to be back playing, so that takes us up to the T20, start of the T20. So I'll miss this first block of Champo cricket, and the plan is to be back and fit and firing for the first blast game.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, Grant Stewart's going to come in from the Nackington Road end. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. And if you do see me walking through the dining hall with a cup of coffee, if you could refrain from playing the pork shot when I'm at short leg, that'd be great.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant. Joe Denley there. Kent player, Kent loyal servant of Kent, and wonderful company. And I better be careful, because I think he'll have my job off me on commentary duties if he carries on like that. That's been pushed out into the offside, no run. Well, we've got the guests coming all the time here, as we have another one. We've got another guest. We've got our fourth guest of the afternoon, but our best guest. Never mind Joe Denley, who's played for England. So that's pushed into the offside. But we've got Sydney Graham. Sydney, welcome aboard. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you very much.
Yeah, very good. Kent women. And you start, you've got an inter-club game, is that right?
Yeah, so we've got our second inter-club game this Sunday at Polo Farm. We had one last week, which was nice to get back outside, but we're playing the University of Exeter tomorrow.
Wonderful stuff. It's actually Sydney Gorham, isn't it? But that's just worked down to fine leg. And Sydney, we're looking through your sort of stats here. 8 for 7 against Surrey.
Yeah, I must
That's
admit
a good day at the office.
It was a very good day, yeah.
When was this?
I think that was under 15s actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so quite a while ago now.
Okay. And you're known as Sidders. Is
Yeah.
this right?
Well, I've got many names, but that's the one I get called most.
Stewart in from the Nackington Road end, and that's just been pushed into the offside. Daniel Bill Drummond in pursuit, slides and picks up and keeps them to a single. Yeah, so you've got Derbyshire then coming up as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I believe that's our first home game
Okay.
at the Spitfire Ground, which would be nice to get out and play.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. And you're looking forward to that?
Oh yeah, it'd be really nice to get back out on the home ground and hopefully in front of quite a big home crowd.
Yeah, I think people here, they love their cricket down in Kent, as that's been pushed out to Mieye at mid-wicket. That completes the over. Middlesex 97 for 4. Eskenazi, the glue that's holding this Middlesex innings together. He's got 37 off 105 balls. Ben Geddes just joined him. He's got 4 off 11. And you listen to me, Dan Whiting, along with Sydney Gorham here. Kent women's player. Sidders, as she's now colloquially known. And I'm looking sort of through a few other stuff. You seem to be a big fan of spaghetti bolognese. This is great.
You can't go wrong, really. It's a great pre-match meal.
It is a great pre-match meal. Do you have it with a bit of grated parmesan on top?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, gotta be. And should spaghetti bolognese, should it have a few mushrooms chucked in there as well?
Oh no.
No.
I'm not a big fan of the mushrooms, I have to say.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I tend to put a bit of celery in there, which people don't usually like. Yeah.
Yeah, I've known of carrots as well to bulk it out.
Carrots, onions, celery.
Yeah.
Gotta get the 5 of the day.
Got to. Everson in, and that's just played into the offside there by Eskenazi. Kevin Hand, his 5 of the day are different coloured jelly babies, so...
I'd love to live like that, to be fair.
And your first Kent cap was presented to you by someone who's just got a new job. Is that right?
Yeah, it was Charlotte Edwards. It was a very memorable day for me. I'd only been playing cricket for a year at that point,
Okay.
and just started up.
Even in club level?
Yeah.
Wow. Everson. In. That's attempted drive from Eskenazi, but goes nowhere. Cloths it into the ground.
Yeah, I'd only been playing for a year, so I started playing cricket in my back garden with my brother, and he said, "Dad, she's actually quite good. Probably should take her down to a cricket club." And 2 weeks later, they sent me for my first Kent trial.
Brilliant. And what club was that?
Sid Cup.
Sid
That
Cup.
was,
That's where you're
yeah.
from. That sort of in neck of the woods.
Yeah.
South East London. Just defended there. There's some good cricket down there. There's always been some good clubs. Beckenham Cricket Club always been decent.
Yeah, I've been all over, to be fair. I started at Sid Cup, went to Bexley, then I was at Hayes, and now I'm down in Canterbury.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. Hayes Cricket Club is Metropolitan Police used to play at a ground over there as well. I think at Hayes, didn't they?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. Everson's in. That's just onto the legs of Eskenazi, but he's only going to get one because some good work round the boundary there keeps him down. 98 for 4. Bromley have always been good.
Yeah, Bromley are a strong side. I mainly went to Hayes for their women's section.
Okay.
So my first proper women's game for them, I actually played with Lydia Greenway, and I didn't even know.
Oh, really?
Stood next to her in the field for 40 overs and only realised when she went into bat.
Yeah. Bromley Common are quite a decent side, I think, aren't they?
Still are.
Yeah.
Mm.
Everson, driven by Geddes, straight back to the bowler. Yeah, and I mean, I used to live in Beckenham for about 12 years. You know, I was doing missionary work. I'm from North London, but doing a bit of missionary
nice.
work south of the river, you know. But
Gotta stay this side, I have to say.
but yeah, HSBC were down the end of my road.
Yeah, they're still
Who
about.
Who are now New Beckenham Cricket Club, I believe, aren't they?
Oh.
They've changed names, yeah. A lovely ground. Short, pulled. Can't see what's gone on down there. 4 runs, whatever. As umpire Jack Shantry signals to the boundary. Adam Hollyoak just watching from the side over there. Watching his troops in action. Always goes for a walk at this time of the afternoon.
I love a boundary walk, to be fair, so
Yeah.
I can't blame him.
You one of those people who plays bowls around the boundary?
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
when I'm not playing, I'm usually walking round or watching, hence
Yeah.
while I'm here today.
Yeah. So, Derbyshire, and people can get their tickets on kentcricket.co.uk, is that correct?
Yes, there is. There's a link out on our Instagram and our Facebook pages for everyone who wants to come. Please come down. It should be a very good game.
Yeah, come and see Sydney, and she promises to get another 8 for 7 if you all come down, all right?
I will try my best.
If we can fill out the Spitfire Ground St Lawrence to capacity for that game, Sydney promises an 8 for 7.
I mean, I would love to take another one, to be fair, so I'll try my very hardest.
Yeah. So you've made your debut against Essex all the way back in 2020.
Yeah, I believe that was my first proper game.
Stewart, and that's driven by Eskenazi. He's only going to get 1 for it though, because ball goes down to the boundary. But Geddes wants a 2, but I think Eskenazi's never interested.
Yeah, I'd played a couple of friendlies back in 2018, 2019 when our squad was full of Tammy Beaumonts and Alice Davidson Richardson, so it was quite hard to break into them. But yeah, first official game in 2020.
Okay. So that's a good sign. Was Lydia Greenway still going then, or should she?
Oh, I don't think so. I think she was just coaching.
That's played up to mid-on. Yeah, I think, well, she's now doing a lot of media work, isn't she? She's doing a lot of commentary work.
Yeah, she's definitely getting her name out there, and I mean, she coached me for a little while, so
Did she?
I would recommend to anyone who's thinking about it.
Well, she might have coached you on the commentary as well, because, you know, you're a good commentator. I've got to be careful here, Sydney. You'll be after my job soon.
Oh, I don't think so.
Here's Stewart. That's driven handsomely by Geddes. That's an on drive of the highest quality. Runs away down to the Nackington Road boundary for 4 runs, and lovely shot, wasn't it?
I did enjoy watching it. Unfortunately, though, I would have liked to see his stump go.
There speaks Kent fan Sydney Gorham. And what number do you bat, Sydney?
Oh, it ranges. I'm a fast bowler at heart, so I'm more in the 7, 8, 9 type of range.
Okay, and are you a whacker? Do you come in and whack it?
I like to think I can play in all scenarios, but I do try my best when it's there.
That's just nerdled into the onside by Geddes. Moved into double figures without boundaries, now on to 13. Middlesex 108 for 4. Yeah, there's I think fast bowlers have, even when they bat, they have the same mentality where they just try and whack the ball out of the ground, don't they?
Yeah, while we're on the pitch, us fast bowlers can sometimes not be very nice.
Yeah. So have you got a good sledge up your sleeve?
Oh, I was actually just sitting with one of my uni friends, and she asked me to mention her favourite sledge, actually.
Just worked onto the onside. Is it clean? I mean, are you going to get...
Yeah, it's clean.
Are you going to get Ofcom onto me, Sydney?
No.
Go on.
She likes to say when we're playing, batsman's fishing like Jeremy Wade. Always does give us a little bit of a giggle in the field.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
It's quite rogue, I have to say.
Yeah.
Bit out there.
I was umpiring a game. I'll come on to it after this ball from Stewart. And I heard one of the funniest sledges, actually. It was a game between one private school and Harrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the Harrow opening bat left the first 2 deliveries. And the keeper's piped up. That's it. His parents pay 50 grand a year to teach him how to leave the ball. And I thought that was quite amusing. But I did sort of step in, umpiring, and said, listen, you're going to set the tone for the game. And I did step in and had a little word. I'm going to get Kevin Hand back in here to come and have a chat with you. Sydney, you stay there, and Kevin will come and have a chat with you.
Okay.
So you're listening to me, Dan Whiting, and Kent quick bowler and lower order whacker Sydney Gorham, who is here, and Kevin Hand will come back on.
Thanks, Dan. Hello, Sydney. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well. Here's a full ball from Everson, eased into the onside by Eskenazi, and there's no run. Middlesex really fighting hard here, but particularly Eskenazi back into the side for Middlesex. It's been a tough battle for him the last couple of years in the Championship team, but making the most of this chance with Sam Robson away on paternity leave at the moment. 13 from Geddes at the other end. A couple of big wickets this afternoon. The big 2 really in Leas Deploy and Ryan Higgins. As Everson moves away from us once more, he bowls outside the off stump at bottom edge from Eskenazi. It was a cut come drive outside off, an angle back coming down. Unfortunately, that angle for Eskenazi angles away from the off stump. Tight, to say the least, that one.
Yeah, I mean, those are the ones that could go either way. It's just very unlucky as a bowler.
Which you'll be doing next Saturday at Radlett?
Well, hopefully my ones edge onto the stumps.
But you'll be running into bowl.
Oh, 100%.
Quick bowler's ground as well, Radlett. Here's Everson in, bowls full straight, driven to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, it's renowned as a seamer's surface.
Yeah, it's very lovely to bowl on, I have to say. It's probably one of my favourite pitches to play on.
Ah, you have played there before then?
Yeah, we've played a couple times here for our Battle of the Bridge game against Essex, which we won the last time we played, I believe.
Everson turning once more. Geddes on 13. Slip crouches down. Everson bowls straight, turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 19th ball for Geddes. 13 to his name. 113 balls now for Eskenazi. This is some innings from a man thrust back into the side because of Robson's absence. Jefferson turning once more in his 4th over. 2 balls to come of it. He bowls on a length, driven by Geddes. That's a good tumbling stop. Is that Compton in at cover, I think? Rolls to his right, makes the block. Saves the boundary. 110 for 4 Middlesex, the lead 114. They want at least 100 more with the 6 wickets they have remaining.
Yeah, minimum I'd say. I mean, our batting has been quite good for the last couple of seasons, so about 200 would make it a really good game for the next 2 days.
Here goes Everson bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside, fielded at mid-on, and there's no run. 110 for 4, end of the 34th over of this innings, the 46 left today, so another 14 until the tea interval on the 2nd day of this game. Extraordinary. We've had a 24 wickets in the match already, so whether day 4 will be required.
Well, yeah, I mean, our bowlers are working really, really hard out there. I mean, you just have to see their performance against Northants. The bowlers were brilliant, and they're doing exactly the same today.
Did you get to see much of that game?
Yeah, I watched the live stream. It was over a lot quicker than I thought it was going to be. I mean, tuned in for day 2, and I was like, oh my God, they're already on the 2nd innings. But yeah, the boys did really, really well. They worked really hard.
So it's going to be Kashif Ali to bowl from the Nackington Road end. None for 27 from 6 so far, 1 maiden. Bowled beautifully in the first innings here. Real pace, zip. Plenty of movement as well. We haven't seen as much movement today. Day 2 is meant to be the best day to bat. Fresh surface yesterday at green top that it was, and still is, but sun belting down. Hottest day of the year so far on it, and it does just seem to have been that little bit easier to bat on today, as here's Eskenazi awaiting. Kashif Ali is right arm over, he bowls one that just nips away outside of the off stump, and Eskenazi on the back foot. He's in no man's land as he follows that one.
Yeah, I mean, I come and watch the boys' warm-up game against Loughborough, and he bowled really, really well that day. He had a little bit of an unfortunate one where the ball actually hit the stumps and the bells didn't even come off.
Yeah, we had that. I'm trying to remember which game it was now. Which one was your game?
That was the boys' Loughborough game, where the warm-up game.
So I think there was one recently. Kashif Ali bowls is eased into the offside, 110 for 4. I don't think it was the Middlesex Lancashire game. I'm trying to remember what other game I was doing recently, but certainly one where it rolled back onto the stumps.
Yeah, his one was flush, leg stump, and the bell just popped off and fell back in its place again.
Was there a heavy wind? Was it heavy bales?
Yeah, it must have been, because he's bowling at quite a pace, I have to say.
He's in and out past the umpire bowls, and Eskenazi punches him through the covers. It's a lovely shot, but the boundary brings him on to 45, and crucially, it's that time in the middle as much as the runs at the moment. Ball only into its 35th over. Can they soften this ball a little bit, put some more overs into the legs of the Kent attack, and try and build this lead? 118 the leaders at the moment. Kent all out for 218 this morning, having fought back from 79 for 6 to concede just a 4-run deficit in the first innings. Kashif Ali bowls past the edge of the forward defence of Eskenazi, and that is classic line and length.
Yeah, very nice to watch. I have to say, Grant Stewart and Harry Finch did put up a very big fight yesterday. Very well earned 50s for both of them.
Yeah, it was certainly match saving, I'd say, at that point, because if Kent had have gone in a heap when they came together, the Middlesex really would have been feeling a very strong position in the match. As Kashif Ali bowls, forward goes Eskenazi, defends into the offside, and there's no run. I think Middlesex will hope for an improved bowling performance in the second innings. They know they let slip too many 4 balls yesterday. And on this pitch where there's enough in it for the bowlers, you don't want to make it easy for the batters, and the 4 balls to be put away.
Exactly that. We're always told once you get a team into a position, it's foot on throat, and you really have to attack those stumps and make them fight for every run that they get.
Shifali bowls to Eskenazi. This is run away down to deep third for a single. He moves to 46. He'll keep the strike. It's the end of the over. 115 for 4. I was just talking to Izzy before swapping back with Dan earlier and asking about that change from the regional cricket to the more county orientated cricket. How big a change it was, how the change went for you, how smooth it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive change. I mean, obviously we were gutted to not get that Tier 1 status. I mean, we're working really, really hard this year, and our aim is that we want to win Tier 2. But the change was needed, I think. I played at the South East Stars in their academy, and you just felt that people didn't know who to follow because there were so many counties involved in one team.
This one's just full of a length from Everson as he begins his 5th over. The ball's eased out to deep point for a single. 47 now for Eskenazi. Geddes has 13. Keeper's just grabbing something from the umpire. What is it? Cap of Everson? Why is it keeper? Oh, it's his own cap. The keeper. He was helmet on, standing up. Back he goes for Geddes as Everson turns away from us. Ball tossed to him from Singh at mid-off. Just the one slip. Deep point and deep square and long leg as Everson's in, bowls, inside edge, saves Geddes there. He doesn't really get forward. He gets across. Just trap that bat down in time. And we could hear the two noises from here, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it was definitely a close one. Good decision there from the umpire. But yeah, it's nice to continue your journey back at Kent. They've always been so good to us girls, and especially with the turning up with the Tier 2, they've been amazing.
Everson bowls, and it's punched away through the covers. That's a glorious shot by Geddes. Nice timing, just the single though, because the sweeper is back. Good shot for 1. Is that Crawley coming around at deep point? 14 for Geddes, 117 for 4. Where's the second game? So the first game's Radlett.
Yeah, first game's at Radlett on the 20th, and then we're here against Derbyshire on the 26th. Tickets are available online. Please come down and watch. It should be a very good game.
Oh, someone moving around. Eskenazi settles over his bat once more. Everson back to the top of his mark. Turns now. Sun has just gone a little, hasn't it? Here is Canterbury's. Everson's in, bowls, just full of a length, and that's eased into the offside. A dot ball. Eskenazi right over the top of it. Be hoping for plenty of sunshine next week, I'm sure.
Oh yes, definitely. Canterbury can be a little bit chilly when there's no sun, but hopefully the sun's shining on our first home game of the season.
I don't think it's quite the beast from the east, but I do think the weather front is going to be coming back in from the north over the next couple of weeks. So.
Oh, fingers crossed.
Yeah, the sunnier climes of the south. Be a distant memory for us as this ball's eased away off the outside edge. Square of the wicket by Eskenazi. Ripple of applause around the ground. A sharp bit of fielding preventing the single. Hurt his hip there though as well, hasn't he? Did he roll on the ball? Has he stopped?
It's a bit hard out there usually, so when you hit the ground you tend to take a little bit of a knock from your body.
Yeah. Everson in, bowls, Eskenazi driving. Picks up a single out to deep cover. Just a gentle offering of the bat on that one, not going too hard at it. He knew there wasn't going to be particularly full reward. Now Eskenazi goes down, he's stretching out his lower back. Left glute. Sciatica, he goes right as well now. I thought it was particularly his left who he was going for, but it's the lower back in particular he's going for now, one side to the other. Actually do a bit of that in the commentary box. Oh, here we go, he's got the full one going on now. Downward facing snake. Not that you get an upward facing one.
No, not usually.
Then he goes, is that the cow or the cat that he finished up in?
That might have been the downward dog actually.
All very painful looking. He's on 48 though, so he's doing a good job. 1, 2, 3 balls faced. Well, the Middlesex white ball captain back into the championship side, holding it together for his team at the moment. They lead by 122. They'll want to add at least 100 more runs to that one, as here's Kashif Ali. He's in, bowls, and forward defence from Eskenazi, pushed away into the offside, no run.
I'm back. So, wonderful insight there from Sydney Gorham, and Kevin Hand's going to come in. Sydney will be doing her bit for Kent women, and as she said, you can get your tickets online.
Yes. Home game, 26 versus Derbyshire at the Spitfire Ground. Get your tickets and come and support us girls.
Fantastic. Well, it's been wonderful company. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Sydney Gorham there. Absolutely brilliant. Great company.
Did we nearly miss an update again? Musical chairs, musical mics at the last moment.
No, I don't think we've missed an update, have we?
Are they not coming to you again at half past? They're in the first half. I thought that was why you needed the mic. I was throwing it to you. I was lobbing the ball to you, the mic to you.
Saturday afternoons are generally quite calm because of the sports show, and yeah. Kashi Valley in, and Eskenazi, who's playing a very good innings here, isn't he?
Well, it's remarkable, really, isn't it?
Well,
the story.
We had Joe Denley on earlier. Joe thinks this wicket is flattening out a little bit.
Well, it is, but I mean that doesn't take away from the story of Eskenazi.
No, not at all.
126 balls now, 48 runs. It's, you know, he talks about the key wickets of Holden and Leicester Ploy and Higgins. They've got through them.
I'm pleased for him as well, because he's one of the good guys, isn't he, Stevie Eskenazi? That's just run off the face. One shy of his 50 now. Oh, what an afternoon. It's like been guests coming and going.
We might be here on Monday after all.
We might be.
I don't think so.
Martin Stiles has said, lovely to hear the women's team members promoting their games. Are we going to have online commentary or live stream for any of them? I believe the answer is yes, but I'll let someone from the club come back to me on that one. Meanwhile, Kashi Fally. Slightly slower ball. And almost Fox's Geddes, but gets enough of it. Yeah, no, the three ladies we've had on in the afternoon, Molly Davis, Izzy Kirby, and Sydney Gorham, been absolutely superb. And then we had Joe Denley as well, out with injury at the moment, and great company. Joe Denley.
Yeah, I was having a good listen when I went to grab a coffee while you two and nattering away.
Yeah. What a career he's had. Oh, Ali. Almost getting one through, Geddes there. 119 for 4.
The frightening thing is I remember doing a commentary at Beckenham very early in Joe Denley's career and thinking, goodness me, he looks like a young fella, because he was just broken in as a youngster alongside Rob Key at the top.
He still looks good though, doesn't he? He's still, you know, I don't know what the secret is. It's all those oysters up in Whitstable.
How old does that make me feel now? I've seen a young Joe Denley, but then, like I say, it was Stephen Finn that I've seen his debut and then see him retire. That was the one that killed me.
He was about 12, Finney, though, when he made his debut. 16, was he? Is that right?
I think he was 16 for his first class debut, but for his university game, I think he was 17 for his actual competitive debut, a list A game at Evervale, as Everson's in, bowls, and this is clipped away down to long leg for a single, 120 for 4.
Evervale. Okay.
That's his 50 for Eskenazi. 128 balls, strike grade of 39, 168 minutes and 5 fours for Middlesex's returning hero at the top of the order here in place of Sam Robson. And well, we did say there may be a problem for Middlesex selection when Robson returns. If Eskenazi gets in amongst the runs, he might have nailed back down a place at the top of the order as Everson's in, bowls and driven hard by Geddes outside of the off stump to backward point.
Is that Eugene Cross Park, Ebbw Vale? Is it next to the rugby ground?
we could test in my memory now. It was 20 years ago. It's the only game I've ever done there, but I just remember it being very, very damp, and the pavilion was right up atop a hill. You had to wander down the steps to get down to the pitch. A bit like
Swansea.
Yes. Is Everson in bowls, and this ball's pushed back to the bowler by Geddes.
Well, those Welsh grounds are backing onto rugby grounds. I know the Knoll at Nice, where they've been playing some games in the Metro Bank. That's next to the rugby ground there. Used to play at Abergavenny, where a man who plied his trade here quite a bit, Andrew Simons.
Full down the leg side from Everson. Good stop from Finch, judging it, stepping across, standing up.
Simons, I think 18 sixes there in an innings, which is a record, wasn't it? So probably peppering Sugarloaf Mountain in the distance. That was when he was at Gloucestershire, but he did very well down here. Very popular guy. May he rest in peace.
Slip crouch down, Everson bowls, and this ball's bumped to cover off the back foot by Geddes. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, live together on the streams on both the Middlesex and Kent websites. Live on the BBC Sport website and app, available through your smart speaker as well. Ask the device to play Kent versus Middlesex, day 3 tomorrow, to tune in at home. As here's a full ball bumped back by Geddes to Everson, end of his 6th, 1 for 10. He has Kashif Ali yet to get amongst the wickets in the second innings, none for 33 from his 8. 38 overs gone, we've got 10 to tee. Can Middlesex get to tee 4 down? I think it'd be quite a thing to do if they can. They might be almost as far as 160 ahead by them. 150, 160 ahead. If they can get there 4 down, then they'll really feel, having been 150 for 8 and recovered in the first innings, then had Kent 79 for 6. Let it slip.
Kevin, I'm a little bit confused. What's all this sort of grey stuff that's come over, blocking out the blue skies that we've had for 2 weeks?
Shocking,
what's
isn't it?
going on? Kashi Valley. He's running in from the Nackington Road end, and that's just been played out to Wyndham Mayeye. I think the scene is set. Middlesex leading by 124 here. I just have a feeling the scene is set for a Zach Crawley big one. I'm going out on a limb. Kashif Ali. Oh, that's a nice shot. Can't get it past mid-on, but very pleasant shot from Stevie Eskenazi. As I said yesterday, Kashif Ali on debut for Kent here. There he is, just adjusting his field. Bustling into the crease. As Eskenazi just pushes that out into the offside. Made his debut for Alpindi back in 2019 against Sui Southern Gas Corporation. And he later played for Sui Northern Gas Pipeline. So good to see that the gas industry is going tickety-boo out in Pakistan. Maybe the fans row with each other who's got the better energy tariffs. So that's down the leg side. But he's a good bowler, Kashif Ali. Not to be confused with the chap who bats number 3 for Worcestershire. Okay.
What's his name then?
Damon D'Oliveira. That's just worked round the corner. As they come back for 2. That's a substitute fielder on there. I thought the ladies were fantastic, weren't they? Coming on, guests, great to see them. That's Mikey Cohen on the pitch as 12thers. He's back from injury. He's spent a lot of time out, and Kent fans will be really pleased to see him back. Slower ball, but Eskenazi equal to it and plays a glorious cover drive. Yet Cohen is South African, eligible for England and France. Started off at Derbyshire. Played for Middlesex twos as well. And he is, well, he's a guitarist. He's an interesting guy. He's quick as well, left armour. But he's a bit of a Star Wars geek.
Oi, nothing wrong with that.
Oh, yeah, you're a Star Wars geek.
Steady.
Yeah.
Geek's the new chic.
And I nearly lost my notes out.
There you go, that was the force.
Yet again. And Mikey Cohen supports Wolverhampton Wanderers. Where's that come from? Don't get many Wolves fans from Cape Town, do you?
Change of bowling, Singh back into the attack at the pavilion end. The sun bursts through again, stretches the shadow out to his left as he looks down his run up towards Geddes, who awaits. He's right below us. He sets off now, right arm over the wicket, bowls now, and the right-handed Geddes is edging down to deep third. Now, body shape, position, I thought he was looking just for a little nudge into the onside there. Geddes is mid-on, deep square and a long leg as part of the 6-3 fields. There's a fair gap just to drop the single, which I fancy is what he was thinking about, but he didn't go at it hard, fortunately. And the edge squirts all along the floor down to deep third. Only one slip in place, deep third, point just back at a point there. Deep cover, sweeping up, extra cover and mid-off, and Singh midway through his run-up. He bowls now, and just full of a length, Eskenazi's over the top of it and nudges the single right there to that vacated mid-wicket. Bell Drummond and the bowler come together to collect the ball. 128 for 4, the lead 132.
Yeah, Middlesex had a good afternoon, haven't they? 33 for 2 at lunch. Well, still 8 overs after this one left in the afternoon session. Or will they go? They go at 4 o'clock, don't they? They'll go at 4 o'clock. So it's about 10 minutes. But they will be pleased with their work. 100 runs for the loss of only 2 wickets.
Forward defence from Geddes pushing back up the track.
Which in the context of this game has been wonderful, hasn't it? Really good. Really good. We've had some lovely emails from you guys as well today. Keep them coming. bbckentcricket@gmail.com.
Some? Have they not all been lovely? Only some of them.
Well,
How would you describe the others?
fantastic.
There's a length ball punched off the back foot by Geddes to deep point for a single.
We've had some great ones come through regarding where you've seen professional cricketers in unusual places. Joe Denley's bumped into a few in various lifts in various hotels. That's generally because cricketers stay in a lot of hotels, so yeah.
Seeing bowls, this is pushed back by Eskenazi, wristily as he does.
Yeah, I think my unusual one was, although I went for a drink in a pub in Barnet and Owen Morgan was in there, having just won the World Cup for England.
Seeing Tannen away from us. Hits the crease now. He bowls and length ball dabbed back by Eskenazi. No run again. Cupboard does the fielding. End of the over. That was Singh's 6th over. None for 19. One maiden. Kashif Ali to continue at the far end. Geddes has 16. Eskenazi has 57. And Middlesex have 129 for 4. A lead of 133.
Yeah, looking good for the visitors. If they can get through to the evening, having lost just a couple more wickets and stretch this lead out to sort of the 230 mark, they'll be really pleased with that. They'll be looking at setting Kent 300, which I think this game's going to go into a 4th day, Kev. I think it might go into a 4th day. I think your breakfast at your hotel, lovely as it is,
it's going to be a pain for a 4th day.
Kashif Ali. Geddes works him square the wicket on the onside. Goes out to Zach Crawley. Kent. It's gone a little bit flat here, and Kent are used to that. Last couple of years, sort of one accusation is that they've just gone through the motions a little bit. We haven't seen a lot of that this year from Kent. But interestingly, Adam Hollyoak just going for a little wander around the boundary, just let his troops know he's there. Getting them to see if you can get a little bit of extra effort out of them.
Do you just reckon he's going for a walk around the ground, see if he can buy a wicket?
Or maybe buy an ice cream.
Bring one up here, Adam.
Yeah, go on.
Liam keeps promising to do so, but he never
Yeah.
does.
Kashif Ali. That's good, interesting placement there from Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's at a leg gully. And they've seen something in Eskenazi. That he likes to work the ball backwards. That makes Zach Crawley at deep square leg. He's got to stay in front of square, because Jazz Singh is down at fine leg. Daniel Bell-Drummond's also back, and obviously you can't have 3 behind square on the leg side. As Kashif Ali is in, and again that goes to Bell-Drummond. Law that came into the game after body line. Something to do with Bramber not being able to play the short ball, I believe, Kev. But, you know, moving on. It's Law came in then. It's been in place ever since. But, yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond is a thinking skipper. And he's just placed himself round the corner so Eskenazi can't flick hard at that. That's an on drive. Pushed up to mid-on, but no run. 130 for 4 here. Middlesex leading by 134. You listen to Dan White and Kevin Ham, BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Kent, live on the BBC apps and live on the Kent stream. And we've had some wonderful guests in this afternoon. If you heard them, Molly Davis, Kent wicket-keeper from the women's team. Izzy Kirby, batter. As Eskenazi nurdles that one to mid-wicket where Tawenda Mayeye is patrolling. And then we had, who else do we have? With Sydney Gorham, quick bowler, and self-confessed lower order whacker. And we had, man, he's been a little bit more cultured than a whacker, Joe Denley, who's been such a loyal servant, has played for both counties, played for Middlesex and played for Kent, and of course played for England. Kashif Ali to Eskenazi, he's on 57. Right, so Mikey Cohen is staying on the pitch, and 12thers, Zach Crawley's going off. Joey Everson's coming back on. It's hard to keep up here, Kev. It's like Piccadilly Circus, people coming, going. All the guests in our office here. It's madness, I tell you.
They didn't even knock.
No. Well, we're situated here on the ground at St Lawrence's. Obviously Canterbury Cathedral can be seen out the back of this stand.
Singh, slip in place, he's right arm over bowls, and this is turned away through square leg for a single by Geddes. He moves to 18, 1-3-1 for 4. You can see it out the back of the stand, can you? Where from? Up the top and peek out the window.
Yeah.
Let's go and have a
There's
look.
a picture I took earlier.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Let's go and have a look at that. Did wander back through the town centre yesterday, and you kind of peer to your right every now and again, don't you, as you walk past a little alley, and there's the big cathedral overbearing over the small Tudor buildings. Sings in bowls, and Eskenazi drops this into the onside. 131 for 4.
Yeah. I think the Archbishop could say a little prayer for his home side here.
Yeah, 135 the lead. I'm trying to think, for it to go to a 4th day, then Middlesex would need to be batting still at stumps tonight. Which is only 38 overs away after this. By which point, at 3 and over, let's say they've got another 120, that'd be a 250 lead. As forward goes Eskenazi pushing to cover. So I think they'd probably still have to be batting early in the afternoon session tomorrow.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
Or maybe, let's say, they're bowled out 10 minutes before lunch. Lunch is taken at that point, and there's 64 overs left in the day then, with a lead of, well, if they were still batting then, that's around 320, 330 the lead. If they get to lunch tomorrow, as here's Eskenazi facing up to Singh, he pushes it back to him defensively.
There's a gentleman in the Cheeseman stand next to us.
Have we got a sleeper?
We've got sleep. Oh, he's just woken up. He's just woken up.
Is he the one closest to us?
Yes.
With the MCC hat on?
Yes. And the sunglasses.
Did he nod?
No, oh, he might have done. Maybe it was a bit of sleep apnea kicking in.
Singh is up to the stumps, he bowls, and Eskenazi forward drives one-handed into the offside. Just shows it's still wobbling out there, isn't it? And
yeah,
Eskenazi takes off the bottom hand.
New ball's going to be crucial, isn't it? Get through that, things do become easier. The second new ball is due in 39 overs, and I wonder if Middlesex are still batting then, which I think they probably will be, how they cope with it.
Singh bowls. Oh, that keeps low. Eskenazi's gone. A roar goes up in the members' pavilion next to us. But I tell you what, though, I wouldn't be getting too excited about that. If that ball's just kept low as it has to Eskenazi, I'm not quite going to call it a grubber. But he played on the back foot. He's LBW to Singh. He looked plumb for all the world from up here, didn't he? Because that ball did not get up at all. And I tell you what, if Kent are set something around 300, if that's the way the pitch starts to play, if it's hardening up, then I wouldn't give them too much of a hope. That was a rough one for Eskenazi. He's batted so well for 147 deliveries and 57 runs.
Yeah, it did keep low, but it's a really good innings there from Stevie Eskenazi. He's got his side into a position of strength, and he's gutsed it out. He's shown a lot of courage, a lot of fortitude, and he's, I should reckon, probably got himself into contention for next week. Where are you next week, Kevin?
Lords against Glamorgan. Well, assuming Sam Robson's not back for that one, then I'm guessing they'll go same again, Fernandez and Eskenazi. But if Robson is back, then it's going to be pretty hard to drop the fella that has hit 57.
Yeah.
On a pitch that has had 25 wickets in a day and a half.
Yeah, or do they go, you know, left field? Do they bring in someone like Luke Holman, perhaps? He's been getting runs over.
For Eskenazi?
No, for Fernandez. Been opening the batting, another left-hander, top of the order, but he's been getting runs in the twos. And, you know, you wonder if someone like Luke Holman should be... I think he got 88 and 40. He said he was disappointed with his 40. Felt he left a few runs out there. We're going to see some spin. We're going to see Jack Leaning come into the attack. First spin from Kent. We've only seen 2 overs from Zafar Gahal. But yeah, Leaning coming in. Only didn't bowl any at Northampton last week. This is Kent's first spin bowl of the year. He's going to come around the wicket to Geddes. Oh, Geddes prods at that quite firmly. Mikey Cohen just lurking on his 12th man. Having a nice chat with Jack Shantry. Leaning, tosses one up. Just defended. That's angled in at the pads of Geddes. He's on to 18. He's been there 38 balls. Davis yet to face. After the departure of Stevie Eskenazi in the last over. It's driven handsomely. A little bit of a misfield there by Kashif Ali.
Geddes looks a good signing for Middlesex.
Yeah, he's a fantastic signing.
Bought well in recent years, I'd suggest. Zafar Gohar arriving this year as well.
On top of Deploy from the previous winter.
Yeah, Kane Williamson in this year as well. Deploy the previous winter, as you say. Higgins brought back.
Yeah.
Brooks in from Warwickshire.
Been some good recruitment. Here's Leaning to Davis. Drills it out. Handsome drive first up, but can't pierce the covers where Jazz Singh gets his tall frame down. 132 for 5. Tossed up. Davis not being tempted though. That's just a little floater outside the off stump. I've seen a lot of people nick those. Right, tea should be... No, we're gonna have a late tea. It's not 4 o'clock.
Five more overs until tea, haven't we?
Yeah.
Overtime again tonight, Dan.
Oh, Kevin Hand. You know how to make a man feel good. I've just had that look. That look. Oh, dear, oh dear.
Singh, right arm over the wicket. He has the slip in place. 1, 3, 2 for 5. And he bowls to get as he's up on his toes, turning through square leg for a single. So Davies facing 2 deliveries. Top scored with 47 in the first innings for Middlesex. Left stranded as he took that single, didn't he? Brooks, final ball of the over, and he thought, oops, that might not be the best idea. And he didn't face again. Brooks taking the single, that is. You can kind of see it on his body language when he got to the other end. What have I just done?
Yeah.
50 there for the taking. Cullen had a rush of blood and his middle stump was knocked back. And then Brooks nicking off at the end of the innings. Singh, 2 Davies, 2 slips, crouching down, he bowls, and Davies ducks underneath the bumper. Through it, balloons to the keeper, a bit of loop on that one. Quite fizz through to the gloves of Finch.
Northamptonshire had a left armour last week, overseas player, just come in, Australian, or I think he might be an Aussie on a British passport, Liam Guthrie. And he looked excellent first session. A little bit of life in the pitch. Comes in after lunch and bowls 3 bouncers.
Singh bowls full, straight and past the edge. That's a beaut. That just shapes away from the left-hander. Line and length. Targeting the top of off and then leaving the Middlesex wicketkeeper.
Bowls 3 bouncers, 2 of which go for 5 wides. And the other one goes for a wide, so he's just given away 11 runs. In a low-scoring game like that, it's just freebies. Jazz Singh, meanwhile, I think he's turning into a very, very good bowler.
He's turning away from us now at the pavilion end. Bowls, and Davies drops a single through square leg. 134 for 5. 2 to come of the over. Yeah, it's a pitch now where you've got to be persistent as a bowler. We said top of off stump, you're going to get plenty of reward in this one. From the word go, the seam movement that was out there, then the swing came into it. It doesn't seem to have quite the same zip in it today. But nonetheless, there's still movement out there, and this doesn't seem to be going through quite as quickly, and maybe that's that the movement isn't as much, so the batters seem to have a little bit more time as forward goes Geddes defending 2 points, no run. We are in the 44th over of the innings, another hour's time, an hour into the evening session that'll be, or just under. This ball, 60 overs old, Middlesex will be thinking about get through to stumps and then come out and do it all again tomorrow. That second new ball, well, it'll be available almost at stumps tonight, won't it?
Yeah.
80th over, then this is the 44th. In fact, it'll be available. First
3
ball.
overs.
Here comes.
Oh, sorry, no.
Singh bowls, and this is punched by Geddes to cover in the stand. It'll be first ball in the morning, won't it?
First thing tomorrow morning, yeah. Unless Kent bowl their overs very quickly tonight and get some extra ones in.
Yeah, well, I doubt they will, because it's,
exactly
10 past 4 now, and we're still 4 overs away from a cuppa. But fortunately, we've both been able to go and get a cuppa in the session, thanks to our guests.
Yeah. James Whitaker, match referee here.
So we're going to say to send us a message,
No.
send us an email.
No.
Strangest places he'd seen cricketers as musicals.
He's 62 now, Whitaker. 1 test wonder. Was on Mike Gatting's tour to Australia in 86, 87. Left alone there by Davis.
The last win price 2005, wasn't it? Wasn't that the last one?
Yeah, well, I mean, England went through a
Ashes
stage where, you know, if you wanted to win the Ashes, you had to put a Middlesex man in charge, didn't you? As Davis punches that out to deep cover. Mike Brearley, 81. Mike Gatting, 86, 87. Andrew Strauss, 2016, was it? All right, Michael Vaughan did a little bit. You know, we'll give him that.
Is it 2011 Strauss?
2011, yeah. The Ashes are played so often now that you lose touch, don't you? 135 for 5. Leaning around the wicket. Here he comes again around the wicket. Geddes pumps him out to long on, single. Yeah, no one's sent us any emails, Kev. Don't know how we're going to cope with life. We need to make our own entertainment. Oh, that's well bowled. Davis being watchful here. He'd like to get into tea with his wicket intact. Simon Whiteside, what time is tea today? Well, 3 overs after this one. 3 overs and 1 ball. You've got 19 balls to go, Simon, before you can go and get yourself a nice slice of Battenberg. Jack leaning, tossed up, no run. What's your favourite cake, Kevin?
Coffee and walnut, but the current ginger cake at Lord's takes some beating.
Used to be a lemon drizzle served in the ladies' pavilion at Worcester, which was absolutely wonderful. It was about £1 a slice back then. You see all the Worcester members sitting on the steps covered in crumbs.
Yeah, last day of the game at Worcester, the leftovers from the ladies' pavilion generally get sent to the media centre, I think, as here's a lovely ball to start the new over from Singh. Line and length beats Geddes. Just perfect line and length bowling that one. Top of off, just outside, corridor of uncertainty. Halfway forward Geddes, he makes the sign that with his hand that it just shaped away from him as well.
Geddes is the key here, I think. Get Geddes, and you know, it puts a little bit of pressure in Middlesex. These two sides both fighting really hard here.
Singh bowls a Jaffa. Oh, that's even better. That one beats him. All ends up on the back foot. Squared up Geddes, and there's the applause. Enjoyed that one.
There's some cloud cover. I don't know if that's aiding the swing.
Well, there was the talk that there might be rain on Monday for this game. Certainly that the early season sun that we've been having will diminish as the game wears on. We're seeing that before our eyes at the moment. There's actually, for the first time this season, well, there's barely a patch of blue in the sky as we look around Canterbury now.
I'm asking for my money back.
From God?
Yeah, yeah.
Oi, where's our summer gone? Here's Singh. He's in bowls, and this is dabbed into the onside. 136 for 5.
There's a big cathedral at the back of us. I'll go and see him later on, Kevin. I think we might get away with the rain.
Singh bowls, driven back. He gets all his left hand to the fingers of his left hand, and that looked as though it stung a little bit. He's not rubbing it. Good stop though, saved potentially a boundary there. Midoff might have had the chance of getting around to stop that one. Yeah, I think we're fine today, but what is it like tomorrow? And to a lesser extent Monday, because I'm not as optimistic as you are that I'll be queuing for my breakfast again on Monday.
Tomorrow, a bit like today, sort of.
Singh over the wicket, bowls, get his drives edgily, square of the wicket, picks up a single. That was the ooh and the ah.
You want me to sing the weather forecast there, Kevin? There is a cloud with a little bit of sunshine poking out.
I was just about to say, Dan, as much as I like you, I don't want you to sing anything.
Yep, so 18 degrees on Monday and tomorrow. It's been 21 today. I'm not sure it's probably been 21. It hasn't felt like 21.
Singh 2 slips behind Jack Davies. He's right arm over, and the left-hander leaves alone outside off stump. There's the applause at the end of the over. They like that one from Singh, and rightly so. A couple beating Geddes, and one of them a real corker as well. 137 for 5 Middlesex. They lead by 141. Geddes with 22 from 49, and Davies 2 from 10. Worth noting in this match, isn't it, the 49 and the 10. The balls faced. Time in the middle is precious in this game.
Yeah.
A few batters on either side have been able to occupy the crease for any great period of time, and I think it's safe to say at this point that's what'll win it. Any batter that can get in and stay in, be it setting this target for Middlesex or in the chase for Kent, it's not. I don't think you'll come out in a chase in this one or even setting this target. Middlesex will want at least 80 more, at least, to get into 220. But I don't think, I don't think anybody will be doing this in a flash.
Leaning around the wicket to the right-handed Geddes, who attempts a sweep, misses it. Finch can't take it cleanly, but the ball just dribbles out, and Daniel Bell-Drummond tidies it all up.
One more over after this until tea.
Leaning to Geddes, who pushes it into the onside. Tossed up. That's gone in the air. Singh is not quite going to get there. But that's a top edge there from Geddes. Not totally in control of that. And yeah, went sweeping. And the ball falls in between Singh, Miyeye, and is that Joey Everson out there on the boundary, I think? I wonder if there's some rough, because that's why Leaning's going around the wicket to the right-hander and trying to maybe work it into that rough, chuck it into the rough. Here is Leaning to Davis, who cuts, and that's great shots, great effort out on the boundary, but Everson can't quite cut that off, and too short, too wide really from Leaning. Got two slips in place. He's got Miyeye and Bell-Drummond. That's second and first respectively. He's also got a leg slip. He's got backward point. Zach Crawley's in at short cover. Mid off, mid on. And there's one man out on the deep on the leg side. Who comes into play now? Grant Stewart's that man. As picks up a single. Leaning, tosses it up, nearly goes to short leg. There's going to be buzzers here. Short leg has an attempted run-out attempt. It was good work. I think he might have been out of his ground there, you know. Geddes. And it was too quick for Finch. It's Compton in its short leg. Too quick for Finch. And the ball goes past, and a single is taken, and Daniel Bell-Drummond doing a little bit of a teapot. That completes the over.
So Singh, last over before tea. So close to the breakthrough in the last. 144 for 5, 2 slips behind Geddes on 24, Davies on 7. Singh turns down below us. Deep backward. He's around towards deep backward square, the long legs, a deep square as well. And Singh is into bowl to Geddes, who gets in behind this and drops a single into the offside. That was well bowled by Singh, well played by Geddes. Got right in behind it. Faced a couple of corkers in the last over. 145 for 5. Remember, Middlesex were reduced to 150 for 8 in their first innings. Recovered to 222. Kent was 79 for 6. Recovered to 218. 145 for 5 has been a steady flow, a steady build for Middlesex in their second dig, as here's a length ball wide outside the off stump, angled across the left-hander from Singh and left alone by Davies. Can Kent force that collapse in the second half of the innings? We haven't seen it in the first half, which will be a huge relief for Middlesex, although they haven't got any great partnership or great score together just yet. They're just slowly chipping away, aren't they? 145 for 5, slowly building this player by player and small partnership by small partnership.
Would you rather be in Middlesex's shoes or Kent's shoes?
It's starting to get towards Middlesex now.
Yeah.
Starting to get there. As here's Singh in bowls, and just behind this now Davies defending on the back foot. They brought in a leg slip because, the reason I say that is because 48th over, tea comes at the end of this, then 32 overs tonight. So if these two can get through to tea, get out there after the interval, this is an evening session where, with wickets reasonably in hand, and you're a long way into the innings now, both Geddes and Davies, I'm sure, will be saying to themselves, one of us, well, both ideally from Middlesex's perspective, but one of us needs to go on and do this. As Singh's in, bowls a bouncer, and underneath it Davies ducks. They got excited there, Beltramid at slip. I don't know whether he was thinking that Davies left the periscope up as he went down.
What odds on the draw?
What did you say that rain forecast was?
No rain, but...
Well, the Wasp only ever gives it, even when it's an absolutely nailed on, there's no way it can draw. They always give the draw 1% because of the tie, don't they? So if there's, if there's a test match and day 2, the game's nearly over. It's like, where's the 1% draw coming into it? It's not the draw, it's the tie, isn't it? Here's a length ball outside of the off stump, left alone by Davies from Singh.
Yeah, but there could be a scenario where Middlesex bat until lunchtime tomorrow, early afternoon perhaps. Set Kent 350, 400. Kent don't get it.
I just get the feeling that they're two wickets away from going through here, and that's why I was tentatively offering that scenario. I think Zafar Gohar is clearly a very good batter, as we've seen in this game.
Yeah.
And previously, you've seen him before at Gloucestershire. Seeing shadow stretching to his right as a bit of sun breaks through again. He bowls to Davies, up on his toes defending. There's one ball left of the afternoon session of the second day of the game here at Kent. Goodness me, it feels like we're a long way through the game. Well, we are a long way through with 25 wickets through, and that's the thing. I think 2 more wickets at this stage. Middlesex have shown a lot, haven't they? So Zafar Gohar to come next, then Toby Rowland-Jones, then Blake Cullen, then Henry Brooks, all come back, but pressure, third innings. I mean, the big thing will be the second new ball. If Middlesex do get through this evening, first thing tomorrow morning, second new ball, Singh's in, bowls, and Davies pushes this bat and there's no run. They'll be very, very disappointed if second new ball doesn't strike quite quickly tomorrow with whatever's left for Middlesex, and it may well be 5 wickets, because off they go at tea at 147 for 5, and that's a solid start to Middlesex's second innings. That's all it is at the moment. The lead with that last run, of course, has pushed past 150. Now it's 151.
Yep, 114 runs added in that afternoon session for the loss of 3 wickets. Middlesex will feel that's their session this afternoon. We'll be back in about 18 minutes. Join Kevin Hand and I, and we'll see you soon for what promises to be a fantastic evening session. Welcome back to the evening session here at Canterbury. My name's Dan Whiting, joined by Kevin Hand as Middlesex are going to resume their innings on 147 for 5. That innings has been underpinned by a fine 57 from Stephen Eskenazi. Ben Geddes, he's there on 25. Kent would like to see the back of him, I'm sure. And Gilchrist has got 2 for 35. And he's going to take us away from the Nackington Road end to kick off the evening session. Sure, there's plenty of football scores been coming in. Hope your team have done well. Here is Gilchrist. And that's just played out to mid-wicket. And we're underway. 32 overs of fine entertainment will be the order of the day.
Yeah, session, an interval can often bring a wicket, can't it? And they are indeed a full session away from the second new ball, Kent.
Yep. That's just nudged into the onside to oohs and ahs.
So they'll be keen on that breakthrough early in this evening session, and if they were to get one, certainly 2 now, then they'd surely fancy they wouldn't need the second new ball. But if Geddes and Davis, or Davis can get in, if it is only one early wicket in this session, then one of them will hope to hang on.
That's punched off the back foot there by Geddes. He's underway as well. 148 for 5.
Yeah, if these two can get through the first 20 minutes after tea now, just get themselves in again. How many balls have they had? Only 18 for Davies, so he's not in yet. He wasn't in before tea, he's not in yet now. 20, 30 runs on the board, 40, 50 balls faced, you're starting to feel in, aren't you? So that's where Ben Geddes is at the moment. 26 to his name, 57 deliveries. Geddes can just get himself in again after the into, and similarly Davies now, if he can get in.
That's wide and uppishly there from Davis.
That's where he's not in yet.
Yeah, falls just short of Zach Crawley at extra cover. But it was uppish. Wasn't in control of that. Adam Borland, he was in touch yesterday and he sent us, well, an interesting fact. If you like that sort of thing, as Davis evades a bouncer, and I like that sort of thing, so thank you, Adam, for your email. In 1903, Adam, remember, is contacting us from Philadelphia. In 1903, Kent played first-class matches in the US against the Philadelphia side.
What year was that?
1903.
Because Bradman took Australia to America.
That's just nibbled back, but Davis equal to it. Plays it back to the bowler. 1 ball left in the over. That is the over. 148 for 5.
The Don met the Babe, didn't he, on that tour, wasn't it? Babe Ruth and Don Bradman pictured together. And the Aussies took cricket to America. I mean, pre-20th century, cricket was a thing still for a while, wasn't it? But died out with the death of imperialism, I suppose, in the States.
Yeah. Yeah. Died out with the Boston Tea Party. What do you reckon they had for tea at the Boston Tea Party? Like a cricket tea?
Had the British on toast, didn't they?
Certainly did.
Here's change of ends for Kashif Ali after tea runs away from us at the pavilion end and he bowls back of a length where Geddes punches to Crawley at cover, no run.
I think this is his first bowl of the game from this end, isn't it? So keep your emails coming. Thank you for your message, Adam. Anyway, keep your emails coming. bbckentcricket@gmail.com. Where do you think this game's going to go? Drop us a line. Who's in the ascendancy here? Middlesex or Kent? Let us know.
Cashy Valley bowls. Geddes gets in behind. He defends up to mid-on. Bell Drummond collects. Plenty of batting, plenty of talent from Kent in this chase. Bell Drummond, Crawley, leaning. There's some top quality names in the Kent batting lineup when the chase does come about, whatever it will be. 152 it is at the moment. But yeah, I just think a wicket early in this session now, and Kent will be saying to themselves, we don't need the second new ball. You're into the lower order. Zafar Gohar will have very different ideas, so too Toby Rowland-Jones thereafter, as in comes, Cashy Valley is pushed back down the ground by Geddes. It's funny, you know, as difficult as batting was, and has been the first 4 sessions in particular, but also this afternoon. But one thing was driving down the ground. The ball was coming nicely onto that bat, and the batters were trusting. Once that's up there into the slot, half volley, it's going back down the ground, no problem. Just checking the drive there slightly. We wondered actually whether it has quite the same pace about it, this pitch, in the second half of today.
Yeah, it does look a lot more placid, doesn't it?
Well, they're not going past the edges regularly, are they? As Cashy Valley is in bowls, and this is pushed back into the onside. I read the overnight report on the BBC website, which I think is from Fred in the press box next door, isn't it? And he talked of the groans throughout the morning session. And I was thinking, where was the line going to go? Groans in the morning session from the fielders for the amount of times that the bowlers beat the bat. It certainly wasn't groans from the home support. They were relishing what they saw. As Kent reduced Middlesex to 150 for 8, and again, it could have been a 5-wicket morning, that, but it was a 3-wicket morning, which was fine work from Middlesex. And Holden, he batted for a couple of hours, didn't he, as Cashy Valley's in. Bowls to Davies, who top scored in that innings with 47. He's 7 in the second dig.
He goes a long way across his stumps, doesn't he, Davies? It's, you know, you can't only see leg stump, you can actually see middle there as well when he goes right across.
Definition of getting in behind.
Certainly is.
Jack Davies. The sun comes out again at Canterbury as Cashy Valley approaches the crease. He bowls just full of a length. It's a forward defence from Davies. Deflects away into the offside, and there's no run again. 149 for 5. Middlesex noses in front, but only just in a game where it's 222 plays 218. 153 for 5. There's a lead effectively. 149 for 5, 153. Yeah, it's Kent will be fancying like we need a couple early in this evening session against Middlesex, or if they're there facing that second new ball tomorrow morning, then it could be a troublesome chase.
Martin Hadland's been in touch. I'll come on to it after this ball from Gilchrist, which has been pulled out to deep square for a single there from Geddes. That brings up the Middlesex 150. He arrives in the 51st over. 241 minutes and well batted to the visitors. Martin Hadland. Hi Kevin, Dan, as ever, thanks for the informative and entertaining commentary and analysis. That's Kev, not me. My question is, given the way the wicket is playing now, what size of chase do you think would give both teams an even chance? I think, left alone by Davies, I think about 270. I think 270 is about the sort of par score. Warm regards, Martin. What do you reckon, Kev?
Batting has looked a lot easier in this second innings, that's for sure. But Eskenazi batted really well. Took a lot of time and pace out of this, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, but this pitch also, I don't know if it's because the ball is into its 51st over, but it's sort of gone from a little bit spiteful to being as placid as Mother Teresa. Gilchrist. Good lead from Davis. Oohs and ahs from Mieye leaning and Finch.
How do you think Kent will analyse their bowling performance in this innings, Dan?
I think they've done okay. Middlesex are only going at 3 and over. I think that they have stuck in there, actually. I think that the wicket...
Only 3 and over on a pitch where 25 wickets have fallen in 5 sessions?
But I think it's a different type of pitch today, as Davis plays that up to Daniel Bill Drummond at mid-on. I think they've done okay, actually. I think they've bowled decent lines, decent lengths. I think they'll be okay with it. I think it's a different type of pitch from what we saw up until lunchtime today. What about you?
I just don't think the pitch can have changed that much. I do think that today is the better day to bat.
Gilchrist, left alone by Davis.
I think the freshness of the pitch on day one, 16 wickets falling. So we've had, what, 9 today then? I just think the freshness of the day one pitch, green surface, it was a wind toss bowl day. And that's what happened, 16 wickets fell. I think, you know, when Middlesex come out to bowl, they'll be saying to themselves, on a pitch like this, you're not scoring at more than 2.5. So I think Kent will perhaps look at 3 and over and say, all right, how long did Eskenazi bat at what strike rate it is? Kashif Ali beginning the new over, he's in, bowls, and it's leg side onto the pads, it falls away through to the keeper. It was one of those where the line, rather than deflecting towards a long leg, the line starts to deflect more towards the keeper once it's just clipped that back of the pad. But yeah, I think, you know, bowling units, look at the performance against Lancashire last week when they went to 3-5 something, 3-5-9 I think it was, and Middlesex kept them at such a controlled run rate throughout, on a good cricket wicket. It really was early season. Very nearly brought the result, as this ball's just full of a length from Kashif Ali and driven away out to deep cover. Now Geddes is only going at 46, isn't he, a strike rate? Let's have a look at some of the others.
Yeah, Geddes is, as Danny Dyer would say, getting his nut down.
Is he a cricket fan, Danny Dyer?
I don't know.
But yeah, strike rates in this innings. Eskenazi, 147 balls, 188 deliveries. There's around the wicket, very wide on the crease. Kashif Ali delivers this to Davis, who leaves alone. Eskenazi, strike rate of 38. Holden, strike rate of 50. He was only there for 10 deliveries for his 5. Deploy, strike rate of 63. Higgins, when he faced 19 deliveries for his 15. It's around the wicket now, don't worry. Here's Kashif Ali in bowls, and forward goes Davies, pushing back. There's no run. 151 for 5. Kent first innings. I mean, Middlesex, we know they felt there was too many 4 balls in the first innings. Kent going at 4 and over, just over 4 and over for their 218 off 49 overs. Economies of 4.7 Roland Jones, 2.4 Higgins, 5.4 Cullen, 5.6 Brooks. Gohar just had the 2 overs that went for 12. As here's Kashif Ali bowls outside the off stump. It's left alone by Davies. So look, straight away when Roland Jones comes back onto bowl, he will be in his own mind saying, never mind 2.5 and over, he'll be saying 2 and over. You know, he'll be looking to set that tone again, he and Higgins at the top, set the tone for the innings, get back to where they were last week. Cullen and Brooks, on a pitch that wasn't offering as much assistance, they were going at 1s and 2s in that first evening against Lancashire, and they kept it up really well throughout the innings. Kashifali around the wicket again, he bowls, and this is punched as far as cover, and there's no run. But the danger men for sure in the Kent innings. I mean, Compton 32 at the top, Crawley, Bell, Drummond leaning 0-6 and 0 in the first innings.
Yeah.
What's the likelihood of those boys going?
Well,
for little to nothing again in the second innings, not many, and then you got Everson, the all-rounder, Finch and Stewart, who both got 50s. So there's a lot of Kent batting, and they'll fancy that, you know, avoid that 0-6-0 for the big three. Is that fair to say? Although Compton's obviously right up there in terms of the big names for Kent now. That was the end of the over, 151 for 5.
no sleep till Compton. That's played beautifully. That's 4 runs. From the moment it left Ben Geddes' bat, wasn't even a proper half volley. It was fullish, but it was wide, and Geddes just threw his arms through the ball based on width alone. Sure. All the football's over now, so if anyone's tuning in after listening all day, as that's left alone. A little bit quicker from Gilchrist. Don't think he enjoyed being driven for 4 there. Football's not quite over at Priestfield. Gillingham and MK Dons playing out a 0-0 draw.
Saw Luke Holman yesterday evening. Big game, he said today against Gillingham. It's MK Don, sorry, not I was thinking AFC Wimbledon. I know.
Oh, Kevin. That's full and played to Miyeye at mid-wicket.
How did his AFC Wimbledon go?
Yeah, didn't realise he's an AFC Wimbledon fan.
Oh, massive.
Yeah,
big game today. He said real chance of...
Till I interviewed him in the week, and I said, are you Arsenal? Because he's from that area. They drew one all the way at Doncaster. That's a good result.
You don't know that he and Pete Holman are big Wimbledon fans?
I didn't know. No, I didn't know until the week. We had Luke on our podcast, as that's played nicely. Oh, it's a tight single, but Stewart had to run around the ball there at mid-on. And a well-judged single in the end. Yeah, AFC Wimbledon are 5th. Doncaster were 4th. Actually, I think they were 2nd going into today. And the Wombles have gone and got a draw up there. Meanwhile, Luke Holman will be very happy because Kent side, BBC Kent Sports side. Oh, that's glorious there from Davis. 4 runs, 160 for 5. Davis moves into double figures, 4 runs. Pete Holman and Luke Holman will be really pleased because Gillingham have just got a 96th minute winner against MK Dons. And any self-respecting AFC Wimbledon fan will
punch the air in delight.
Yeah, not be happy with the MK Dons. Gillingham could be up to 17th. Oh, that's in on the pads. Davis just playing around that front pad there. Lead now 164. These two threatening just to take the game away from Kent. Kashif Ali, what can he do about it? Geddes is the one they need. He's the one who's holding it all together.
Kashif Ali beginning the over. 160 for 5, excuse me. He's in now, right arm over, he bowls a bumper. Underneath it, Geddes allows it through to the keeper. Slip in place, deep third, deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. There's also a square leg, 5-4 the field. Box of balls down below us. Rather important looking black box. Looks like it's got some state secrets in there.
Well, won't be long before Kent maybe go to the umpires and ask for a little look.
Kashif in bowls, and this is down the leg side through to the keeper, which actually, that's a really good point, that they haven't so far, which tells you that Kent are pretty happy with the pitch, because, you know, as soon as they think, oh, we're not in this, or it's not right, you look to change the ball, don't you? See if, you know, if Kent were feeling it's not coming out as nice, or they're not getting the response off the surface that they were previously, then the first thing you do is try and get the ball changed.
Try your luck.
They haven't once tried to do that, so that would suggest that Kent feel there's enough in this. 160 for 5. Look, Middlesex haven't gone anywhere, as well as their batting. They are only 160 for 5. As here's Kashif bowls, cut hard by Geddes, who does well, because that got big on him outside the off stump. He cuts it to deep backward point, where a deep third comes around with a slide to prevent the runs. I think that's Stewart down there.
Yeah, it's a sign of a good player there, Geddes. Just riding the bounce, didn't he? Got on top of it. It did get big on him. He's got up onto his toes and got on top of it and kept it down.
Yeah, I thought he was going to uppercut it at first, but really well
Probably
controlled.
not with a third down there.
No, I just meant the position.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he should have, but I thought the position that he was in, I thought he was going to get into an awkward position where he wasn't going to be able to keep control, but he did a lovely job of it. Here's Kashif, he's in, bowls, and he's beaten him. All ends up with a Jaffa. Not out is the call, as that ball strikes the back hip on the way through. I thought for a moment he bowled him.
I thought he bowled him.
Beat the edge, and I thought the bail was going to go flying. It didn't. Then the appeal went up for LBW, but yeah, rubbing the back hip, Geddes, as he was squared up. There you go. That's, I mean, everything we've just said about the box of balls down there. They're not looking for a new one because they obviously feel there's enough in it. And again, 162 for 5. If that's 162 for 7.
I thought I saw the bails go up in the air. Never mind box of balls. I'm going as mad as a box of frogs.
Kashif, shadow stretching to his left. He charges in, sprints in, bowls. This is clipped to mid-wicket watchfully by Geddes. 36 from 72 deliveries now. Strike rate exactly 50.
I get a feeling about Kashif though, that there's a magic ball up his sleeve.
Well, we just saw it there, didn't we? I mean,
yeah.
I think the fact that I think that pretty much answers any. It doesn't answer, but it's a clue as to what our ponderances are about today and what the pitch and how the game's going. The fact they haven't tried to change this ball suggests they're pretty happy with things. But I do think that having gone at 3 and over, here's Kashif in bowls, this is pushed away into the offside, there's no run. Again, it hasn't got out of control, it's not 3.5. Certainly by 4 you're very unhappy. 3.5 you're unhappy, 4 you're really unhappy as a bowler. 2.5 is where you want to be. But yeah, so what are we now? 54 overs, 162. So yeah, it's 3 and over. The 2 deliveries, 2 wickets, and 162 for 7, and you know this game's blown wide open. So Kent know that they're only a couple of wickets away from blowing this open. Middlesex will know that as well, so they won't be looking to up the tempo massively. But what they will know is 26 overs tonight. Ball, you know, 6 overs time, that ball's 60 overs old. They might be trying to change it then, Kent. But this is the time to score runs. Sunny second evening. Best day to bat possibly it's been, but certainly if you go by the number of wickets that have fallen each day, today's looking the better day to bat.
Gilchrist around the wicket to the left-handed Davis, falls tantalisingly short of Zach Crawley at backward point. Uppish again from Davis. He does drive uppishly, like a lot of left-handers. You know, their weakness is outside of off stump. It can be their strength, but it can also be their weakness. Look at David Gower. His cover drive was a thing of beauty. Yet how many times do we see his international career where he nicked off to the slips? As that's just pushed into the offside. So Wenda Mieye doing the fielding. Oh, that could have been close.
Yeah, I mean, look, something happens every now and again. There's enough in it, isn't there? But, you know, they're not
Yeah.
disinterested, this bowling
No.
attack at the moment. But they have gone down to one slip. Again, that's probably a reflection of the age of the ball.
And the slowness of the pitch, perhaps, as well. Oh, that's glorious. But the sweeper out there will cut it off, keep them down to 2. That was great work out in the deep there, Joey Everson, the man out there. $164 for 5 now. Lead 168. Middlesex fans probably the happier of the 2. But 2 quick wickets. You never know. Bouncer. Davis ducks.
Yeah, look, with Crawley, those names again. Crawley, Bell, Drummond leaning, and Compton up at the top. You don't want to be setting less than 250. You know, when you're coming up against that and you see Stewart and Finch, what they did, and Stewart's history against Middlesex.
Yeah, the one that doesn't get mentioned is Joey Everson, who I think is a quality player. Got a big few. He's still, well, he's about 24 now, but as that's left alone. But he's got 200 against Loughborough University students, and he's actually gone from an all-rounder, and he's turned himself into a batting all-rounder. He can, you know, bowl wicket to wicket. I mean, we saw that he got rid of the dangerous Ryan Higgins with an absolute perler. But really, he's primarily in the side for his batting. Gilchrist. Oh, it's dropped. Davis again driving uppishly. Back to the bowler. They're so hard to take in your follow through, especially for a big man as well, like Gilchrist. And there's hands on heads there. Mayeye leaning. Jazz Singh. And it goes to show that scoring runs is probably quite easy. Now the pitch has slowed up to stay there. But scoring runs is a different kettle of fish, isn't it? Because often the drives are going aerial.
Oh, what's that? A chance and 2 near misses in the last 2 overs from that end.
Yep.
Davies both times.
Davies all 3 times.
We've had Geddes squared up in the last over by Kashif Ali, who's heading away from us now to start the new over. 164 for 5. Right arm over. The right-handed Geddes awaits. He's solidly in behind this, and he turns into the onside as a seagull swoops down from above our commentary box. Quite the wingspan on that one.
There's some big boys down here. I think sort of, you know, places like Marga, they get some good fish and chips down them.
What is the closest coast to here? Do you know? Not that you're a local of these parts.
I think it's probably the north coast, isn't it? Probably Faversham or Sittingbourne or somewhere like that.
There's a length ball onto the hip of Geddes, turned down to long leg. They'll think 2, but it's just the 1, and he moves 237, 165 for 5.
Herne Bay, maybe? I'll have a look for you now, Kevin.
A word from Bell Drummond as Kashif Ali turns just down below us to bowl again. Bell Drummond's at mid-off. Around the wicket he comes now to Davies. Slip, deep third, point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square and long leg. 3 back, Kashif Ali in. Bowls driven back to him, watchfully by Davies, not pushing too hard. Nearly threw it too early, just checked it slightly. But yeah, softer ball now into its 56th over. It's not coming on as nicely as it was. For what reason? Whether it's the ball, whether it's the pitch.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably Wits the ball, Herne Bay.
It's a Fulton area, that, isn't it?
Joe Denley area.
Kashif Ali, very wide on the crease, right in behind Davies, defends on the top of off stump.
Yeah, Margate's little bit further away to the northeast, and then Broadstairs is further around the corner, around the headland, up over in Thanet, which is an island. Thanet.
(12:05) and this Saturday evening, second day of this game. Full ball from Cashy Valley from around the wicket, left alone by Davies, targeting that off stump. But, well, there's hands on heads all around. Davies left alone. There's two types of levers, we know.
Yeah, very much so. Got to do an update in 10 minutes. All the football scores.
Cashy Valley leaning forward, gets a little skip to get himself going almost. He's in now, bowls, and Davies pushes this one away into the offside, and there's no one. I have to watch that again as he starts up again in the next over from this end. I hadn't quite noticed it, certainly with the bowling at the other end, as he's been throughout the game to this point, coming down to the pavilion end. Seems to really give himself a little skip and a jump to get himself going. Not quite a skip and a jump. Those ones are quite distinctive. There, always kicks up one of his legs, just seems to propel himself forward into his sprint. 1.65 for 5. Geddes 37, Davies 13.
There was a guy at Hampshire over for T20, I think Nathan Ellis, who had a little kick at the beginning of his run up, like a sort of a hitch kick. In rugby union when he tried to evade a tap tackle. Gilchrist to Geddes. Drilled off the back foot, but Zach Crawley fielding, cuts off the boundary. Remember David Geddes, the footballer? Played for Ipswich back in the day. I think it was one of their side in the 78 Cup final win. That's played into the onside by Geddes.
But did he get into escape to victory?
No, I don't think he did.
Oh, there you go.
Not like John Walk, his teammate.
Bobby Moore.
Yeah.
Good for you in that, Pele.
Oh, yeah.
That's Sylvester Sloan, of course.
Yeah, ruins it for me, that.
He's the keeper, though, wasn't he? He wasn't a proper footballer. He was just in there as the keeper, wasn't he? He was the ringer.
You could have got a nice 70s keeper in there, as that's played up to mid-on.
No, but that was the whole point, though, wasn't it? That he was the ringer, or not the ringer's not the right phrase. He was the fraud, wasn't he? He wasn't a keeper at all. But
no, I know, but I'd have preferred it to see like Joe Corrigan in there, or Peter Bonetti or someone like that.
Well, there was a good keeper, but they broke his arm so that Sylvester Sloan could go in goal. Remember? Because there was a proper keeper in goal.
I think it might have been Laurie Civil of Ipswich. I've got a feeling.
I think that's why I think a few of the Ipswich boys are in there. I don't think it was just John Walk for whatever reason, whether it was filmed somewhere up around.
Maybe one of our listeners can let us know. As Gilchrist comes in, defended back to him. Drops a line, bbckentcricket@gmail.com.
Best football movie ever made, was that? Escapes of Victory, you going to beat that? Bend It Like Beckham was good.
Yeah, that was good.
Different.
Yeah.
But that was more a story away from football. This is, well, I suppose, so it's Escape to Victory. It was slightly bigger matters being World War II.
That propelled Keira Knightley, didn't it?
She was in Escape for Victory.
She wasn't in Escape to Victory. She was in Bend
Best
It Like
cricket
Beckham.
ever made? Best cricket movie ever made?
I think the Bodyline series is up there.
Do you remember who played Jardine in that?
Slower ball from Gilchrist.
Wasn't it Hugo Weaving of
Might
Lord
have
of the
been
Rings
Hugo
and
Weaving,
Matrix,
yeah.
Matrix fame?
Gary Sweet, I think, played Bradman, didn't he? Australian actor. Jardine wasn't portrayed in the best light in that. It was, It was
I remember watching that as a kid, and it was just phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal.
It was a bit of sort of Australian propaganda, like like every Second World War film the Americans have made, that sort of stuff. Here's Gilchrist, Nackington Road end, full. Geddes plays it out to Tawenda Miyeye. Yeah, there were a few Ipswich players in there. Don't know how we got onto the subject of Ipswich footballers from the 1970s. It's having the name Geddes, that's where it came from. That's a maiden to Gilchrist. There was John Walk in there. There was Kevin O'Callaghan, Russell Osman. Who else was in there? Laurie Civil was in there. He was Schmidt, the German goalkeeper.
German goalkeeper, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Ozzy Ardiles was in there.
Yes.
Kazimierz Dana. Polish footballer. I think he died in a car crash. He was a good player. He was at Manchester City for a little bit.
Here's Kashif started up in the over. He's around the wicket still to Davies, who punches through the covers. Off the back foot, that ball races away. Crawley gives a hard chase, but it's gone. Short enough boundary. On the offside for the left-hander with bowling from the pavilion end. Middlesex are 169 for 5. They lead by 173, and they'll be very disappointed if they are not setting Kent's the largest total of the match to win now. 2-2-2 plays 218. The first innings, Middlesex now 169 for 5 to go with their 222. Here goes Kashif Ali, thick inside edge on the drive. Thick inside edge. They all were just about to go up thinking, well, inside edge onto the stumps, does it get through the gate? But it was a thick inside edge onto the pad. And the ball deflects away off towards point in a muted appeal. They were just about to go up, and they all knew. There's a thick inside edge on it. Seagulls are swooping at the far end.
They are.
Can Kent swoop through these final 5 wickets? What is it, another 49 runs, and they'll be chasing the highest target of the score of the match to win, as his Kashif Ali bowls. A good leave by Davies again. He's on to 17. Middlesex's top scorer from the first innings. Geddes 37. He's looking a very good signing for Middlesex at the other end at the moment as well. He's had a solid start to his Middlesex career.
Yeah, Fever Pitch has got to be up there as well as a good football film. And Gregory's Girl. Yeah, Claire Grogan. Yeah. Yeah.
I watched watched a cricket movie on a flight to New York once. This is Kashif Ali round the wicket, bowls outside of the off stump, left alone through to the keeper. 169 for 5. It was an Air India flight to New York.
Right. And had a cricket film.
Food was phenomenal on
bet.
board.
Yeah,
oh,
I
my
bet.
goodness me. Anyway, this was back in the day before you had the screen on the back of the seat in front of you, so it was at the bulkhead and everybody's watching. Possibly had subtitles. I don't think it was dubbed. So basically I watched it and didn't listen to it. But it looked a great movie. I don't know what it was called, but the actual cinematography and especially the cricket itself, superb. As his Kashif Ali around the wicket, Davies pushes into the offside and there's no run. Bollywood must have made a good few cracking cricket movies, mustn't they? But that one, the way that they captured, you know how they've always struggled to capture football when it's in a movie, looks a bit naff, doesn't it? The cricket looks great in that movie, is what I remember. It was a rags to riches tale, from what I recall.
Was there a love story?
Oh, absolutely, of course.
Yeah. Did the hero have a good cover drive on him?
Off goes Kashif Ali. He bowls and left alone by Davies. 169 for 5. And Geddes has 37. Davies has 17. The umpires are coming together for a chat.
Well, the lights got a little bit murky, I think.
Oh yeah, so they're talking about the light, aren't they? Better turn them on. The whining floodlights of Canterbury. Are they still whining this year, or have they found a bit of WD-40?
Well, very good afternoon to you from Canterbury, as Middlesex are 169 for 5. Ben Geddes is providing the resistance for the visitors. He's got 37 off 81 balls. Jack Davis keeping him company with 17. The light's got a little bit murky here. I don't understand what this cloudy stuff is, blocking out the blue skies that we've had all season. But Middlesex are going quite well. They're 173 in the lead. They're 169 for 5. And remember, you can listen to ball-by-ball coverage by getting into your BBC app or your smart speaker and saying, "Dear smart speaker, please play Kent versus Middlesex Day 2.
Here's Stewart. Turning at the Nackington Road end, slip in place. His right arm over, past the umpire now, he bowls, and this is pushed back by Geddes. There's no run. Slip is leaning next to Finch, the keeper. So here's Stewart in again. Bowls, forward goes. Geddes drops the single just in front of. Oh, tumble is that Crawley. It's a long way down from up there, isn't it, to get the ball? Has a laugh as he picks himself up.
We apologise there, listeners. We just dropped out for some reason. And my update to BBC Radio Kent as well. It's only to listeners on the BBC stream. If you're streaming, you wouldn't have any issues at all. 170 for 5 here. Grant Stewart. Looking to make some dents into that Middlesex wicket column. Plays for Italy. The ex-Middlesex man's just given up a coaching job at Italy, Gareth Berg. Top lad, Bergie. What meteoric rise to fame he had as well. Stewart in, as that's played out to mid-on.
All thanks to John Embry, wasn't it?
Well,
Embers who picked him up as a...
John Embers went to Radler to watch a game of cricket because he fancied Kabir Tour, who was at Radler. Saw Gareth Berg, liked the look of him, and signed him. And Berg was propelled into the first team almost immediately and did very well. Berg came over to Southgate when he was 21. As Stewart, last baldy over, and that's cut away. Only for a single. 171, 172 for 5. Geddes on 39. Davis on 18. You listen to Dan Whiting and Kevin Hand.
Sun breaks through again here at Canterbury as drinks a run out. Fresh pair of gloves for Jack Davies by the looks of it. He's had 52 balls for his 18. Geddes has had 86 balls for his 39, and Middlesex have had 59 overs of their second innings, so they're 172. They lead by 176. From this position, they'll be disappointed if they're not setting at least 250, I'd say. 5 wickets standing, half the wickets to go, and some good batting as well, as we saw in that first innings. It goes all the way down for Middlesex. Brooks no mug at all with the bat. Coming in at number 11, and Cullen's a fine number 10. So they'll be very, very disappointed if they're shot out for 75 runs or fewer at this stage. especially with two set batters out there at the moment. Joey Everson, 1 for 10 from his 6. 2 maidens and the wicket of Ryan Higgins to his name. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end, replacing Kashif Ali. Warms up with a ball or two to sing at mid-on as here's Everson in, bowls, he's driven to cover where an athletic stop from Bell Drummond. Spinning around, looking to shy at the non-strikers, then making sure Davies is back in his grounds. Elected not to release the ball. Indeed, my apologies, it's Mieye at cover. Bell Drummond's up at mid-off. And here goes Everson. Right arm over still, the right-handed Geddes pushing to mid-on, dot ball. Kashif Ali comes around to collect. 20 overs remain of the second day, 25 wickets falling in the first 5 sessions of this match. We get to see a wicket in this evening session. Second new ball available. First ball of the third day. Should it be required, Kent will still harbour hopes of breaking through this partnership as this is short. Outside the off stump, flaying at that with a cut is Geddes. Didn't quite get himself into position for it. I'm not sure that the back foot went across on that one. Just ended up stretching for it, reaching for it, bending the back. It's 131 for 5 when these two came together. .172 for 5 now as forward goes Geddes. Very solid defence to Everson, pushing back. Mid off and mid-on converge to collect. The sun's broken through nicely again this evening. That'll be a warming sun for a few of those players. I'll be relishing that still. So used to pretty poor conditions at this time of the season for cricket. It's been a nice start to the campaign as in comes Everson, clipped away down to deep backward square. There's oohs and ahs suggesting that that was taken from halfway up middle, halfway up off. But a nice steer from Geddes backward sort of square. He's on to 40. Only the second Middlesex batter in the match to reach the 40s. Davies still the highest scorer in the game with 47. My apologies, no he's not. Of course, Stephen Eskenazi did pass 50 in this innings, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And a very good innings it was as well.
147 deliveries, 188 minutes for Eskenazi's 57. At the moment, that's really what's kept Middlesex, or given Middlesex the chance of getting into a good position. Everson, right arm over, he bowls. Davies turns to mid-wicket, it's a dot ball. Mieye collects. And end of the over, 173 for 5.
Yeah, it's interesting. Kent need a wicket here. These two put on, what did these two put on? 131, nearly 50 now. What has Grant Stewart got up his sleeve? What have Kent got up their sleeve? Stewart on driven there by Ben Geddes. Carl Goulding's been in touch, thanks for your email. Carl in Sussex. Afternoon, evening gents, just a question about the Kent squad depth. Is this one of the strongest squads we've had for a number of years? Benjamin Denley ×2, Cohen, Quinn, Flintoff, Dudgeon, Garrett, O'Riordan, Parkinson, Ekant Singh to choose from still. Good bouncer there from Stewart. I think you're right, Carl. I think you're right, mate. I think Chris Benjamin, I think he's been perceived as being a white ball player over the years, but he was a dangerous customer at Warwickshire. Saw him get runs in the Metro Bank last year for Warwickshire against Surrey. at the glorious setting of Rugby School. Corey Flintoff as well, I think he'll be decent. That's just tickled round the corner, quite fine. Everson. Fantastic work from Everson. Cuts off the boundary. Gets a warm round of applause. Quinn's going to be out for a while. Matt Quinn. Mikey Cohen is back. And he's fairly lively. Keith Dudgeon. I believe there's going to be some news about his injury. He's missing this game. I think there's going to be some news about his injury probably maybe tomorrow or Monday. That slightly slower ball. Well disguised there by Grant Stewart. Garrett O'Riordan. Parkinson still to come. I mean, he's a test player. Still to come into this side. Ekansh Singh. So there's some good players still for Kent fans to get excited about. Simon Whiteside. Dated but still good regarding your cricket films, Kev. The final test. Kevin giving a nod of approval there in the commentary box. Oh, that's a good delivery. Geddes was surprised at that one. Ramin Hassan has been in touch. I think a good idea for lunch and tea breaks is that we get some up and coming bands to do a little set to not only entertain fans during the breaks, but also a way for smaller bands to get some attention. Well,
Don't give Dan ideas, for goodness sake.
Well, Kevin's the musical man.
He was already singing the weather report earlier.
Yeah, Ramin, I'll be out there, mate. That's on to the pads there of Geddes. Just worked round the corner. Lovely evening here. That's the end of the over. There's 19 left in the day. Middlesex 176 for 5. And it's going along rather nicely for the visitors, isn't it?
It is. You know, it's that stage of the innings. 150 for 8 yesterday. At around this point, wasn't it, when Cullen just lost his head for a moment, didn't he? His head went to the sky and the ball took the top of off, middle and off.
Mikey Cohen's on the pitch. Daniel Bell-Drummond's just gone back. I wonder if there's a little conflab with Adam Hollyoak.
Everson, right arm over, he bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside for a quick single by Geddes. 177 for 5, 43 now for Geddes. Yeah, this was, you know, about the time, really, wasn't it, when batting just looked a little bit easier for Davies and for Cullen. We got it from 150 for 8 to 222 all out. And Davis this time of innings again. He's 18 in this innings. Can he go to the 50 in this knock or more? Geddes not far away from it. But again, one can turn into 2 quickly, and Kent will feel they're not far from finishing off Middlesex. There's one swinging back in, beating Davies, standing up. Is Finch taking that behind the stumps? Nice bit of shape on that one, just beating the left-hander who's pushing forward defensively. I mean, at least once and over, there's something that's making us sit up at the moment.
Yeah. Just trying to... Didn't write down the score at tea. Do you know what it was? Top of your head. Esky was out.
Is good for that, isn't it? Yes, this has been a wicketless session so far. Everson's in, bowls, and forward goes Davies, or indeed the BBC Sport website live page. They'll tell you what the score was at tea.
Of course they will. Where else would you go?
The big rival that I just mentioned.
Never go there.
Good for the average and stuff. Everything else goes to the BBC. Sorry to our live text colleagues. Why was that not my first thought? Here's Everson. He's got a leg slip now, that little bit of in-swing that we saw earlier in the over, bringing that into play as Davies awaits and hooks at that. What did anybody get on it, if anything? Buys nothing. Beats the top edge of the hook, beats the keeper throwing up his gloves. And through it goes for the 50 partnership. Brought up with 4 byes. Geddes 25, Davies 18. 50 runs the partnership for the 6th wicket, 119 balls and 96 minutes. Middlesex wrestling back an ascendancy here, I'd suggest. 185 with 5 wickets standing is a strong position. I'd really fancy that they'll be able to put pressure on the final innings of the match with some weighty runs now, as this is left alone by Davies outside of the off stump through to the keeper. Now, I don't think they'll do anything reckless this evening, but minimum overs remaining today, 18.1, and when those 18.1 are bowled, the second new ball becomes available. So first thing in the morning, Stewart and co will run out with that second new ball and look to run through Middlesex with whatever's left.
Yeah, join Kevin and I from 10:55 tomorrow as well.
You can join me from about 10:59. Dan will be here at 10:55. This is clipped away, backward of square on the leg side by Davies for a single. 1-8-2 for 5.
Yeah. Kevin's on double time on Sundays.
Tell you what, it'll be nearly Sunday by the time this finishes today. It's coming up 20 to 6, so still an hour and still 18 overs. Without much spin, then that's a good hour and 15 nearly. So it'll be very nearly 7 o'clock when the umpires remove the bails for the day.
Yeah. Be a
where would we be without the overtime we get in this job, Dan?
oh, I'll be very poor. Stewart in, and that's just pushed into the offside. Kevin House, Kevin Hand, sorry, is going for a comfort break, as they call it. Kevin House might be going for a comfort break, you never know. Here's Stewart to Davis, who moves into the 20s with that little face opening shot down to third, where Joey Everson is patrolling down in front of the pavilion. Stewart. Oh, that's beaten Geddes. Just one though. Runs it down to third, but more of an edge than a controlled shot. All happening here. We've had 25 wickets fall over 2 days. Seen nearly 600 runs. Davis tickles that one into the onside for a single. 185 for 5. Geddes on 44. Davis 21. Kent needs some magic. Stewart to Geddes, who bunts him through the onside for 1. What have Kent got out of their sleeve? Daniel Bill Drummond still off the pitch at the moment. Stewart. Slower ball. Davis spots it. Just defends it. Jack Leaning. Notice this at Northampton as well. He's very good. Collects the bowler's sweater and goes and gives it to the umpire. Good team man. .186 for 5. This wicket though is flattened out. There's no demons in this. Joey Everson looking to make inroads, but Middlesex looking, getting their lead, stretching it out towards the 300 mark. Down the leg side, good take from Finch, good glove work. He's a decent gloveman, Finch. Like the look of him. I think the thing with Finch is, you know, I've seen John Simpson over the years at Middlesex, and Simo was always described as unfussy. And I think the thing there was his footwork used to get him into such wonderful positions where he didn't have to put in the eye-catching dive. And the footwork is just as important as glove work when it comes to wicket keeping.
Yeah, he worked a lot with David James at one stage, an awful lot with Jack Russell, of course. Russell described him as a world-class wicket-keeper.
Yeah, he did in an interview with me back in the day. Described him as being the best, one of the best wicket-keepers in the world. And I think London cricket fans have been very lucky that they've seen. I'll come on to it after this ball from Everson.
Right arm over, he bowls outside the off stump. Davies leaves alone.
London cricket fans have had Ben Foakes and John Simpson over the years. You know, it's like having the days of England having Peter Shilton and Ray Clements. Just, unfortunately, England have been picking Joe Corrigan for a number of years.
Everson has a leg slip in place. Long leg, deep square as Everson's in. Bowls, a little bit of shape into Davies on that. He goes searching for it outside the off stump, but not quite full enough to go full-blooded with the drive, so he eases it to mid-off in the end.
Yep. Everson does wobble it about though, doesn't he? He is a wobbler.
Glass houses down.
Yeah.
Everson's in. Bowls a bumper. Down the leg side it goes. Davies ducks underneath it, but it was tailing away as it was anyway. We used to wobble around Canterbury after those carvery lunches back in the day. That was a hard one, stay awake late afternoon. The food coma kicked in.
Yeah. The good old BBC commentator's food coma.
Everson in, swings it in to Davies again. He digs it out into the offside and there's no run. 187 for 5. The lead is 191. It's nudging towards a 200 lead. And again, there's a little doubt now that Kent will be chasing the highest total of the match to win. But just how high? Middlesex, I think they'd be furious if they were setting anything less than 250. But even Dan at this stage, I think 250, Middlesex will be thinking, no, come on. The lead's 191. There's 5 wickets standing. 16 overs remain of the day. The key thing now is that second new ball, because by stumps today, 3 and over, they're going to be, what, another 48 on the board. So he'll be there or thereabouts for the 240, 250 lead tonight.
Here's Grant Stewart to Geddes, who's just 4 short of a 50. Let's go around the country, update you on a few scores. Up at Chester Street, Durham 387. Warwickshire have responded with 241 for 6, so they're still 146 behind. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire got 347. Essex are 263 for 5. Surrey are building a commanding lead. They're 138 in front now. They got 253 thanks to a Dominic Sibley century. Oh, and they're looking at the ball. There we go. Putting it through. Well, those califers they're called, I think.
Handcuffs, I call them.
Enough
Guys have got their handcuffs out.
Enough
again.
about your personal life, please, Kev. Surrey, 253. Dominic Sibley, 100 there. Bold Hampshire out for 219. And in response there, 104 for 1. Sussex going well. They've built their lead Somerset now by 326 runs. They got 294. They're currently 233 for 1, having bowled Somerset out for 201. Yorkshire bowled Worcestershire out for 162, and they're 13 without loss. So they've elected to bat again, even though they could have been forced to follow on. They got 456 in their first innings. They're currently 13 without loss. Could be a season of struggle for Worcestershire. Northants have got Lancashire. We're not quite where they want them, but they're well in the ascendancy. They finished 4 short of 500. Northamptonshire 496 all out. Lancashire 136 for 3. Leicestershire 484. Derbyshire 307 for 7. Derbyshire were 9 for 2. So no doubt Mr. Madson's had a bit of fun up there, as he normally does. Gloucestershire 546. Glamorgan 146 for 3 in the 7-side derby. And that is that. 187 for 5 meanwhile here at Canterbury. That early evening hum. Well, it's not so early evening. It's almost past Kevin Hand's bedtime. Stewart in, Geddes defends.
What do you mean almost? You know me. Early night, early riser, early bird, early worm.
Bit of Dostoevsky. A cocoa and a good book. Cup of cocoa. Not Cocoa Pops, although other breakfast cereals are available. Here on the BBC. Over 8 is -2 for Kent. They'll want to put that right. Oh, Geddes playing around that front pad a little bit. Stewart just bowling wicket to wicket. Kent have sort of kept their disciplines quite well. I think the wicket has flattened out. The ball's got old. And I don't think they've let Middlesex get away here at all. That was 65 overs in. Middlesex 190. It's under 3 and over. 2.9 the run rate. Stewart to Geddes. As that's turned round the corner out into the deep. Mikey Cohen on as a substitute fielder. I'm not sure who he's on for now because Daniel Bell Drummond is on the pitch. He just fills the ball there. Geddes inches nearer a well-deserved 50. And remember, he was dropped second ball, wasn't he, by Miyeye at slip. Second ball, third ball. It was early on. It was a real difficult chance, though. Stewart to Davis. Again nips back. Stewart looking at him quizzically. 188 for 5. Are there any twists and turns in this Canterbury tale?
already done. 6th session of the match. You've been holding it in and holding it in and holding it in.
Bouncer. That's the over.
It's
One
like,
off the over.
It's like a batter desperate to unleash the cover drive while he's digging in for his side. Nearly made it through 2 days.
Unleash my inner Chaucer.
On 8 for 5, sunny Saturday afternoon in the south east of England, the Garden of England, Canterbury. As you say, a historic city. A fine setting for a fine match between these two sides. Two great histories. In comes Everson bowls to Geddes, pushing back up the track. 188 for 5.
Yeah. Good session for the visitors, though. They're happy. There's still 2 days. There's still what? Over 200 overs left in this match.
Everson swings that to Geddes. It's ever straightening on him. He watchfully drives to mid-on.
Saying that, Worcestershire batted for 200 overs against Somerset last week to get a draw. That's some effort. That is some effort. I think the draw's nailed on here, Kev.
Swinging ball, driven down the ground though, put right up there by Everson, given the chance. Belldrummond gives chase, but as soon as it hits those practice tracks down here, he gives up.
Yeah, Daniel Belldrummond knows this ground.
50 for Geddes from 109 deliveries, 174 minutes and 4 fours. It's a fine knock by the new signing for Middlesex, and it's put them into a pretty strong position here. The lead now 196 in the second innings. They came together with a score of 131, these two.
Yeah, fine piece of recruitment there.
Slip crouching down as Everson will set off to bowl again. Deep square, long legger back, so too deep point. Everson in now, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Geddes. Picks up a single. Moves to 52, 110 deliveries.
Yeah, 14.2 overs left in the day. 5 to 6.
Everson to Davies, worked away through mid-wicket. Singh does the fielding, single taken. Davies to 22. 198 the lead, one more run and they have to score 200 to win. But as I say now, it's inevitable they're going to have to score the biggest total to win.
Yeah.
Barring something quite brilliant. But 14 overs left of this second day. Everson in, bowls, and this is punched out to deep point for a single. Because there's so much time in the match, you'd almost look at this situation, and let's say it was the third evening, 14 overs left, and the second new ball would be available first ball of the final day, and a side leading by 199, they'll think it's not enough yet, because at 195 for 5, this innings has been the best to bat so far, second day and all. But if you were Davies and Geddes at this point on, say, the third evening of the game, thinking, well, we need to push on a bit here, we need to find runs, and we're not going to have any better time to find runs than in these next 14 overs, because, you know, it's a long way to get in that second new ball tired and old again, especially when they're coming out fresh from a night's rest and bowling hard. However, given the amount of time left in the game, I think both of these batters will be saying to themselves, no, actually, I'd much rather hang in there, grind this out at 3 and over tonight or so. It's not particularly grinding it out, but, you know, nudge it and nurdle it, and then face that new ball.
That's driven pleasantly there by Geddes. I wonder if we'll now see him open his shoulders up a little bit. Now he's past 50.
Well, as I say, there'll be part of him that probably wants to... There's so much time left in the game, but there'll be part of him that thinks, no, come on, get through to the morning, we'll face that second new ball and, be thinking about 3 figures himself. So, as much as there's part of me that says this is the time when you score runs, yes, put the bad ball away, but equally that focus will say, come on, you're set, get into the third day.
Stewart. That's been hammered this time. Stewart dropping short. Geddes, I think, might be on the charge here. I think Middlesex might be trying to set something up, or trying to... There's a 200 for Middlesex as well in the 67th over. But I think Middlesex might be, looking to go on the charge before the new ball is due.
Well, like I say, there's part of me that would certainly be thinking that, but I just wonder, they're as such 2 opening bats, aren't they? Davies' first-class debut for Middlesex was as an opening batter against Hampshire, and Geddes similarly. Up at the top, albeit in white ball for Surrey.
Stewart in. Geddes punches him through the offside. Picks up 2 more. That's 10 off the over so far.
Maybe he's thinking about his century tonight.
Well,
No.
Still got 13 overs left in the day.
No, it's an interesting one. They're in such a good position. You think, do you kind of nail them all the way through to the close?
Stewart. Oh, slower ball, but Geddes just about picks it there.
Nailed them in the sense that you dig in and say, no, you're going to come back tomorrow morning. We're both going to be set. Bring it on with the new ball. We're set batters. Zafford's come. Toby Rowland-Jones and Blake Cullen, who batted so nicely in the first innings. So look, between and Brooks as well.
Hooray, Henry Brooks. Yeah.
But with 2 set batters, one of them will say in the morning, well, all right, go on, we'll face the second new ball. One of us will try and stay. Well, both try and stay in, but one of us will try and get in and stay in again tomorrow. Jack Leaning's at silly mid-on now.
Yeah. Oh, again, Stewart just rolling his fingers over the ball, just varying his pace a little bit, seeing if he can fox Geddes.
It's almost what they were trying to do to him this morning, get it up there and onto the stumps and let him make the mistake.
Yeah. That run rate's gone over 3 now. Stewart to Geddes, who works this one off his pads to Mieye and mid-wicket. That completes the over. 205 for 5. Geddes has moved smoothly into the 60s. Davis is on 22. Middlesex's lead is 209. And you're listening to Dan Whiting, Kevin Hand, live on BBC Radio Kent, BBC London, on the BBC Sport app, and we're on the Kent YouTube channel. However you tune in, it's lovely to have you with us.
It's Singh from the pavilion end. Place in Everson.
That was me earlier, I was singing from the pavilion end.
Singing weatherman.
I think that's the way forward. I think the weather forecast should be sung.
Is it the singing detective?
Yeah, Dennis Hopper. Bit raunchy for its time, wasn't it?
I wasn't allowed to watch it, I was only a kid. Heard it was.
I watched it.
Yeah, but you weren't a kid back then, Dan. It's Singh, he's in, bowls, and it's a bumper which Davies gets underneath.
I've been a kid for a long time, Kevin.
All wide signal, too short from Singh, and the umpire stretches out his arms. So, 206 for 5, 210 the lead. I don't really think, there's a few double teapots out there, but I don't think that, heads will be dropping just yet for Kent. Again, that second new ball is in the morning. And for a while now in this innings, it's been obvious that, okay, it's a one innings match, but, it's not day one and the 24 wickets we saw then. As in comes Singh bowls, and this is pushed back, and there's around 26 wickets, sorry, wasn't it? 26 on day one.
Yeah, well, if it's a one innings shootout, as Adam Hollyoak said in his interview with me last
16,
night.
16.
Yeah, if it's one innings shootout, as Adam Hollyoak said in his interview with me last night, then Middlesex have definitely fired the first shots here, haven't they? Kent's hand is still on the holster though. What have they got?
Sing to Davies. Bowls, and it's down the leg side. Good take.
Oh, I thought he'd got
Stepping
a little feather
across.
on that. I thought I heard something in the mic. In the headset, rather. Still plenty of patrons here, waiting patiently. Good cricket people here. Love the game.
Singh midway through his run up. Bowls and forward defence from Davies. Just gone 6 o'clock this Saturday evening. What would you have been doing otherwise, Dan?
I can't say on air. Ofcom will be down. No, on a Saturday evening? I don't know. Probably watching Arsenal versus Brentford, which is on the TV screen next to me.
Singh hits the crease, he bowls, and full and straight Davies defends. Yeah, so much time left in the game. I think it'll be on their mind that there won't be many better chances to score runs than this evening for this pair, unless they're able to bat through the entire morning session tomorrow and take it into the afternoon. But it looks to me as though they're set up for tomorrow and say, no, there's a long game here, there's a long way to go in the match. Sings in, bowls, and Davies pushes back, and there's no run. They'll be wary of that Kent top order that we've said is impressive and to be feared. You know, chase of 250 again. Let's say it goes bang bang, and they're 206 for 7, 3 wickets left, leading by 210. They scramble to a 250 lead from that point. And I think they'll still walk off the field saying, "Oh, look, hold on a minute. There's a job to do here." Crawley gets in, Beltramond gets in. You know, they'll score at a lick, those boys, and they can take a big chunk out of the chase in no time. And then all of a sudden, it's game on. So. Still work to do for this too as Singh comes in, bowls, Davies drives handsomely down the ground, gorgeous. High front elbow, flowing bat, and 4 more runs. 214 is the lead, 210 for 5 Middlesex. It's the end of the over. Geddes will have strike on 63, and Davies has 26.
Yeah, you say though the quick bang bang. Kent would take just a bang at the moment.
Well, they had that couple of overs against Davies, didn't they, where there were a couple of near misses and then one chance, which was a caught and bowled, which they stick or they don't.
Yeah. Kent players know this ground though as well. As soon as the ball hits those practice wickets, they give up the chase, don't they? You're never going to catch it. Headingley used to have them as well on the outfield, didn't they, back in the day? They were more out at sort of deep backward square. Jack Leaning's going to come into the attack. Kent need to do something about this over rate as well, -2, because they're 3 points that they've got so far. Or going to be down to 1 if that continues. Leaning around the wicket to Geddes. Ooh, a little bit aerial. Dive from Mayeye, can't cut it off, and the ball goes out to Jazz Singh out in deep backward square. To 11 for 5. As a rather portly seagull flies past our window.
Portly Seagull. Sounds more like a Sussex pub, that one.
Or an indie band. Leaning. Throws it wide. Davis not tempted. Showing maturity here, Davis. Bat very well in the first innings.
Or Devon or Cornwall. You can imagine a portly seagull down there.
Yeah. Oh, that's the arm ball. Davis leaves it alone. Daniel Bell Drummond. he's just discombobulated. He's just not can't work it out. Davis covers up this time. That was a good arm ball from Leaning. Bill Drummond dropped to his knees, didn't he? Couldn't believe it. 2-11 for 5. Davis going across his stumps, nurdling it to Mikey Cohen on a substitute fielder. Last ball of the over. Ooh, a bit of purchase there, a little bit of turn. Zafar Gahar might be licking his lips with that.
I think the entire Middlesex dressing room will be having a little look at Zafar. Did you see that one? All of a sudden, 215 looks a much bigger lead after that delivery. 2-11 for 5 at the end of the over. 64. Geddes will have strike. Davies 26. The partnership is worth 80. Singh. I'm going to chat with Bell Drummond as the field prepares. Slip. Deep third, deep point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And comes Singh, bowls to Geddes, who is right behind and pushes back. Bell Drummond is signalling down to deep third that he's too fine.
Yeah, he wants him wider. Again, Bell Drummond knows this. He'll know that it runs down the hill more there.
Singh is in, bowls, and this is turns to mid-wicket and it gets through. Fine of the fielder. Deep square is going to scramble around to cut them off. No is the cry from Davies as Geddes wants to come back for the second. I think he's probably got that right because we saw the run-outs finish the Kent first innings, didn't we, by Zafar Ansari out on the ropes there. It's not the biggest boundary.
No, and it's down the hill.
Strong flats throw. Coming back for that second could be a real test. Too big a test earlier today for... was it the last wicket? It wasn't the last wicket actually, was it? It was Singh and Kashir Ali who were batting together, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Kashif Ali was the man run out.
Singh's in, bowls. Davies up tall, defends into the offside. 212 for 5. It's in 1 century stand in the match, but it came down the order from Kent, didn't it? The fight back for the 7th wicket. I mean, it's down the order for Middlesex. This is the 6th wicket pairing, I suppose.
Yeah, Finch and Stewart.
Yeah, it was the all-rounder and the keeper. This is the last of the recognised batters and the wicket-keeper for Middlesex. Singh bowls, full, straight and dug out right up into the block hole, that one. Well bowled, well played.
Sound like a firm of accountants, don't they? Finch and Stewart LLP. 212 for 5. 10 overs left here. It's at 10 past 6. This one's going to go on till about 7 o'clock.
Singh in, hits the crease, he bowls, it's a bumper. Davies gets down below it. It'll just be interesting how much Leaning bowls, done for 11 or 4. That ball that turned and bounced, it's a little bit like yesterday, but we were wondering, was there a little bit more time that should have been afforded to Zafar Gohar to try and get in amongst them last night.
Kent are missing Keith Dudgeon here, I think. Now it sounds ironic to miss a player who's only been in for one game, but he had such an impact at Northampton.
Singh to Davies. Left-hander drives into the covers, no run. Are they missing a spinner as well, though, Dan?
Possibly, or a frontline spinner. I mean, Leaning's a decent enough spinner, but what we saw, that 6 ball of the last over there, Parkinson, you know, would get it to rag. Being a leg spinner, they get more purchase out the back of the hand as well.
If it seems, it swings. End of the over, 212 for 5. The lead climbs to 216. Kent with 218 all out this morning. Your reply to Middlesex is 222. 65 for Geddes. And 26 for Davies. That is the highest individual score of the match now, isn't it? Both of the Kent boys fell in the 50s, as did Stephen Eskenazi. All going today. High score yesterday was Jack Davies, 47.
Leaning at the Nackington Road end. Geddes want to take him on. That's down the leg side. Interestingly, I think he's going to try and tuck Geddes up for room here. Because Daniel Bell Drummond is not at slip. He's at leg slip. It wouldn't surprise me to see Geddes possibly reverse here. Reverse sweep. That's a good diving effort. Cuts off the single from Zach Crawley. And there is Keith Dudgeon walking out in front of us. Leaning tosses it up. Geddes. Just being watchful, just being cautious, being conservative. So that's pushed into the onside. That doesn't mean that he votes for Jacob Rees-Mogg, by the way. He's been conservative in his approach to batting. And closing his eyes, shaking his head. It's been a long day.
I think you're labouring the point there, Dan.
I think so. Leaning to Geddes, no run. Oh,
it has been a long day, Dan. If even you missed that one.
Oh, I've just got it. Oh, Geddes just tucking that one behind square. Got people rather excited. It's liberal attitude amongst the media centre here.
Here's a man who's moved it from the left to the right. Mr. Singh, down below us, will be looking to find a way through this evening. 131 that last wicket, 213 for 5. And Singh strolls back to the top of his mark. Stop it. I can see your brain going, stop it, leave it, come on now. Singh's about to turn and bowl. Geddes is on 66. Slip in place.
Partnership of 83. These two have really reformed this innings.
Singh in bowls, and thought for a moment Geddes was going to lift that into the onside. It was slightly shovelled by the right-hander. So yes, 57 for Eskenazi, the highest score by a Middlesex batter prior to this in this match. The high score for Kent was 56 by Stewart, 52 from Finch, and that after Jack Davies, who's leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, scored 47 in the first dig, where Middlesex knocked together 222. Singh, his right arm over, bowls and lifts one past the edge of Geddes. That just left him outside off.
I think this pitch, though, I know he's just played and missed at one, but it has flattened out.
Well, I mean, that ball is now 72 overs old, so you fancy if he's running in doing that with a brand new ball.
Yeah.
You know, there's all of a sudden a little bit more pace in it again and a little bit more movement. It'll be interesting to see again. Day 2 should be the best day to bat on any given surface, shouldn't it? It just depends, though, because Yeah, maybe day 3 turns out to be, because there was so much grass left on this yesterday. How much of it burnt through? Singh bowls full straight, bumped back to him. Ouch! Fingertips for Singh, and that has hurt a couple of times today now. It's just wrapped to the top of his fingers.
He'll be getting me to press the buttons in the hotel lift tomorrow morning, Jazz Singh. His fingers will be that sore. Yeah, he's just looking at them now.
Did you have breakfast together?
No, we didn't. No.
You were up too early, were you, for Singh?
I think Jazz
You were on your way out.
I think as I was coming back from breakfast, Jazz was on his way out.
Here's Singh in bowls. It's driven to cover. Mie fields. Flicks it back at the non-striker's end. You're going to say as you are on your way back into the hotel.
Now. Let's not give away all my secrets on air.
Wild Nights in Canterbury.
Yeah.
That's the one that Chaucer didn't write.
The commentator's tale.
Singh to Geddes. He bowls. And the right-hander gets behind that. Defending into the offside.
They're off bad light at Bristol, so not many games have been interrupted by the weather so far this season. But that one at Bristol has.
Singh hits the crease, bowls. Oh, it's short and it's pulled hard by Geddes in between mid-on and mid-wicket. And that was a dismissive shot. Now, he's fallen to that shot once in this match. He fell to that shot once in the Lancashire game as well. But on that occasion, he clearly saw it big. And again, the big difference is, Dan, it's the 72nd over of the innings. That's set up to be hit, and hit it was.
Yeah.
217 for 5.
Dismissive there by Benedict Brodie Albert Geddes. He'd make my posh named 11, I think, with a name like that. I did put Oliver Hannon Dolby in there once. Jack Brooks said no, he's not that posh, he's from Halifax.
He's the first double-barrelled surname to play for Yorkshire, wasn't he, Hannon Dolby?
Was he? Yeah. Jack Leaning. Push. That's just pushed out into the offside. Colin Ingleby Mackenzie would have to be in there. Into my posh 11.
He had a good quote about a night out, didn't he?
He certainly did. He insisted his side would be in bed before breakfast, as that's just left alone. There's a man who plied his trade in these parts as well, who wasn't posh named, but was, well, he was posh named, with a name like Matthew Valentine Fleming. But he was from the Fleming's Bank, that's left alone again by Davis. From the Fleming's Bank dynasty, wasn't he, Matthew Fleming? And from a very privileged background, and was once told that he was batting like a millionaire and said, multi, I hope. That's just pushed out into the offside. No run. It's a story I can't tell on air actually, but remind me later, Kevin, as that's left alone again by Davis, of the unlikely duo of Matthew Fleming and Steve Kirby getting together after a night at Folkestone Races. Leaning, short cut, only picks out Jazz Singh. Again, that's hit Singh. Singh's in the walls at the moment. I'll be carrying him back to the hotel at this rate. Leaning 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. Tidy, without really being massively threatening, but doing a job. The floodlights are on. Ooh. They've just come on.
They found the WD-40 because we didn't hear the whirring, whining sound.
Of number 3 over by the Cowdrey.
Oh, could you hear it?
No, but that's the one. It's a bit of a creaker, isn't it?
It's the whining floodlight.
Yeah.
It both looks and sounds like a ride you wouldn't trust at a fun fair, doesn't it? Number 3.
Certainly is. That sort of ride where the bloke running it is not got the safety of his punters at the foremost of his mind, rather than what's in the news of the world, perhaps.
Adam Hollyoaks just popped out onto the balcony, had a look around, seeing the floodlights coming on. He obviously heard you saying it in the dressing room, Dan. Dan's just said the floodlights coming on. Gone out and had a look. So floodlights on, Nathan Gilchrist. There was a theory from former Kent captains here that the floodlights come on at Kent and there's a little bit of a microclimate here. It just brings the moisture up and all of a sudden the ball starts to do a bit. And that was long before the pink ball days as well.
Who was that captain?
I think
Dave
both Key
Fulton.
and I think Rob Key as well.
Okay.
Gilchrist's right arm over. Bowls, and this is pushed back by the right-handed. Geddes is on 70. Short, cut hard, sweepers back, bigger boundary away to our left and the Freeman house. Flats. Couple taken. Geddes moves to 72. 219 for 5 and the lead is now 233, so they will be chasing.
Headley Verity's quite a posh named cricketer.
Ever so slightly.
Yeah. Yeah.
They will now be chasing the highest total of the match. Well, I guess, well, at 221 they'd have been chasing the equal highest. With that 2, they are now chasing the highest total of the match. As his full delivery from Gilchrist. It's turned to mid-wicket by Geddes and there's no run. Bowlers short as you can while playing, forcing the batter to play on the front foot. Wasn't that Headley Verity's famous line?
He was a spinner, wasn't he? Got a lot of wickets. His record was unbelievable. Sadly killed, I believe, in the Second World War. In Italy, I think, somewhere.
Lovely line, though, isn't it, for any spinner? Bowl as short as you can while forcing the batter to play on the front foot. Gilchrist is in. Bowls. That's driven down the ground. That's played off the front foot. Brilliant tumbling stop by Bell Drummond. He knew he had one grab at that. If it beat he and Kashi Fally coming around from mid-off.
He's a
There'd
wonderful
been no catching
fielder.
up with it.
Wonderful fielder, Daniel Bell Drummond.
Single more to the total. Geddes is on 73. Davies is on to strike. And Gilchrist is around the wicket in his 15th over. 2 for 51. 220 for 5 Middlesex. 2 shy of their first innings total. That couple cut to the boundary by Geddes, also taking the total past that of the first innings of Kent. Gilchrist delays. Wicket keeper's just moved cover around a little straighter as in comes Gilchrist with the bumper. There's a leg gully in place now as well as Zach Crawley, which is slightly telegraphing that that ball was either going to be the bumper or the bluff. But are you telegraphing it? If it's one of the two, I guess not. Suggesting the bumper may be used, but don't forget the bluff.
No. Absolutely not.
Davies waits. Gilchrist is in. Davies runs the ball down to deep third. They'll think 2 here. They'll only get the single. 2-2-1.
Good weight of shot there from Davies.
2-2-1 for 5.
Talking of posh named cricketers, there was a chap who used to play for Cambridge University called Russell Quentin Cake. And it just conjures up images of him punting down the cam with a straw boater on top of his head, a rakish set of front teeth, with a couple of ladies called Henrietta and Felicity in tow, quaffing champagne.
And a bit of Victoria sponge with it.
Yes, quite possibly.
Where did you dig that one up from?
Leaning. Oh, Davis thought about the run, but Geddes turned him back. 6 over, or 5.5 now, overs left in the day. Middlesex will have had a very, very good session if they can make it through without losing any wickets before the close. Oh, a little bit of turn there. Davis watchful. Keeps his eye on it, plays it late. Davis has been impressive. He's now on to 74 runs in the match. Oh, that's a leading edge. Will bowl Jack Leaning, but Zafar Gahar will be rubbing his hands together in that Middlesex dressing room. What's in it for him? Leaning. Davis plods onto the front foot, plays it to Crawley. Tossed up. Has he got him? Yes, he has. Caught by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Jack Leaning deserves that. He's bowled really well. And he's tossed one up outside the off stump. Davis couldn't resist. And he goes. Leaning strikes. And that's a very good innings there from Jack Davis. First time he's been out in the match. First mistake he's really made in this match. And Jack Leaning strikes. But this wicket is starting to rag a little bit, Kevin Hand.
Well, we saw that yesterday evening from Zafar Gahar, didn't we? That ball that really found a bit of turn and bounce to Finch. One over that he had last night. And yeah. Oh, they're sending out a night watch. They're sending out. Just distracted myself. I've seen Blake Cullen.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Henry Brooks.
Brooks, isn't it? And that's a
I'm not sure it is. I think that's Blake Cullen.
Partnership of 90. Keith Dudgeon there, taking the helmet on and doing the drinks duties.
If that's Henry Brooks, he's got the mannerisms of Cullen. It's definitely Cullen, I'm sure it is. If it's not, then it's unerring how he has the mannerisms of Cullen, which I'd never noticed before. But there's just a little way about his shoulders and about he adjusts himself. But Brooks will go with, because that's what it says on the scoreboard.
I think it's Cullen. Brooks has got long legs.
I'm sure it's Cullen. Everything about his mannerisms. But anyway, we'll see. 2-2-1 for 6. I've got binoculars to zoom right in. You can just about make out a number underneath his cable knit, but not quite clear. It's definitely Cullen. I mean, if that's not Cullen, goodness me.
He's Leaning, short leg in place, leg slip, and he'll get one straight away and he'll farm the strike, as all good tail enders will. And that's a really good over. Kent finally sticking to their task and being rewarded, picking up the wicket of Jack Davis. Davey has been in touch, or known as Wavy on X. He said, thanks to Middle Stump and Kevin Hand Sport for commentary. He's been listening from his deck chair next to the sight screen at the Nackington Road end. Are you there, David? Can you give us a wave? Where are you? I can't see him.
There's a slight delay, probably, so you'll have to wait a couple of seconds before the wave goes up. You keep looking for the wave. I'm focusing in on the stream now to see if I can see for sure that this is Blake Cullen. I'm now doubting myself and thinking maybe it is Brooks, but...
Well, Davey fears his fab match is slipping away from Kent, and he's not confident of Kent chasing more than 280.
In comes Gilchrist to Middlesex's number 8, who's in as a night watch. Oh, we're going to have to go with the scoreboard, and Don Shelley, the magician in the scorer's box, away to our left. I'm still convinced it's Cullen, but it's just interesting because almost if it isn't Cullen now, it is Brooks. It's extraordinary how they have the same mannerisms. They are exactly the same build, apart from the fact that I feel that. Well, I think you said Brooks. It feels like he has longer legs, doesn't it? As here's Gilchrist in bowls a bumper through to the keeper. He's longer of limb, even though they're of the same height, if that makes sense. He appears longer of limb. But yeah, it's the mannerisms as much as anything.
The umpires are going together now. I'm wondering if the floodlights have overtaken the natural light here.
Well, we've had this. Yeah, we're off.
Yeah, we're off.
We've had this, there is a conversation that we would have more cricket played if we left the floodlights off, because they wouldn't take them off for bad light right now. There's blue skies above us. But because the floodlights are on, the natural light has overtaken the artificial light has overtaken the natural. However, if you were to flick the floodlights off right now, they'd probably keep playing for a couple of overs.
Yeah, they probably would. They probably would. But Jack Shantry and umpire Shanmugam had a little conflab, and they've decided that it's when the floodlighting, the artificial light, overtakes the natural light, that they make a decision. And they've decided that the lights do seem very bright all of a sudden, don't they?
Well, if you look into the stand opposite the hospitality boxes there, you can see inside the boxes that those lights on the walls are coming through quite brightly, as is the light under number 11.
Yeah.
It's been confirmed it's Cullen. I'm not going mad, thank goodness. It's been confirmed it's Cullen. But yeah,
Kevin was going to have a sleepless night there. Thanks, Don Shelley.
I just thought it was brilliant, because I thought, I tell you what, if it was Brooks, it was uncanny how he had the same mannerisms as Cullen. But anyway, 2-2-2 for 6. Middlesex have equalled their first innings total. And what we do know is when we come back, I mean, I'm assuming that that's going to be stumps now at 25-7. There's 4.4 overs to go. The umpires are taking a light meter reading, which could well have a bearing if the weather is to change tomorrow on the final day in terms of cloud cover. The light meter reading for the match has now been set. So, 2-2-2 for 6, Dan.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, whether we do come back on. There's 4.4 overs remaining in the day. We'll keep you informed, we'll keep you in the loop, and we're just going to take a little pause, and if there is anything else, we'll come back to you shortly. From Kevin Hand and I, we'll see you soon.
Locked that way, I have to walk all the way.
All the way around the front. Really. There, cheers, take it, go.
Bye. So what happened there? What happened there?
Once the lights take over from natural
Oh right,
light,
so they did their light reading.
yeah.
Right, got you.
but it ain't going to get any better.
So
So we're not,
Thank
yeah, good night.
so we're not finished yet.
Technically, no,
So we haven't been called it off yet, right?
but it's not going to improve.
Right. So they come off for bad light,
Yeah.
but we're not finished yet, right?
Yeah.
Let's tell these lot. Let's tell them.
And that light interruption has certainly brought an early close to proceedings here at the Spitfire Ground today. I say early, it's 45 to 7, but this game will resume tomorrow from 11 o'clock. Games open at 10, but for today, that is the close of play.
Well, there's the update from the PA announcer. There is in fact close of play here at Canterbury. Middlesex finished on 222 for 6. Again, another enthralling day's play. We hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for all your emails. Thanks to our guests today as well. Thanks to Izzy Kirby. Thanks to Molly Davis. Thanks to Sydney Gorham as well. And to Joe Denley. So we hope you've had a wonderful day. Thanks for all your emails, all your interaction. It made us chuckle all day. So from Kevin Hand and I, have a wonderful Saturday night, and we'll see you tomorrow at 10:55.
Much of that rain they're forecasting tonight.
It's not showing any rain on my app now.
Oh, that's what I'm looking at today.
No, it was earlier, but it's
This morning for tonight was great.
But again, it could change any time, can't it?
Absolutely, yeah, especially with this